Billionaire Podcast Network.
Fill her up.
This is corn-fed. My goal is I hope that we get that this, like, my whole channel, everything gets popular enough, it gets enough of a following that eventually Lewis gets upset about that.
I was hoping it would get popular enough that we would have Carlos Mencia on the pod.
That's probably doable. He seems to, like, he needs something to do now.
Because I didn't even recognize that was Gas Digital. I always just hear the do at the end.
Oh no, yeah, the last little bit, the filler up, I just took from the Gas Digital intro.
Yeah.
And so it's probably like, I'm small potatoes right now, so not anywhere on Lewis's radar currently. But hopefully, when I'm inevitably when I'm in high demand, he'll catch wind that I have stolen from him.
He's I wouldn't say that you're like the main blip in like the tiny circles, but I actually have been in touch with Lewis recently, and we are on the outskirts blips.
Yeah.
Of Lewis's mind. Yeah.
That's good.
I actually talked to him about our guest today.
I'm sure he remembers me. But folks, it's Saturday, Corn-Fed Saturday, October 25th. It's me, the first billionaire podcaster, the Daniel Plainview of podcasting. What else am I called? What other? The Caucasian. Well, hold on, I'll get to that. Oh. The Caucasian Copperhead, the Golden Chocobo, Dolphin Pruitt, and I need to talk into the microphone. That's
2 minutes
another problem I'm having.
2 minutes.
Anyway, and here, by the way, folks, this is
so good.
Dave Wright is here.
I should be on the red carpet that we were just talking about before the show, but we'll get into that.
Sorry, I meant Dave Wrong, the Stinker. I forgot your nickname.
Oh, yeah.
And we're joined this evening by Leighton Radner, the Outlaw Thoughts. Hello, Leighton.
Hi. How's everybody doing tonight?
Good. I just had chicken noodle soup.
There you go.
Oh, really? Are you sick?
That makes for a good night.
Yeah, it was hearty. It was like
sick, or you just did it to do it?
That's why I wanted some soup.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't feel sick. I mean, I'm extremely unhealthy right now. Like, I just feel bad all the time. And so that's why I am trying to improve my diet. So, all I've had to eat today was fruit and some fancy cheeses, some lean meats, like lunch meats, honestly. So that's probably not that good. But I made myself a charcuterie board, or as best as I could with what I had.
Is it charcuterie or is it charcuterie?
I don't know how you pronounce it. The way I made it's a charcuterie.
And it's hilarious you guys brought that up. My grandmother she's got this menu for the senior center locally here, right? She's in her 80s and she goes to the senior center for lunch occasionally. And she comes to me with her calendar and goes, "What is this word?" And I looked down at the calendar and the word is charcuterie board. And she had never seen that word on paper.
I had them. I had gone to parties, but I just heard it as crackers and cheese growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Even if there was like meats and stuff and you could make mini cracker sandwiches, it wasn't until I think it was maybe late millennials that were like bougie that started making the
you know what it was? It was the uptick of Etsy and Instagram and those damned those resin pour boards that everybody would get from Etsy for their charcuterie stuff.
Just like there was a surplus of boards. Everybody had so many. They were like, "We got all these boards."
Yeah, the Jews were like, "All right, we got all these boards. How do we sell them to the goy?" Charcuterie.
It is a fun way to eat fruit and cheese and meat and nuts
off a board.
Yeah, well, I didn't have a board. I just used some plates, but it's just a fun. It's all what was deconstructed, so it's like all the fixings for, I guess, a sandwich. But I wouldn't make a sandwich with grapes and strawberries usually. So it's like it's a different thing.
Yeah.
What I like to do is I take because I just had like prosciutto and turkey breast and roast beef. I would
Oh,
lay
that's
it out,
bread.
lay like a turkey breast slice flat in my palm, and then put a little piece of strawberry, a grape, some goat cheese, some nuts, and then like bunch it up like it's a dumpling, and then just pop the whole thing in my mouth. And then you get a nice mix of flavors that way.
What is that?
Oh, somebody
Is that
asked
bourbon?
the chat what it was. It's just on the rocks, Knob Creek, like old fashioned mixed, pre-mixed.
Oh, pre-mixed old fashioned. That's cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
premix old fashioned.
I'm lazy.
Oh, we
Because
got
I've had Knob Creek
$1,
bourbon a lot. When I was a bourbon drinker, I drank a lot of Knob Creek.
$1 from Pretend Mike David. $9.99 from Drew Huntley. Can Leighton Radner shout out Sumo Dog? It's Sweeze's dog, Sumo Bear. It's a dog.
Shout out Sumo Dog.
Thank you.
The best thing about that had to the way that has become, instead of just shout out Sumo Dog, is come to it's Sweeze's dog, Sumo Bear. It's a dog. Has to be from when Lewis was on Crowder Boys.
I don't know, and I don't know. I think it's that Drew wants people to shout out Sumo Dog, and he's just like explaining whose dog it is and what the dog is.
Yeah, but I think I think he might have upgraded that when Lewis was afraid that he was Sumo Dog, and he's like, "Listen, you're not Sumo Dog, okay? Stop taking credit for Sumo Dog. Sumo Dog is Sweeze's dog. It's a dog. It's not a human. It's
an actual dog.
It's an actual dog. Yeah. So he's basically written it all out, kind of like a coder, so no one can have any errors.
Oh, $2 from Pretend Mike David. Black prayer hands. Yeah, we'll pray on that. This is a good point that a charcuterie is a Lunchable for adults. I suppose so.
For real. That's facts.
Did you have like parties that you went to or family members that they would have like a ceramic dish with like sections in it, but instead of like a charcuterie board or whatever it's called, they would just like roll up. They would roll up cheese.
Got one of them Sean Connery boards at one of them fancy restaurants. They got a Sean Connery board.
Sean Connery. They would.
You could slap a bitch with an open hand if she deserves it. That's what it says when you walk in the room.
Your whole like roast beef thing just reminded me, like you would go to somebody's house and they would have like roast beef rolled around cheese with like toothpicks in it or ham.
A rollatini.
And you could just eat lunch meat with cheese, or they would have like bread and you could make like a bread sandwich.
I have seen this specifically at cocktail parties. Once I know of this happening when I was younger, and I have seen what you're talking about in spreads. Like the little rolls with the meat and the cheese and everything. I've seen it done with like prosciutto and like
I see it more with prosciutto.
So I saw it. I mean, just with like lunch and meats and stuff. This is maybe Boston ghetto, like going to watch the game and stuff. So we didn't have the fancy boards like they do nowadays. That's what you would have. You'd go over there and have like finger food. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when you go to the supermarket, if you go to the deli section. Like if you go to like even a Walmart deli, they'll have all the like cured meats like salami, prosciutto, or whatever in their own section.
Yeah,
and they'll have like one of the things they'll have. I think it's called a rollatini, where it'll be like like a length of prosciutto rolled around mozzarella cheese. So it's like a cheese stick with prosciutto wrapped around it.
Walmart deli, do they serve curry there?
At the Walmart deli?
No. Okay.
Walmart
deli,
New Delhi, but it's the Walmart.
It's an Indian Walmart.
You'd be hard pressed to find much Indian food at Walmart. That's one of the.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen much Indian food at Walmart.
Oh, you got a Fanta Zero?
So I got Fanta Crush last week. Really good. They didn't have Fanta Zero. But I manifested this into the universe, which is Nazi Fanta Zero. Orange, not as good as the Crush. If I had to pick between the Nazi Fanta Zero or the Crush Zero, the Crush tastes much better to me.
Yeah, the Crush.
They have a pineapple, but it's not zero. I wanted the Fanta Pineapple Zero. But
why is Dave dressed like the Great Pumpkin?
it's Halloween.
That is
Next
I just put
Saturday will be
pumpkins
the
outside
first, so
my-
we'll miss it. So I'm dressed for Halloween. But
Like a real Jew, I just went and bought all the discounted pumpkins at the supermarket to put out in front of my house.
nice.
I want to go get some
Moldy,
spirit.
smushy, mushy pumpkins. It's like, oh, that's the Jew house.
Yeah, I want to get some cheap costumes for the show. But I was like, I went in there and they're all like $45 still. So I'm going to wait till it gets closer to the Spirit Halloween closing up and then get some costumes for the show. But you know the story of Fanta, though. I wasn't joking around. But
The
you know
story of Fanta?
yeah, how it was
Oh,
made.
it's wild.
No, it's what
So
they said. What if there was soda, but it was tastes like fruit?
In World War II, they wouldn't let Hitler have Coca-Cola. So the Nazis said, fuck you, we'll make our own soda. And they made Fanta.
What?
I don't know if that's
Fanta, don't you
an
want no
internet
vamos?
rumor or if it's true, but I believe it.
I don't
So
know.
No, that's
if,
a real thing.
If I got boomered, then I got boomered.
You might have. I don't know. That
So just
sounds
like NASA, Fanta,
Hugo Boss.
Hugo Boss.
I mean, it's
all
not
NASA.
so much that it was like produced by the Nazis as much as it was that what ended up going on was they couldn't get Coca-Cola, so they basically put out to factories, but those factories were also the same factories that were already manufacturing stuff for the Nazis. So it's sort of like the Volkswagen thing where they're like, well, Volkswagen was making cars before they started making them for the Nazis.
Sure.
Ever drink Fanta?
Okay, here we go.
Whoa.
I found it.
Oh, and Citus gifted 5 corn-fed memberships. Thank you, Incitus. Oh, by the way, Leighton, what's your favorite flavor of Gatorade?
I was gonna mention I can't remember the name, but it's the light blue one or
That's
the
correct
white
answer.
one.
The light blue or the white one? Those are both the correct answers.
So that's Frost.
It's colors,
he's
not
talking-
flavors.
He's talking about Frost, which is really good. I like Fierce Grape, but a dark purple, I guess, would be mine. But he likes the Frost, which is also good.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to pull up this video here, we can
Is this
learn
the
about
history of Fanta?
Yeah. Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hitler had a crazy plan to make the whole world drink it. Because in the 1930s,
This was his craziest plan.
Nazis would drink millions of bottles. But then Coke stops shipping to Germany because Hitler's being a bad boy and starts World War II. Except this makes the Nazis real mad because now they're running out of Coke. But then this entrepreneur Max gets an idea. He takes the last Coke in Germany and tries to crack the formula so he can make his own and sell it. Except he fails because it's super complicated. Then Maxie gets a better idea, make his own soda. So he goes into the lab and makes Fanta, except it tastes terrible. Max couldn't use sugar because the Nazis control the supply and wouldn't give him any, so he uses gross old fruit as sweetener. But then the Nazis come to him with an idea. They'll give Max sugar on one condition. Fanta becomes a Nazi symbol. So when they conquer a country, Max converts Coke factories to Fanta one. Max accepts, and today we drink 2 billion cases per year.
It's
Wow.
absolutely insane. Yeah. So, but this is just so everybody knows, this is zero. Fanta zero. So there's no fascism in this. It's empty.
Yeah, so I guess the argument could be made that were it not for the Holocaust, we would not have delicious fruit sodas.
Or NASA.
Yeah,
Silver linings, really.
Yeah.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, yeah. The
And we'd have a hell of
Holocaust,
a lot more Jews.
the Holocaust was unfortunate, but how tasty is a?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
No, this honestly. So for some reason, I built this up in my head that it was going to be really good, and then I had the Orange Crush. The Orange Crush Zero was much better. These are drinkable, but not great. I also got, and I had it not loving it, but Sprite Zero Winter Spice Cranberry.
it's not that good.
Did not like it. Now I have a chilled one, but I can't even pinpoint the flavor that it is. It's not really even cranberry. The spice is like,
The spice is probably like, yeah, because I wonder when they say it's like spiced, it's probably like clove or nutmeg or something.
yeah, I thought it was
maybe.
clove, but let me see here. I don't got my glasses. My glasses in the other room.
Yeah,
But
I
it
don't
is
know what
blurry.
this.
I will say that even with the glasses, the writing is blurry for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know what this initiative is with Coca-Cola where they keep making like spiced flavor because they did Coke did one for a while where it was Coca-Cola zero sugar spiced raspberry. And I said, that sounds amazing. I love raspberry and I love Coke. And I bought a 12 pack and I couldn't even drink one can of it. I got like halfway through and I said, this is one of the worst sodas I've ever drank. And so I don't know what this
I
like spice.
kind of like that with this.
Yeah, I don't know what spice. I like this. I like spice. Like if I still drank, I would get some of that spiced wine they start selling around this time of year. You ever had that? The mulled wine, dude. It's this. It's like wine meets pumpkin pie. It's like all the like whatever the pumpkin spice with the nutmeg, ginger, clove, like all those kinds of spices.
Yeah.
Mixed with wine. And you're supposed the way the bottle tells you to drink it is like you drink it warm, like you heat it up. And so it's like a winter drink. And every Christmas time when I still drank, I was just getting fucked up on spiced wine, just blacking out at family Christmas.
Did you see so I didn't know this. Drew Huntley might know this. But I reached out to my buddy who does a beer podcast. And he was like, yeah, no shit, dummy. They release it every 4 or 5 years. But Sam Adams came out with 2025 Utopia beer. And
oh, yeah, I've heard. Yeah, I remember this.
We can't even have it in New Hampshire because of a gray area. So we have liquor stores that can serve wine and liquor. And then we have the grocery stores that can serve wine and beer in spritzers. But it's got too much alcohol to go in the grocery stores, but it's not a liquor, so it can't go in the liquor store. So you can't even get it. I would have to go down to, Sam Adams is
the
out
realm
of
between
Massachusetts.
realms.
Could probably go down to Mass and get it. Not that
Our
I want
max
it.
on malts here, I think, is like 10% in Alaska.
Yeah, what is $20 from Michael Hall? Oh, this is a Corn-Fed radio request. Altago Monster Smash. Happy Halloween. We'll cue that up.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what's the deal with Alaska's alcohol laws? Y'all, what's going on with the booze in Alaska?
It's pretty straightforward. I mean, the only weird thing some people see when they get here is that alcohol is separated, so you can't sell alcohol in grocery stores. So like when I'm visiting some places in the lower 48, you can just walk into like a Safeway and grab, your groceries and your wine or your liquor at the same time. You can't do that here. It's all separated.
Yeah.
And then
that's the same thing here. Like they're trying to be all inclusive, but because there's actually rules, it created a gray area where there's no place for that Utopia, even though it's not banned. It's technically banned because it can't be in the liquor store and it can't be in the grocery store.
Yeah.
Yeah, because alcohol laws in America, I'm finding out compared to other countries, are very strange. Because I mean, in America, it like varies from county to county. Because like when I was growing up, I grew up in a little town called Springtown, Texas.
Okay.
It was a dry county, but then if you drove like a half hour to the next town over, which was Azle, you could buy beer and liquor. So you had to anytime we wanted to drink as teenagers, my friend's dad would have to drive us to the next town to get Keystone Lights. But then like if you go to somewhere like New Orleans, it's not only is it not dry, you could buy beer and wine and all that there. You could buy that's one of those places where you could buy liquor in like grocery stores and pharmacies, which is like, very rare. It's rare to see that because most of the places I've ever been, well, you can get beer and wine in grocery stores, and you have to go to a liquor store for liquor. And then it sounds like in Alaska, it's a similar thing where you can get. Well, no, it sounds like in Alaska, you have your grocery stores, and then you have alcohol stores.
Yeah, they're typically connected. So like in my town, I'm in a really small town. I'm in a place called Seward, Alaska, which is only like 2,000 people. so it's a really small like city. There's maybe there's 2 grocery stores technically, but only one of them is like a real big place, and that's the Safeway. And they have like these things called Oaken Kegs, I think is what they call them, and that's like their spin-off liquor store. And so they'll have the Safeway and then a separate building that has its own little wall, but it's technically connected to the store, and that'll be for just liquor and alcohol.
Yeah. Well, we don't have sales tax here.
We've got sales
and-
tax here, but not in a bunch of the other places.
Well, I was gonna say, so what it's strange on our highways, we'll have liquor stores, and people are like, why do you have liquor stores on your highway? It's like because the people from the other states just go over the border to our liquor stores. We'll buy.
It's almost like dry towns.
Yeah, so it's a big liquor store on the side of the highway with like gas, and they stop, they go to the bathroom, they buy their liquor or whatever, then they turn around the next exit and go back to Massachusetts or Rhode Island or whatever. So they don't have to pay, I mean, because I think it's 6.25% down there, so not a ton of people, but restaurants would come up sometimes even, and it was cheaper for them to just go to New Hampshire and buy like a truckload of stuff and then bring it back home than it is to pay the wholesale fees with all the taxes or whatever associated.
Yeah, there's a constant internal conflict within America because it's a country founded on Puritan values.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. You think the prohibition might have something to do with it though?
I don't know. I feel like a lot of the laws and rules and social mores. How do you say that word? Is it mores or mores? I know a moray.
I don't know how to say charcuterie board. So
a moray is a type of eel, and it's also like that's a moray.
Yeah.
But when that word social, it's MORE, right? So is it a social more or is it a moray? S'more. Ooh, I want s'more sound good.
Social s'mores sound really good.
Social
How about s'mores on a charcuterie board?
A charcuterie s'mores? That sounds pretty cool. Like a board with
different
like
types of
graham crackers.
chocolate on there, different type of marshmallows, different types of the cinnamon graham crackers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. Like a sweet charcuterie.
I always wonder, like,
just a bunch of fucking candy.
if you like, if there wasn't prohibition, like, because we had the weed prohibition and we had the alcohol prohibition. Like, if you go to like Italy, Greece, and all this stuff, kids are drinking at like children age, and the alcohol is not as rough. Like people, like when you see those like hooligan shows where like those guys are drinking so many beers, I heard their beers are very foamy and they don't have as much percentage of alcohol as they do here, like in the States.
I don't know. I mean,
or maybe it's the other way around. They have a lot, so they only drink a few, and then here you drink a 30 rack. I forget what it is.
Yeah, well, that's
when you make it a deal and you take it away, and it's out of the culture, then people abuse it when they go back. Because I think like before they banned weed, people were just like barely like smoking it, and it just took the edge off. And then they banned it and they turned it into like crack cocaine basically now, and they're doing dabs.
Superior version of that song and that super chat that was just made. I tipped my hat to that gentleman.
The Marilyn Manson cover of "This Is Halloween."
Oh, well, that's Broseph. Okay, great.
Yeah, it's Broseph. We'll get into libertarian politics here in a moment. But what is this? Oh, the first request.
Okay, give me a second to pull these.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't drink anymore, so alcohol laws don't concern me. I
had stopped for a while, but then I'm going to Skankfest, and with New Orleans being on the ticket, I was like, I'm not going to go visit New Orleans for the first time and not have bourbon on Bourbon Street. So I'm just partying in New Orleans, and then when I get back, I'm going back to being.
You have yourself a little cheat day.
Keep up with my weed, but I just cut out the alcohol.
Yeah, I mean, if you get rid of, is it your light season or your dark season up there right now?
Somewhere in between. It's getting to be winter now. We had our first freeze up last night, So it's starting to get dark quick. Like it's already dark out by like 5:36.
And soon it'll just be dark almost 24 hours a day. You get like 2 hours of
It'll
light.
basically get light and then get dark again by like 3 p.m. So you get like a few hours of light. And in my case, I get none because I work 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Yes.
So
Oh,
you
wow.
need weed and booze to kind of get through that, as far as I'm concerned.
there you
As
go.
long as you
Now
don't turn
you
into
got
a
it.
rip or an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best part of living a life that's like so on the fringe. Like when you're working weird hours or you're stuck somewhere where it's like
Yeah.
dark all the time. It's a really nice excuse to just stay fucked up.
You get that
That's a
oil
great
money too.
question from Raphael in the chat as far as like weed in Alaska. I never get that question. That's actually an interesting
Is
one.
weed hard to get in Alaska?
No, weed. So this is fun because weed was never hard to get in Alaska. We're one of the few states. Everybody talks about legalization, but we had something further than that. We sort of had legal drugs in a way, in a loophole a long time ago, because back in the day, Alaska interpreted castle doctrine different than other states. And they said, well, listen, if you're doing something in your own home and it's in the private of your own property and the government can't see it and nobody can report it, then we can't really do anything about it. And so for a long time, a lot of like the hippie people, like that generation from the 60s, 70s, actually made their way to this state for that reason, because they could go buy land in the middle of nowhere and knew nobody was going to be breaking down their door because they were growing plants or because they were doing, by the way, people who did hard drugs too, who, wanted to go party and do that lifestyle, did the same thing. And I've interviewed a couple of those people. They're pretty interesting figures now. A lot of them are in their 70s, they're older. But it's really easy to get weed. There's legal weed here now, so we're recreationally legal, medical legal as well. So they did medical first and then did recreational. And it's relatively cheap. I think if you're in Anchorage, which is the big city about 100 miles from me, you're looking at somewhere about $25 to $30 an eighth. And then if you're where I'm at, you're looking at closer to like 40.
Is Anchorage a harbor?
So yeah, they're a harbor, and then I'm also in a harbor town. We're in a cruise ship terminal town.
Gotcha. I was gonna say, because that must bring the drugs in too, just because this the sailors, the guys on the ships and shit.
Yeah. Well, so like my dad was around back in the 80s and stuff, and that was the real heyday down here for like Coke with the fishing industry.
Seamen.
Because all the crab fishermen down here and all the halibut fishermen, longliners, they wanted their cocaine, and if you could get it in the state, they would buy it, and you could make a lot of good money. So people were flying back and forth a lot.
I've heard there's good money in cocaine.
Well, I heard.
I've heard through the grapevine.
Yeah, I've heard that it's a good way to make some supplemental.
Dalton's a bit of an economist.
Yeah, I've been looking for a side hustle, and I've been toying with the idea of cocaine.
Oh, cocaine. Yeah. I know you're big into Diet Coke and Coke Zero.
Yeah, I love Coke.
That's
what I was going to say.
I have technically caught a salmon with my bare hands.
Dude, if Coca-Cola had balls, that's what they would do for Christmas. They would release Coca-Cola that tastes like candy canes named Coke Cane, and it would be a red and white label.
I don't want to.
That would sell so fast, by the way.
Well, it originally had cocaine in it.
Yeah.
So, or cacao.
You brought something up, Dave, that like because I don't drink anymore. I'm strictly water and sodas is like the only fluids I really drink now. Yeah. What really burns me, what really like where I get upset, where I'm let down, is like when a soda is really like when one of these Coca-Cola or Pepsi or anyone of them release an awesome new soda that I'm ready to drink the rest of my life, and then they just take it away from me. Because I went to the store earlier today to stock up on more of those Coke Seamen. Yeah, to stock up on more Coke Seamen. No, I was going to stock up on more of those Diet Coke Limes. Diet Coke Lime, because that's been my new favorite soda, and it was not there. It wasn't like they were sold out. I didn't even see the tag for it. So
I had
guess,
this experience recently with Diet Coke or with Diet Dr Pepper Vanilla, where they're stocking the regular they're stocking the regular Dr Pepper Vanilla, but no longer the Diet Dr Pepper Vanilla. I'm like, you bastards.
They
yeah.
did the same here. So I can get the Dr. Pepper strawberry cream, which I really like. But the Dr. Pepper cream zero, they had for like a
Nowhere to
month,
be found.
and then it's nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
And I
I'm the
went
same
to
way.
multiple grocery stores looking for it.
I don't know how these
Horse
decisions
shit.
are made.
And I
That was
can't
so
get.
great.
I got to go all the way to Massachusetts, and I did find it to get Coke Zero caffeine free. And if you go on Amazon, it's like $35.
I've seen that on the shelves, which is like that's like water plus. That's like
So here's the thing: my grandfather, he was a fucking old timer. He drank every fucking day, my entire childhood, an entire 12-pack of the gold can of caffeine-free Pepsi Zeros, and he would, pound those things like goddamn. Just like water. Like that was his source of water for the day.
I know the thought process.
70-something.
I exist in that same mode of thought where I do that with Coke Zero, where it's like, I guess because I've been so unhealthy for a lot of my life, like in years prior to now, I have thrown caution to the wind with like everything I eat and drink. And so like in an effort nowadays to try and mitigate that, to try and lessen the unhealthy consumption, if I buy like Coke Zero, I go, well, there's no sugar in it, so I can drink 12 of these a day.
Yeah.
Like I know that, I know how that goes. And so if I was to get like, one that's Coke Zero, zero caffeine, like there's nothing in it, I'd be like, I could just have this on tap. Like I'll drink this. This will be my water.
Yeah.
So I have to have like caffeine for work, and I was drinking those fucking Monster Rockstar 0 calories.
Ooh,
and then I realized how much caffeine I was actually intaking. And so what I did was I flatlined myself for weeks, stopped taking in any caffeine whatsoever, got over the headache and stuff. And then I started drinking these to replace them, these are from like my local Safeway. And they're like these sparkling ices that each have 70 milligrams in them.
Oh, that's
which is
good.
Much lower. That's like half of what a Rockstar
Rockstar's
is.
got like 800.
Dude, yeah.
I think it's got 200. It's got 200, and then this extra strength's got 4. Which is like
so what I end up doing is I drink like 3 of these a day. But even with 3 of these a day, that only comes out to like 180 milligrams, which is half of what the recommended is. So it's still
at my worst.
Pretty low.
I was doing 4 Celsius in like a 5-hour energy drink.
Celsius, dude. The last time I had a Celsius, I drank 3 that day, and I was like sitting at my work desk, just thinking to myself, like, well, this is how I go out.
Dude,
like this, they're gonna
y'all ever have a red line?
That resonates with me, dude.
Have you guys ever had a red line?
Yes, the one that's like the bottle says only drink half of this right now.
Yeah. So I used to do Magic the Gathering pre-releases, and they would release at midnight, and you would have to show up to play through the tournaments at midnight. And so I would hitchhike in from the cabin I lived in to the card shop, and I would show up at like 11:30. I would pound an entire red line, and then I would drink another Rockstar or Monster throughout the tournament. I did that for years, and I'm just looking back on it. I'm like,
a hole in your
dude,
heart.
I was taking through like 1,000+ milligrams of caffeine in a night.
Actual. And let me hold a crystal clear Pepsi. They
did the super chats, everybody.
Yep, please, let's get some super chats going.
If you have ADHD, like not just everybody's got autism and ADHD, but if you have legitimate like trauma response ADHD from childhood or whatever, and you drink a couple of Celsius, people are like, oh, you must have been wired. It's like, no, actually, all you want to do is take a nap. You're like, oh, I'm tired. I was 3 Celsius. I'm going to take a nap.
Yeah, you probably just like overdoing it where the caffeine starts to have like a inverse effect.
No, there's a line for me. If I pass it, I will go the fuck to sleep.
Yeah.
Because what
I'll
is
just
the
go to bed.
actual? What's the actual science on caffeine? Like, don't they say that it's not something that's really making you more
Yeah,
energetic?
it
or,
blocks your. So you know how insulin goes to the receptors and it carries the sugars for you.
Mhm.
So caffeine blocks I think it's called adenosine. So adenosine is the drug that makes you tired. Caffeine blocks the adenosine receptors, so the adenosine stays in your bloodstream. So you still get tired, and it still releases the drug, but you just don't do it. So that's why, if you get on a vicious cycle of it, you have such a hard crash because when the receptors get overdosed, you still have to flush all that adenosine or whatever it's called out of your bloodstream, and so you're just constantly getting signals that you're tired because the drugs, even if you're not, because that drug's in your bloodstream.
Yeah, caffeine it's a drug, and
I'm
a lot of us.
basically Andrew Huberman, by the way.
Yeah, a lot of America's addicted. It's one of the acceptable addictions, but you don't realize like when people talk about like, oh, I don't know why I'm so tired all the time. It's like because you probably drinking coffee all day, every day. Because that's happened to me. Like if I get into a coffee spiral,
Yeah.
if I'm just pounding coffee, I'm just tired all the time.
My
So I gotta
dad
be
owns a coffee shop, so I have to be very careful about that because I can get free coffee whenever I want, and it's real espresso, and it'll fucking put me
Oh,
in the dirt if
oh
I'm not
yeah.
careful.
Yeah, when I was a barista for like 6 months a few years ago, and I would just because it was all free, and like
Baristo.
I was a barista. Thank you. The
I actually
Romance
don't know.
languages are gendered, and
I
so
don't know. Actually, know if that's true. It's
the
just funny.
The Spanish El Baristo, La Barista.
Yeah.
So I would be an El Baristo, but yeah, I was just like,
Again, El Baristo Grande.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was free, and
Yeah.
I was just like bored at work. I was just like making myself like either shots of espresso or lattes, cappuccinos, whatever, and I was drinking probably like in a 4-hour shift, even like 12 shots of espresso. So I'd be like tweaking for like 2 of those hours, and then the like second half of my shift, I was like crashing pretty hard, and then I was just tired all the time, and I was like, yeah, you're probably not supposed to drink that much espresso every day.
No.
So
No.
the tip I've been on now that's been like working for that I found some success with is I got this box of these like pouches, these sachets filled with some kind of powder, and it's this liquid IV plus energy multiplier. There's only
Yeah.
100 milligrams of caffeine from the coffee berry, whatever that is,
Yeah.
but then a bunch of like L-theanine and other shit in it.
Tip
And
for all my Skankfest people in the chat. If you're going to Skankfest or you're going to party, the liquid IV plus immune strength pouches that
Mhm.
they sell, dude, you wake up the day before you go party, drink one, and then the morning right after you drink one, and you will be right tip top shape.
Hey, have you a body brain while you're at it.
I have a question
Hey, there
for you
you go.
guys. So I do the LMNT, and I recently doing salt. So they're similar to that. It's just potassium.
Yeah, I've seen them on
magnesium, and
Amazon.
sodium.
There's like a YouTuber who sells them, right, or something.
Yeah, I've tried both of them. I like both of them, but I haven't tried the liquid IV. But what I heard with the liquid IV is, if you drink it and it's salty, then you're hydrated and you only need one. But if you drink it and it's sweet, you're dehydrated and you're
That's
supposed to drink more. Have you guys tried that?
so.
Does it actually
I
work?
have.
And
There has
how?
been times, specifically when I went to the DC Libertarian Convention, I got pretty wasted and I was hungover already, and I went into it jet lagged after like a 9-hour flight, and I got shit faced that night. And I drank one of those beforehand, and it tasted sweet to me, and I didn't
Yeah.
think about it. The next morning, when I went to drink one, I drank one, and it still tasted sweet. I poured a second one just for shits and giggles because I still felt shitty.
Yeah.
And by the halfway through mark of that second one, it started tasting salty again.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I think there is
I
some
want
legitimate
that.
truth to that.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people make TikToks on it, and then I'm like, is this Chinese propaganda? What is going on?
Yeah,
But
I've
no,
never
been trying
even
to
seen the
stop
TikToks,
myself.
but that's just personal anecdote,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, 99 cents super sticker. Thank you.
I've been trying to be better at like seeing random information from somebody in a white coat online and being like, yeah, that's facts. Whatever he just said is true.
Oh yeah, I don't
Yeah.
trust anything. My number one rule with the internet now is Indian until proven otherwise.
Yes.
I love that. That's my
Secondly,
favorite.
yeah, and then secondly is you trust no one.
Yeah.
So it's if I hear it's like it's on the onus is on me to do further research.
I'd
Otherwise,
add fat until proven otherwise.
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Depending on what you're doing on the internet, right? Do we
For
want to
real.
listen to this? Do we want to listen to
Oh
this?
yeah, we have
Let's
a
listen
corn-fed
to
radio
Altego Monster Smash.
148.8 KNIGG corn-fed radio.
The chirp.
The chirp.
All right. Let's
Here we
listen
go.
to this. Spooky.
Oh, thank you, Leighton.
Somebody in chat did it. Oh, there we go. I dig this.
Are they wearing a shell and a Marlboro jacket?
Yeah, I do see the Marlboro jacket. I used to have a Marlboro jacket like that. Is this mixed with Genuine's Pony?
It
Does
sounds
That
sound
what
like
you're
it,
getting in the background? Yeah.
boom, boom.
Being taken back to Alaskan strip clubs with that song.
Oh yeah, it says
Yeah.
Monster Mash Pony.
Did you guys want creepy eyes like that when you were in high school? Get the contacts?
That's too
I did.
scary.
But I tell you, I went a step further. I don't know if I have pictures somewhere, but I wore the whiteout contacts once.
I'm afraid to stick contacts in my eyes.
I am too. It was terrifying.
Yeah, my eyes are sensitive.
Yeah. I like to see with them, so I was like,
That's
why don't
why
you
I have
stick these
glasses
in them?
today. They've wanted to put me on contacts so many times. I'm like, no, man.
Yeah, I
I'm
have
just sticking with
contacts.
the glasses. I just got prescription sunglasses so that I can go to New Orleans with aviators.
Nice. Yeah, let's talk about that after the song. About
Yeah.
about you winning the contest or at least getting tickets and heading down to Skankfest.
Yeah.
A lot of the chat will be down there today, including the guy that paid for this song.
Yeah, turn it, crank it up. Let's give him his money's worth.
Check
I
out
was
what I
afraid
got.
we get the stream shut down now.
That's good
Yeah.
stuff.
Good stuff. Thank you.
So let me ask you this, Leighton, is the DC Libertarian Convention, is that like a lot of the same guys that are at the Magic the Gathering release?
You'd think so. No shit.
I feel like there's a Venn diagram there that's there's a lot of crossover.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, no joke. The was that guy who got famous for taking photos of ass cracks at one of the Grand Prix for Magic the Gathering?
I remember that.
Wait,
Legitimately, that same thing could happen at a Libertarian Party convention.
I was gonna say. You said that story, and I was going to interrupt and say, "Wait, did that happen at the Libertarian, or did that happen at the Magic the Gathering?"
No, I'm one of the few fat people who like pride myself on having like a general sense of style. So when I go to events, I'm normally like dressed up and I look a certain way. And I see people there, and I'm like, you knew you were coming to this. You packed a bag. You had a carry-on and a personal item, and you couldn't fit anything worth wearing in there. Like, I'm just like, you spent $400 on a plane ticket, but couldn't spend $60 on an outfit. Like,
I don't know how fat you are, but there is a certain, like, I recently crossed that threshold to a new level of fat that I'm like, I'm pulling back now. So I'm definitely.
So I was 352 pounds at my heaviest.
I don't know if you want to
yeah,
show it, but I
boy.
have his entry into.
You
the
can
Luminous
absolutely
Skanks.
play those videos. I'm like, yeah, I have no shame. That's what people don't realize when I entered that contest.
Because I've gotten to the level of fat where it's like anything fashionable, you just end up having to, like, I'll have to pay like way more for it and find like, I guess like something that'll fit around my waist now if I want to wear like nice pants or whatever. But here lately, like all I've been doing is just like wearing whatever I can like stretch over my
No, I know the feeling for real.
Yeah.
I went from 352. I'm down right now to about 246.
Oh,
So this is the smallest I've been in like legitimately like 6 years.
That's
I
a
did it-
manageable fat. That's like
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a 2XL. I
Yeah.
haven't been a 2XL since I was fucking 15.
yeah.
So it's wild, like the access I have to clothing now.
'Cause I'm
wearing a
at the
TGK
size-
shirt. Do you understand? Like I'm wearing a shirt from Zoomies.
Nice.
I could never buy anything from Zoomies a year and a half ago.
Hell yeah!
Nice, dude. Yeah, because I'm at the size now where like instead of jeans or slacks, I'm like it's just straight sweatpants and basketball shorts. I'm not even trying. I'm
The
not
way
even trying
God
to figure.
intended,
Well,
dude.
What? And you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but like, are you like a 3X somewhere in there? Or?
This shirt is a 4XLT, but I can wear a 3X. But
So here's the first thing. My first piece of advice is, and legitimately, this is just off the cuff. Like, this is something I wish somebody had told me is, don't buy baggy clothes just because you're fat. This is something I am serious. This is something I did because I'm looking back in photographs of me. I realized I was doing it for years. I was buying shit that was like a size and a half too big, 2 sizes too big to hide the fact that I was fat. When even when I was wearing a 4X, 5X, I probably should have been wearing a 3X. And I'll tell you what it does is if that shirt is just slightly tight on you, or just maybe you catch yourself in the mirror and you're like, God, I need to lose like a couple pounds to wear this shirt properly. It really does give you an incentive to lose that couple pounds so all your clothes fit right. And it really kind of kicks you in the ass a bit. Like it wasn't until somebody gifted me shit that didn't fit right. And a big thing that shifted me was being, and we were talking about it a second ago, but I submitted for the Ugliest Skanks fans years ago. This is like 2 years ago during the COVID era. Shane Gillis and them judged one of my submissions and they made fun of the fact, and the sentiment was, you just need to lose some weight. So I went and lost 100 pounds right after that, like legitimately started losing weight. And then I go back and I win the Biggest Loser competition. So it makes me laugh.
So it's all coming up Leighton, it sounds like.
Yeah, so they just announced that this week, right? Did you actually win? You
Yeah,
said you told me you got the tickets, but you didn't tell me the story. So catch us up. I have the video up. Dalton can play your submission too. We can do this after the thing if you want.
No, so what we'll do is we'll play this submission because of the story.
Okay.
So what
this
ended
is
up
sad.
happening?
Just so you guys know, I was bummed out when I listened to this story.
Oh
Because
God!
entering this. Well, you can explain what the video was made for, but I was legitimately sad when you sent it to me. It's funny,
Okay.
but the stories are sad. Yeah. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So here's the backstory here. They decided to do. They had done Biggest Losers. I got 4th place in that because there were a bunch of cripples in there, and I was like, all right, well, if I got to compete with fucking cripples, I'm never gonna win that competition. So then, because I'm just not, I don't have
Yeah,
a
the guy
deformity.
that won last year was in a wheelchair because he got shot in the
Right.
back by a police officer.
The fuck
The
am I
other
supposed to
person
do
was
that?
a woman that lived in a shed whose boyfriend was a half transition
Right.
transgender person, whatever you call that, middle of transitioning, met them as a whatever, or whatever they went. So like the two winners were like hard to beat. Like she was like, yeah, I got raped my whole childhood, and so
Yeah.
I live in a shed. Yeah. So these are your competition.
Right.
Basically.
So
this type of
going
person.
into this contest, I had 2 things I said in my back of my head. I said, I know my story is good enough, and second, none of the other people entering are going to be able to edit or put together a video that they're going to want to watch on the podcast like I can. And so, because I'm familiar with the show, I've been watching for fucking like 5-6 years at this point, and I know like how to edit because I've done this stuff on my own show. So what I ended up doing was I would submit what I would consider to be pretty well put together videos where I trashed myself and it was super self-deprecating. But even if my story wasn't that good, it was good enough that well put together that it would keep their attention longer and get voted through. And that did legitimately work. The last round ended up being me and this Mexican guy from Arizona whose videos.
I know that guy. He was in it last year too. He like lives in the desert with his mom or something, and she like filmed him in this like windy, like literally tumbleweeds.
Right. So I feel for the guy, and I in the last round I threw some shade at him, and I hope he doesn't feel bad for it because it was just because I wanted to win. Like that's the only reason I'm doing that. But truthfully, his videos, in my opinion, weren't the greatest. Like the audio quality was kind of messed up, and he got through purely on the fact that he was fat and looked fat on camera. Like, and so he got through, and it was me versus him. I beat Toad out in the last round, and me and Toad were
on the show, and everybody hated him.
Me and Toad had a pact. So if Toad had won, Toad was going to give me his extra ticket, and if I had won, I was going to give him my extra ticket. But Toad ended up deciding not to go anyway. So the way that it fleshed out is I'm bringing a friend of mine from Alaska. But what ended up going on was the last day came. They sent me an email saying you got to jump on here, and we're going to do a Zoom. I didn't realize at the time they were recording 2 episodes that day. So I thought this episode was going to have aired already when I was coming on here, and we'd be able to react to them breaking down the stuff. Yeah. Well, what ends up going on is the Dr. Drew episode comes and goes, and they ended up not having us on. It turns out that Mexican didn't turn his video in time, and I did. So this is where the start of me kind of being a little irritated comes from, because I'm like, well, they should have just given it to me. Like I submitted my video before the deadline. He didn't. It said in the email.
But you're kind of being a winner in that situation.
Right.
And he's kind of being a loser.
I get it.
He can't even turn in a video. This guy's such a loser.
For sure. So they ended up postponing it. And then they sent a new email out saying, well, there's no reason to do these videos talking about your medical history if we don't have Dr. Drew. So this video that I spent the whole day editing and putting together wasn't really even watched. So no one has really got to enjoy this thing. So it'll be fun to play it on the show.
This is exciting.
So they watched, the only part they watched was my dad getting hit by the car. That's it.
This is, you sent this to me and you were like a week and a half ago or whatever. And you were like, what do you think? And I watched it and I thought it was going to be funny. And then I started watching it in the store, and I was like, man, this guy's bumming me out, dude. It gets funny at the end, and obviously the whole editing and you in your underwear is hilarious, but the stories are, if you guys brace yourself for some sad stories.
Yeah, and then on top of that, what ended up going on in the end of the competition is the Mexican guy didn't join the call. And so they gave me the tickets and said, listen, you won. He didn't show up to the Zoom meeting. You did. You were here. I gave my whole spiel. And they, right as they're saying, I'm going to get the tickets, he joined the fucking Zoom call. So they decided to let him enter this whole competition. And I think because he was in the position of losing, he went into this whole spiel about how he was molested a bunch of times and all this shit and how he was suicidal and da-da-da.
You didn't even believe him, did you?
No, I didn't. And I kind of clowned him throughout the whole thing. And so then the end came.
If you've been molested, show me your butthole. I want to see
That's
your butthole.
show me proof. I did show
Yeah.
my ass. And
Yeah.
both me and him agreed to something on stage at Skankfest. I'm gonna leave that ambiguous, and we'll let that be. But so we'll both be on the first episode of the festival,
Nice.
on stage.
Oh,
Which will be
nice.
kind of weird. That's gonna be
Dr.
Kevin
Drew. So they had Dr. Drew on, and then they had Adam Carolla on because they're doing a podcast. Well, they've been doing a podcast for 14 years together, but they're in New York City doing something. And so this was supposed to be you showing Dr. Drew
right
how out of shape you are.
What
Or-
my medical history is and my
Gotcha.
family medical history.
All right.
Okay.
So let's watch this. And if you're sad, take a shot.
So first, a bit of family history. My father has severe asthma and COPD that traces back to him doing a cleanup.
Oh, we need this in 1080p.
I thought that I didn't think it was going to stop everything like that.
It's all your fault. It's definitely not the Google overlords.
First, a bit of family history.
They're censoring my
My
tits.
father has severe asthma.
Yeah,
and
we're gonna get taken down for nudity for breasts. They're gonna think
Dude,
this is
my-
decent.
Cosplay, I swear.
Yeah, you two might flag this for big.
No, I played it on my channel and I monetized and it was fine.
Okay.
So I think you should be fine.
Oh, what's going on here?
of a chemical spill. He has an anaphylactic allergy to milk, eggs, and wheat. He's bald and has had to been resuscitated on multiple occasions, as well as having this happen to his kneecaps.
Oh.
My mother is now ward of the state, institutionalized.
I'll
in a
tell that
facility.
story
He
too.
has
That's a fun
MS
one.
and is bipolar with borderline personality disorder.
All
My
women are
grandfather on my
bipolar.
mom's side had a heart attack, a heart condition, and cancer. My grandmother on my dad's side had a heart attack and a surgery to replace a valve. My grandmother on my mom's side had cancer twice and lost via TKO in round 2. Now some of my many mental deficiencies. ADHD, OCD, major depressive disorder, and
Are you sure that's just not living in Alaska?
No, it is. No, I legitimately, none of this developed until I was like set into the Alaskan lifestyle, living on my own.
Yeah, no
Legitimate.
sun, no.
Are you
vitamin D.
able to turn it up at all?
The volume?
Yeah.
They're
saying it's
I
kinda
can. I can do
quiet.
it on my soundboard. Yeah.
diagnosed PTSD. For my physical health,
How's that?
I have an eye
Yeah, that's
condition
better.
called high progressive myopia. It's bad nearsightedness that worsens over time and increases the chance of retinal damage.
At least you won't have to
and
see yourself in the
blindness.
mirror.
One side of my body is larger than the other, most notably my tits. I have high blood pressure. I have fucked up toes and feet. I have
Oh,
a piece of bone still lodged in my leg from when I fell down steps last year. I have a heat allergy. I have an anaphylactic allergy to peanuts. Of course, I'm pre-diabetic. I constantly bounce back and forth in weight, but I'm always some form of fat. And like my father and his father before him, I am slowly going bald. Here's a hairline
I
comparison
mean,
over
nothing
2
wrong with going bald.
Medications include Vyvanse, hopes, prayers, and anything fun I can.
oh,
Uh,
oh. What happened?
I don't know why the stream's so.
I'm telling you, man. They're trying to
In
censor
closing,
my
I work
tits.
nights, so my
I
health
probably
is
should have
only
ripped
going to
this.
get
Uh-oh.
We get the gist. We
worse,
get the okay.
and my
Wait.
mental
Well, the
health
end is
already
funny. My
bad.
dad
Yeah, the
comes
end's
on.
the only that saves it because it's fun. Yeah, because it's sad, and then
Oh yeah, I was gonna say we could probably go toe to toe in feet.
I live
Yeah.
in
I can-
Alaska, the state with the highest rate of depression and suicides. I live in a town so small, there are no therapists and very few doctors of any kind. If you have a major medical problem, it means a $15,000 helicopter medevac,
Oh shit! What happened?
as no one is equipped here. I am the full package, the biggest loser. I am willing to fight in the ring, and I'm open to anything y'all want to throw at me. I have flights in a room. I just need you to pick me to make this my first Skankfest.
He's a physically fucked half a retard. Let him go to Skankfest.
yeah. So that
That's
was
good.
the entry for Dr. Drew. Everybody. So this is a little sneak preview because this episode of Legion of Skanks actually has not aired yet. Right? It's going to air next week.
Tuesday. Yeah, if you're a
Yeah.
gas digital sub.
Wow,
Yeah,
so we got the exclusive even before Legion of Skanks.
Yep.
Yep.
So the,
And
you know,
yeah, so at the end, the crowd clapped for the winner. I won the clap from what I could hear, and then they decided that they would give him tickets anyway. And that was frankly because he was suicidal and talking about like molestation and all the shit that he brought up in the last round, which I don't necessarily believe.
In
but,
fairness, they did give 2 winners last year. The top 2
Mhm.
people both got tickets last year.
Yeah.
I
Worst
fully
last-
suspected that was
Yeah.
very much possible. And
that's
so
how I'm gonna get booked to perform at Skankfest. I'm like, Lewis, let me do 5 minutes or I'll fucking kill myself.
Well, fun fact, and people in the chat too, if people want to hit me up on Twitter, I've got like a hotel room with a couch, and I'm only taking one extra person, so I've got a couch there if somebody needs someplace to crash. And
so this is a good segue for me.
David.
So, all right, I got some bad news for everybody. I do have 3-day tickets for not the pre-sale, just the all access 3-day passes. I have one 3-day pass for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and I cannot attend Skankfest. So if there's anybody in the chat here that's not going to sell the ticket, that's actually going to go to Skankfest that needs a ticket, I will give you the ticket. So reach out on behalf of Cornfed. You'll have to obviously figure out a way to drive there, fly there, get place to stay. But if you want a Skankfest ticket, I will transfer my ticket over to you. And it's an all access 3-day pass. So hit me up.
That's a good deal.
Yeah, you've got a ticket over there from him, and you got a place you could crash with me. So the combination of those two is not too bad if you put those together.
Probably should have asked Dalton if he wanted it first, but I assumed he does not want it. So
No,
Dalton
I
gets
would
first dibs.
I'd rather die than go to Louisiana.
Oh, well, yeah, you're close. I do want to say something because I was just thinking about this now, and I want to do it publicly. I want to apologize to Robbie last week. Robbie and I got in a little bit of a tiff last week at the end of the show. He's not in the chat, and we don't usually DM or whatever, but when you get in an argument with somebody publicly, you should apologize publicly is my policy. Me and Robbie got into it with politics a little bit. He said something, I'd said something, he wasn't listening or whatever, so I escalated, and I shouldn't have escalated. You know what I mean? I don't want anybody to come onto the show and feel bad or whatever. So, and then I don't remember if it was on air or off air, but if Autumn is listening, her and me got into it a little bit, and I think we made good. She was joking around with me, but I was in the heat of the moment. And so if that happened publicly, I also apologize. So, I don't want anybody coming to the show and not feeling good leaving. So That is that.
I told them in the group
Oh.
chat I'm in with them that it was your time of the month.
yeah.
Drew Huntley
Yeah.
just left a super chat. Sweeze needs tickets.
Squeeze needs tickets. Yeah,
I
that actually would be very heartwarming if we got.
talked to Sweeze. He got 3 tickets. If he doesn't need them, I will 100% give my tickets to Sweeze. No questions asked. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's people who want me to go. Like Michael Hall's been asking me to go, and I know
I shouldn't
people
say
would like
tickets.
to
I
see
have
me
1
there.
ticket. Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I like that kind of environment. Even now,
It's
I'm
not
Hey,
that
hesitant.
type of
if you're
environment.
trying to get clean,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I would say, I mean, I'll be the first to say I wouldn't go. I mean, I'd want to stay away from something like that. Like, I mean, yeah, that'd be a hard, I mean, it definitely tempting environment.
Yeah, and even beyond like the substances that are going to be offered, it is like a lot of stimuli. It's like overstimulating.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Usually booze and drugs can help with all the lights and the people and the sounds. So I don't know. It definitely seems like it'd be a bit much for me.
I don't
It
drink
might.
that often, but I got my drugs and alcohol under control or whatever. And the first Skank Fest that I went to in Vegas, I was like, I'm not going to drink. And by like day 2, I was like, you know what? I'll just have like a beer halfway through the day. And then, and then on the last day, I was like, okay, there's like a rock and roll thing, and I'm going to the strip club. I was at the strip club with a couple of comics that are going to remain nameless. And I was drinking vodka on the rocks. And I was like flashing back to like my 20s because I hadn't drank hard liquor since like my 20s. And then when I went back in 2023, I was like, well, I'm in Vegas. I'll just drink again. So I will say there is something to the fact that I didn't become an alcoholic or anything afterwards. But when in Rome, I just did what the Romans do. So if you're trying to stay off of it, it's going to be
That's
tough.
why I'm going to New Orleans I'll get clean right after this trip again because I'm like, I got to have some fun in New Orleans. And when I was there the last time, I was 14. It was pouring rain. My dad pulled in we were driving through to Seattle, and we had bought this $800 piece of shit van. The door fell off the side of a thing. We duct taped it back on. It's a whole fun story. Put 20,000 miles on an $800 Craigslist van driving around the lower 48.
Nice.
Just the shits of it. My dad was like, let's go do a trip.
Yeah.
So we get to New Orleans. It's pouring rain. My dad wanted Cafe Du Monde coffee and a fucking beignet. We pull in, it's pouring, and he goes, fuck it. And we just kept driving. We just left. We didn't even stop. And so the closest I've got to New Orleans is stepping out at a gas station and buying a coffee before we kept driving.
Those beignets are tasty.
Oh, dude, I'm so excited to just try. My dad's a baker. So that's what his whole passion is, like, is baking stuff and making coffee, and that's his thing. And so he just wanted to have a beignet. Keep in mind, this is 2 years before he found out the reason he was having all these lifelong stomach problems is because he was allergic to milk, eggs, and wheat. So he's a baker who goes to try to get a beignet who, like, literally the whole time shouldn't have been eating the stuff that he was eating and just didn't know.
I got a recipe for you. Actually, didn't make it today, but I'm going to make it. I don't know if you guys ever made this. So I just saw this recipe. People make it every year or whatever.
Drew, hold on. Drew says I'll watch Sumo Dog if needed. $2. And then retard Belial $2 says I ate Sumo Dog. Huh.
Well, I'm going to be in New Orleans a day. I'm going to be in New Orleans on the 12th. So we're getting there a little bit early. I wanted to have some time to check out some things. I know Mike Rainey on the 15th is going to be doing a tour, like getting a bunch of people together to go to the Museum of Death there in New Orleans.
Check
so I'm
out
going to try to be
Popeyes.
there for that.
Yeah,
You're gonna love
Popeyes. Yeah, we heard from Polk that Popeyes is really good. Andrew Polk said Popeyes in LA is probably the best in the country.
Really?
But he also did say he wouldn't recommend eating there. There's some really good food spots.
You gotta dunk the beignet to bit. How do you spell and pronounce this word? Beignets, big name.
So if anybody is going to be in New Orleans early and they don't need a hotel, but they want to just chill. I'm staying at the Hyatt right next to the venue. It's real close.
Nice.
I don't have the pull-out couch, but I got just the regular couch. I might upgrade when I get there if somebody wants the couch, because I don't give a fuck. I mean, it's like $30 to upgrade to the room with the pull-out couch. So if somebody wants to stay, I don't give a shit. I mean, I'm only there for 4 days or basically 5 days, I think, technically. I'm there from the 12th to the 17th. So we fly out on the 17th. So if somebody wants a place to stay from the 12th to the 17th, hit me up. My Twitter handle is @LibertyLeighton, which I'll drop in the chat real quick.
Oh yeah, I can pull it. Let's pull this up.
Liberty,
here,
liberty,
Dalton.
liberty. Leighton.
Dalton, let's pull up the screen here.
This is Leighton's Twitter.
Yes, if you want to go over
X the everything app, formerly Twitter.
Yeah, so @Liberty Leighton, the Outlawed Thoughts, and then go to outlawedthoughts.com. Let's see what we got here. I don't know what's with my internet tonight. Am I sounding choppy? My sound.
No, you
my audio
sound
sounds
great.
Good.
Your provider is who? Comcast? That's what's with it.
Yeah, probably.
That's the problem.
I always joke about that because we have like the most bogus suppliers in Alaska, but then I get 1 gig up, 1 gig down internet. So I have Jesus Wi-Fi.
Yeah, internet has gotten to has developed now that we're pretty much like all the rural parts of the country that used to just you were fucked back in the day. Now everybody has access to like gigabit download speeds. Like we can all connect with each other now. It's a beautiful time.
It is
to be alive now that it's too because it's like a great confluence of events where it's too fucking expensive to actually go anywhere anymore, but the internet is fast, so we can all just hang out as we just sit at home.
Yeah.
Because
it is a form of time traveling when you think about it, because in the past, if we needed to communicate this quickly, you would either have to visit somebody, or write a letter, send post. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Now we can communicate across the entire globe instantaneously with one another. And now Elon, the owner of X, the Everything app, also has Starlink. So now you can pretty much have internet access.
Yeah, you can put the internet in your RV as you sleep in Walmart parking lots.
Yeah.
Yeah, but seriously, I got that room and I was like, you know, I had somebody I thought was going to be the third person who showed up, and then they never hit me up. So I was like, well, now I've got this couch there, and I kind of expected somebody who wanted to save money to hit me up, and I never got a message. So I was going to put something in the Skankfest like Facebook, but to be honest with you, I'd rather find somebody from like the chat of one of the shows I'm in or something.
Yeah,
like
if anyone here wants to take Leighton up on that, I mean, DM him and go sleep on the couch at the Hyatt and go enjoy Skankfest.
Yeah,
Dave will give you the tickets. Leighton will give you the couch, and you could go watch your favorite podcast live and enjoy a beignet. But
I will say it's a fun atmosphere. I've been to the Vegas show twice. I wanted to go this year. I have some obligations that aren't going to allow me to get away. But you are gonna, for the most part, the cool comedians, you're going to run into them like in the venue. The way, spoiler alert,
and if you run into Craig, beat his ass.
Spoiler alert, the way that they have it set up this year in the venue, it's going to be a giant venue that they're going to split into sub venues during the day. But at night, I heard a rumor that they're going to break down all the venues and make one giant room where they're going to have
Voltron,
the comedy jam with the Riyadh Festival comedian Josh Adam Myers, Riyadh Festival performer Josh Adam Myers.
Did he do the Riyadh?
Yeah,
he did.
Just a
fucking jelly roll, goddammit.
Singing. How do you sing?
Y'all got Van Halen over here. What about Guns N' Roses? Y'all know about them?
Bop, bop. Hey everybody, I'm Josh Adam Myers from the Riyadh Comedy Festival with he's like this. Probably the only comedian that I can do is his voice, but I don't know what he would say in Riyadh. Except
like Dave is
I'm Josh Adam Myers. I wish I was still fucking that hot chick that's fucking Tommy Lee. But anyways, So they do that nightly comedy jam. It's going to turn into everybody can be at the show together, watch the comedians do karaoke jams live up on stage and sing songs and have fun or whatever. Watch, blind Mike stage dive onto the floor and almost kill himself. It'd be fun.
I feel like at
You'll
least
watch
with
me
Josh-
do something on the first night of Skankfest with the Mexican guy on stage. I guess I can spoil that if you want. Because it's
All
not
right,
that big of a deal.
Dalton, we got news. Hold on.
Wait, we have news.
He's got breaking news.
Oh, this is breaking news. Hold on.
Hold on 1 second.
Breaking news.
breaking news.
So I made the mistake of having a friend with me, the friend that's going to Skankfest with me in the room when I went on the stream for Skankfest. So they immediately, specifically Jay, went, "Oh, you have a friend in the room, kiss his dick."
No.
And the one thing I'm not into is gay
This is
shit.
where people got to realize that I am a wigger, dude.
Yeah, the
I
one
don't know
thing
that gay shit.
the one thing I ain't into really is gay shit, especially not with a guy I've known
Why is
for
Jay
like.
so into gay shit and dick? Dude, and
I don't
black
know.
He's
dick?
gay.
But I've
Yeah,
been
Big
friends,
gay Okerson.
Big K. Okerson
I've been
is right,
friends with
dude.
the guy I'm bringing since I was like 7, so there was zero chance of me doing that. And so what ends up going on is basically at the end of it, the guy, the Mexican, said out loud,
I love that
I'll
we're calling him
kiss
the
it.
Mexican.
said,
Like it's
"I'll
a-
kiss the dick at Skankfest on stage." And so then I was put in a position where I had to call his bluff or else I was going to lose.
Mhm.
So I did say this, but I added an amendum, which was I got to pick my buddy who was going to Skankfest to do it. And this is an Eldon. This is another friend of mine. So I am
You don't
going
have-
to.
You got to get some female friends.
Yes, I agree with you. So what I'm going to
get a transgender woman to man.
Yeah, so I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm in the market. But so the plan is to do a bit of kayfabe. We'll see what I can get set up before Skankfest actually happens. But what's wild is that first episode is with fucking Silent J and Bob.
Oh, really?
Silent
That's
J and
cool.
Vocal Bob.
Man, this would be retarded. I'm gonna be on stage with 2 of my fucking heroes. I was such a fan of Clerks and fucking Dogma when I was a kid.
Yeah, Leighton,
So-
actually, have you you just reminded me of something. This is it's funny you mentioned that.
Beautiful, naked, big titted women just don't fall out of the sky, you know?
Fucking great.
We used to
That's
do-
such a good drop.
When we played Dungeons and Dragons or when we played Magic, there would be I would either be playing like a barbarian and I would go into Berserker, or there'd be a Berserker card in Magic or whatever it was, and we'd all be like, "Do you want to make fuck Berserker?"
I
And-
just turned my mic down a little bit. Hopefully that's better.
No,
I had my
why,
gain a little high.
Does the chat not like it? Oh,
I don't know what was the chat saying.
I was a little
um,
bit loud and boisterous there too, so that might have
Yeah.
been it. I tend to project quite a bit.
Let's we got one other Cornfed radio request. Let's listen to that and then let's really dive into what it
Do
means to be
you
a
want to
libertarian.
make fuck Berserker?
I hope Brosa was still here because this is his request, but
He might be sleeping.
We'll bump
I'll
it
hit him.
anyway because this is a good song.
I usually hit him up in the morning. I'll tell him that we played it.
This is Brosa requested this. This is Halloween by a man who's never done anything wrong, Marilyn Manson.
He was exonerated. Exonerated, is that a word? He was charcuterie boarded. of
Yeah, sure.
All charges. Just spooky.
Yeah, I'm scared. This might get the stream pulled.
I think what we're supposed to do is stop it like every 6 seconds.
We got to pause it a little bit,
Pause
and do a
it.
commentary.
Yeah, and talk about. I do remember, speaking of skanks, Big J Okerson saying, "Have you seen Marilyn Manson lately? He looks good." And people like he does not look good. I
No,
mean,
he
he
does
doesn't
not.
look bloated anymore, but he doesn't look good.
No, he doesn't look good.
Marilyn Manson looks like the aftermath of Fukushima. there's
I
zero.
don't know what that means.
It means he got a nuclear bomb dropped on the top of his head.
No, Fukushima is something else.
Okay, Nagasaki, whatever the fuck,
Nagasaki,
whatever
not gonna work
fucking
here
crap
anymore.
or shit I've got a name.
Brosa's back. So I
Mount
do have
Fuji.
a question, because I grew up in a Greek Orthodox household. I didn't like Marilyn Manson or this type of stuff, but my mother was constantly checking in. I was listening to Guns N' Roses. She was constantly checking in to make sure I was not listening to Marilyn Manson. Did you have a similar upbringing? Did you guys? So your parents were like, go ahead.
My parents, I guess, were influenced as much as any like small town America family was by like Bill O'Reilly and Fox News and all that. So they were like, I guess they were scared of all this kind of stuff. But fortunately for them, I was also scared of it when it was happening.
But
so I was,
but when you're scared of
I
like
had
the
the
satanic
opposite
element
upbringing.
of it,
I just thought he was scary. Like I remember when the music video came out for Beautiful People, I thought like because it has like the imagery. I just remember thinking like this is too scary for me.
Yeah.
I'm too weak to handle this. Just something so hardcore, something so disturbing.
well, looking back, and they never said it out loud, but all the groups that they wouldn't let me listen to were actually Jewish rock bands.
Yes, Marilyn Manson's real name is Brian Warner, Jew.
Yeah.
Check the
Choir
early
Ride,
I had an
Kiss.
opposite upbringing. I grew up with hippie parents and grandparents, and so I had like I was homeschooled in a 500 square foot cabin in the middle of the woods with 7 people living in it. So
That's
I
sweet.
had a wild sort of like childhood as far as like access to content stuff. I didn't have internet until I was 14.
So you just read
so-
books on Marilyn Manson?
I read books on economics and history.
Yeah.
And then as I got older, I got interested in music and pop culture stuff. I loved Marilyn Manson, Disturbed, all of that like weird music that was
I
like
like
the new
Disturbed,
metal.
but I never liked Marilyn Manson. I didn't like
yeah, I
all this
like-
stuff,
Oh,
like
you
the
guys
snots and stuff.
Actually, I pulled up the early life on Marilyn Manson. Brian Hugh Warner. His dad's name was Hugh. This kid, it says his dad's name was Hugh Angus Warner.
This might go over people's heads, but I haven't shown this off on a show yet. I'm in the process of getting this appraised and authenticated. Is anybody here familiar with Skull and Bones?
Like the Secret Society?
Oh wait,
Yes.
you're not full screen, so let's hold on. Let's hold off on the secret thing.
Yeah.
And
Well,
we'll play it
listen,
after the video.
I'm checking the early life on this, and it says as a child he attended his mother's Episcopal church, though his
Okay.
father was a Catholic.
All right.
He attended Heritage
You ever
Christian
see,
School.
you ever see Marilyn Manson on Bill Maher back in the day?
Maybe.
He was great on Bill Maher. The guy is way smarter than people
Yeah.
give him credit for.
He's
He
a
is
smart-
very
He had a
intelligent.
good take on the Columbine thing that everybody repeats.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
did. But in general, I think he's one of those guys. He's a true performer. This whole thing is a giant bit.
He had me thinking he was Jewish.
Yeah,
No,
he kind of is
legitimately,
because
like
he's so
you're right.
satanic.
I know this is true. I mean, like, listen, my last name's Radner. I come from Jewish family. Like my second cousin was Gilda Radner. She was on SNL. Like this is a real thing.
Wow.
Like this is a real like genuine thing that happens. Like these are characters that these people play.
Yeah.
And that character became famous, and they have to keep playing that character to keep getting viewership.
Well,
So they just stay in character all the time.
I think they lose themselves too. I've talked about like Dice.
That's
Oh,
it.
yeah.
That's
By the
Eminem.
way, there are tons of comedians that will remain unnamed.
Well,
That
look
are
at Dice
exactly
Clay.
those
Like
people.
he does. I don't think he even knows who he is anymore. He's just an Italian
Exactly.
guy. Or
Yeah.
like my joke about Michael Rappaport is that he's a Jew pretending to be a black guy who's pretending to be a Jew pretending to be a white Italian guy who's pretending to be a black guy. Basically,
A lot of layers,
he's pretending to be Andrew Schultz. Basically, yeah. But
I do love this cover.
Hey, chat, let us know if the stream gets pulled, because I'm sure you won't tell us if that happens.
I really don't think he will, because of how popular this song is around this time of year. Legitimately.
Nah, we get pulled all the time for this kind of shit.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah. They're on to us because we're the biggest Saturday Night Live's competition. We're about to take them down, so the networks have been keeping
turn it up. Turn this shit up.
Halloween.
Wow.
This actually is a really good song.
It really is. It's one of the best covers like he's done because it fits this genre so well. Dude, I'm gonna listen to this on my good speakers as soon as I'm done with the show.
Dude, it sounds really good because I got it going through the mixer right now. Yeah.
I've got a record player and stuff too. I wish I had this on vinyl.
This is so scary.
Very good.
Great choice.
Very Keith Ledger.
Yeah, dude.
There.
All right, let me show this off for a second here.
Do we need to put you full screen so we can?
Yeah,
see it?
go ahead for a second. So, because my studio light went out, so it'll be easier to see. So, I'm an avid collector of antiques and random occult items. This is a clasp pin. It's going to be hard to see.
Does this go along with my Fanta? There we go.
Whoa.
Yeah, it just cleared.
Sigma Beta Phi.
So
is that from George
is
Bush and the guys that did 9/11?
That is a pocket watch pin.
What does that say on the back?
It's 10 karat gold, and it has the name R. Boser on the back of it. And this is an actual skull and crossbones pocket watch or keychain pin. I believe it's from somewhere in the 1930s. I'm going to get it authenticated while I'm in New Orleans, but I'm pretty good at spotting this stuff, and I do believe it's genuine. That is what you call an extremely good pickup from Goodwill. Believe it or not. And that's probably going to be worth somewhere in the ballpark of like $2 to $4 grand by the time it gets sold.
I mean,
so that's
the
kind of
price of gold hitting all-time highs.
Yeah. So give you an idea. This is what everybody in chat can get an idea of this. I paid $340 for that. Right now, that's 5 grams of gold at 10 karat. 5 grams of 10 karat gold's worth about $280. So if you really think about it, I paid about $60 for that piece of jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
And realistically, I mean, to give you an idea, Skull and Bones stuff you're not allowed to sell. It's not supposed to enter the public market. It shouldn't ever be available for somebody like me to buy. And I was randomly, because I search eBay and I do like buy and sell like antique knives and weird things. I happened to be on eBay, saw that come up. Their description was really horrible about it because they didn't know what Latin was. And I bought it for basically the scrap value. And I think it's from somewhere in the 1930s.
Did you go to Skankfest last year?
No, I've
I was
never
gonna
been
say
to
you could have
Skankfest.
gone
I've been
there
a long time viewer.
because
but
that would have
I've
been a
never-
great place to bring
Yeah.
that to get it authenticated.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I New Orleans will be fun. I found a jeweler there who specializes in like occult stuff, who also owns like an occult bookstore. And so I thought, oh,
be
that's
careful with that
perfect.
voodoo.
Yeah. The voodoo
know,
that
Yeah, be
they do
careful with
so
that.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's something you've got to be legitimately.
I
but,
told
mean,
Lewis, Lewis posted that he was making voodoo dolls for him and Jay and Dave and all them. And I said, Lewis, you know not the forces you were meddling with.
Yeah, but
You-
I legitimately, it's the only time I've ever owned an item where holding it, I was like, oh shit, this means something. Like, you know, I collect historical stuff. That's what I do. And that one is specifically when I held it in my hand, I was like, this is a feeling. Like, you get the feeling like, hey, I know it's real. Like, at holding it, I know it's real.
Well, the Skull and Bones, that was like where George W. Bush was getting peed on.
Both Bush and his son. Both W
Yeah.
and his son.
HW
And
and
in order
W.
to become a member, you have to watch the initiate jack off in a 6-foot deep grave. So George W. Bush Sr. had to watch his son jack off to completion in a grave at Yale University.
Yeah. And that was that the one with Bohemian Grove that Alex Jones made like his
So-
name on?
No,
They
Bohemian Grove.
often get connected. They are similar in a sense. A lot of Yale people that are members of Skull and Bones cross over, but they are separate groups. Like I've driven through the area and been to the area where the Bohemian Grove is. That's controlled by specifically a group of people that had California land interests in the late 1800s. And compared to Yale, which goes back, the Skull and Bones goes back to 1776. They go back to the date of the country's founding. They're technically the oldest college-based secret society that's ever existed. So it's insane. I mean, when I saw that auction go up on eBay, I'm a guy who's into history. I buy this shit all the time. It takes a lot to get me like excited, my heart going for an auction when it gets to the end. That's the first time I've had legitimate, like, I'm nervous about whether or not I win this. And I was willing to go up to $500-600 just based on what it was and the chance that it could be real. Because the last Skull and Bones pin that sold was a little brooch with just the skull and 322 on the bottom of it, and it sold for $4,500.
Wow.
So the stuff is real. I mean, it's hard to come by because it's one. I mean, you're not allowed to sell stuff from there, and if you're, I mean, this has somebody's name on it. So the ability for me to go back and trace who this person was as a Yale attendee,
That would be cool. Yeah.
and find provenance is really good. It's very exciting thing for somebody like me who's like into that kind of shit. It gives me a project too. Yeah.
I did a real estate inspection when I first moved up here for like 3 or 4 years ago, up on this thing called Kings Road in Vermont, and it was like the road that would go from Boston to Montpelier or whatever through New Hampshire, whatever. It was like one ox cart road that the Kings would go on. But this was the end part of it, and the guy had broke land, and I went there to just take a picture of like the cabin. He's like, "Hey, you want to see something?" And he just had a pile, and it was like leather scraps from boots that they made, metal like horseshoes, a sword,
Oh, wow.
buttons. And he had just, when they had dug the foundation and gone through everything, they just found like basically stuff not Civil War era, like Founding Fathers era stuff up there that was just like, you know, you could see the like the shape of the leather of the boots or whatever. You could see like the handles and stuff, axes, horseshoes, buttons,
Wow.
and he just had a pile of it. And he was like, "I'm going to bring this in and see what it's worth and if anybody can track it." But most of it's probably just like everyday people that were just like in militias and not, you know, they wouldn't be able to trace it anywhere. But it's interesting when you find that stuff. I was like, that stuff's dumb when you see it like on TV. But when I was right next to it, holding it and talking to the guy,
You feel the power.
you do. You feel the power. You're like, this
feel
is
the
pretty fucking
spirits.
dope, dude. Yeah.
Hey, this reminds me. What we're talking about reminded me of something I was thinking about earlier today. What do you like when you hear the term? When you hear the term American food or American fare? What do you think of? Like, what comes to mind? You think of
Fried
American?
foods.
Cheeseburgers and like
You're
I
going
don't
to
know,
make
maybe
me
like
turn into
hot
Spider-Man. There's a
Cheeseburgers, hot dogs.
There's
What'd
a
you say,
video
Dave?
of what's his face from Spider-Man that dates Zendaya when somebody says hamburger, cheeseburgers, like hamburgers from Hamburg. And then the guy says, "Okay, what about French fries?" And his eyes just pull each
So
other.
here's the thing, and
Burgers
I've
and
had
fries.
this argument. I've had this argument with somebody before, but my point has always been this country, like for instance, I've traveled a lot.
It's a melting
I'm in
pot.
Alaska, right?
Yeah.
So what you'd find is like I've been to, for instance, Florida. Florida, when I was in downtown Orlando, I had some of the best Cubanos I've ever had. Now, and sandwiches I've ever had. I had a really solid burger in Florida that was made by a Cuban guy as well. Here's my logic. Take New York, for instance. You've got the best of Italian food, the best of Chinese food, the best of Korean food, the best of Italian food. Everybody immigrated to Italy from Italy, from England, from these areas into those states. So it makes perfect sense that you're going to have the best of the best, the cream of the crop. I mean, I think I'd argue that the best Italian restaurant in New York is going to outbat most basic Italian restaurants in Italy. It might not
It's like two different
surpass,
kinds of cuisine.
right? Yeah, that's true.
It's probably not even the same anymore because
the Americanized.
the way that I was raised is nothing how it was like a time capsule from the old country. And because that country stuff kept going in one other direction and the people here were kind of like time capsuled, not assimilating to America.
I just wonder what is actual American food?
Italian grinders, hamburgers, French
A lot of it
fries.
goes back to like Irish food
It's gotta
too.
because I was thinking like, what were they eating like out on the frontier?
Oh, maize, corn, beans.
Oh yeah, like a lot of
baked
corn,
beans, Boston
cornmeal.
baked beans. Boston baked
Well,
beans.
like,
There's
as
a
an
gotta be
example,
us.
here in Alaska, when they were developing the railroad and stuff, when the state, before it was a state and it was still just a territory and place people were going, during the gold rush, like commonly they would get shipped in from England and from Pennsylvania, and so they would get things like salted ham was really common.
Yeah, salted pork. I think is
What
is
about
salted meat in
where's
general.
like grits?
grits is.
Grits.
I think like a lot of the
biscuits,
food
gravy, even like all the southern like soul food stuff that is like black soul food stuff like chitlins and all that stuff and like greens, okra. That's something that was kind of created within the South because it was leftover stuff. It's not like that was what they were cooking in
steamed
Africa.
hams. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, like
steamed
I
hams is
get
one
what
of
you're
our great
saying
American creations.
because a lot of the food that was brought here was like it was brought here, so it was created somewhere else and then brought here. But we've made it better.
Right.
I don't think you go to Hamburg and you get a better hamburger than you do in the United States.
Exactly. That's a great like sentence to explain
But
what I'm
what were
trying to
Americans
say.
eating like in the 1800s? Like like when they're out in the
There's a lot of pork.
the territory that's going to become Tennessee or something.
Probably deer. I guess deer, corn.
Deer, rabbits.
Yeah, rabbits.
I mean, I'm more familiar with the history here. I mean, here we had deer, we had moose, that was being commonly hunted. Bear was commonly hunted and killed. I mean, all of those things were consumed here. I mean, the difference is like up here, there was nobody. So if you had a population of 20,000 people, that might have been the only 20,000 settlers in the whole state, versus someplace like Pennsylvania, someplace like New Hampshire, for instance, where you're up at those kind of areas, you would have a group of 20,000, and then 20, 30, 40, 50 miles away, you'd have another group.
Yeah.
And then 40, 50, miles away, you'd have another group. Here, it was much more like basically until the guy on the back of my wall here, Michael James Heaney, this guy, he built a thing called the White Pass Line, which was the rail line that connected Canada to Alaska. And that went through the Yukon Territory, which is where everybody went to go through the gold rush. So when the gold rush hit in the late 1900s, early 1900s, that gave everybody the ability to pour through into the state. And that's what developed most of Alaska today, is people being able to come in and the leftovers from the gold rush. And during that time, there was such a plentiful amount of moose and deer and bear and these things. I mean, they were getting attacked by brown bears while they were building the rail. So,
Wow. Yeah.
and it was very common that those bear would get shot.
Oh,
eaten.
buffalo. Yeah. Bison.
So, yeah, I mean,
I have,
it was a wild place.
I bought a New England foraging book a while ago, and it's like, you go through and it's telling you like eat fiddleheads and all this stuff, blueberries, the stuff that you can find and eat. But then it explains that they originally ate those and what they ate it with. And pretty much everything is fish or salted fish. So I am in New England, so I'm really
Yeah.
new. So I think they were eating a lot of stuff from the ocean and then whatever. And then as they moved
Salmon
in,
here.
they were like, yeah, we got to start killing some of the stuff on land. Yeah. I don't
It
know.
says here that the first American cookbook was published in 1796 by it was written by Amelia Simmons, and it's called American Cookery.
Interesting.
And
That's not the. I thought it was the Betty Crocker home red and white checkerboard thing.
no, it
It's
looks
the
like
Martha Stewart collection.
Yeah.
yeah. So let me see if I can pull. Can I pull this? Oh, here we go. It's on the
Copyright free if it's that old.
It's
so you
that
can't-
old. Yeah, it's on the Gutenberg. The things. So what is like? What's one of the recipes in here? Pigeons. Oh, this is just a description of what a pigeon looks like.
That's a great recipe. Here's what a fucking bird looks like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they had tons of fowl here. Turkey.
Oh, it's under
Well,
a
that was
section.
like, yeah, that was
Quail,
the common.
turkey.
Fish and
Yeah.
fowl were the two most
Yeah.
eaten things because they were easily accessible. I mean, it takes work to go shoot a deer or a moose. It doesn't take much work to shed a fucking line or to pick something out of the water.
So I just
No, listen to this. To smother a fowl in oysters, fill the bird with dry oysters and sew up and boil in water just sufficient to cover the bird. Salt and season to your taste. When done tender, put into a deep dish and pour over it a pint of stewed oysters, well buttered and peppered. Garnish a turkey with sprigs of parsley or leaves of celery. A fowl is best with parsley sauce. So there's one American recipe: is you stuff oysters inside a turkey.
I'm making an American recipe tomorrow for Sunday. I got brownie mix, like chocolate brownie mix, and then I'm going to put a can of pumpkin pulp in there
Oh, there you
and
go.
mix it and bake it. It's supposed to be really good. I've never had it.
Yeah, that'll
before.
be good. That'll
To
be
dress
tasty.
a turtle. Well, why'd you need to dress him? He's already got that shell.
Yeah.
This is a long one. This is how to cook up a turtle. I couldn't imagine eating a turtle. It seems like
You got to boil the fuck out of it to get the shell to fall off, right? Where you crack the shell open.
I don't know, dude. Well, it says, I mean, this is a long recipe, but she tells you how to properly dress it, how to cut up and cook a turtle.
Oh, so the turtles reminded me of a rabbit. So I got a question for Leighton.
Tongue pie.
You ever hear of like, so you know, everybody's like eating that carnivore diet, right? But they have to add milk and butter and everything. So you guys have a lot of game up there. I heard if you live off like strict game, especially the stuff that's not super fatty, like rabbits and fowls and stuff, people actually will starve to death because there's no fat in their body.
So the one that will cause that specifically, there's a thing called rabbit fever.
Yeah.
And rabbit fever, for instance, there's a guy, Chris Candelas, who became famous for coming up here and doing that In the Wild. He's who that book is based off of.
Okay.
He was a crazy guy who came up here, lived in a bus, and killed himself because he starved to death. And in his case, that's what killed him. At least that's one of the theories, and what I believe was because he thought, well, I'm killing rabbits and eating rabbits, and that's food.
Yeah.
The problem is rabbits have such a low fat content that if you try to consume just rabbits alone, you will die because you're not getting enough nutrients and fat content. You'll start eroding away your fat storage and eventually become skin and bones just like anybody else, even though you're eating. And that isn't true with all wild game. I think most commonly that's been referred to with rabbits and like porcupine occasionally. But porcupine are far rarer here than they used to be
We
when I
got
was
a ton of porcupine here. Actually, I got sad the other day. This is hilarious. I was actually on the phone explaining the non-aggression principle to somebody that's not from here. And UPB, which is universal preferable behavior, something Stefan Molyneux had talked to put in. So, but anyways, as I was doing that and I was driving at night, I just smashed and killed a porcupine. I was like, ugh. And it was just the irony of me.
Flatten your tires?
No. I forgot all about it. It's crazy. I woke up the next morning and there was blood all over my driver's side rear door. I took it and I had to hose it off or whatever. But I was like, oh crap, I forgot I ran over that poor porcupine. They're decent size. They're like, this thing was like at least this big. I don't know how big the body is, but when the quills are coming up over the top, they're about the size of like a pot-bellied pig. They're not bigger than a dog, but they're definitely bigger than a cat. I'm trying to think of something that everybody's seen. They're about the size of a tortoise, I would guess, like a big, like porcupine size.
Similar,
tortoise.
yeah.
I don't know how. Oh, you know what? They're the size of like a full-size watermelon, and then add.
Damn, you Gallagher to porcupine?
Yeah, and then add the quills over the top of it, though. So they're not as like they look a lot bigger. The quills are long. The quills are like penis size. They're like this.
Yes, perfect average penis size. I gotta go piss real quick. I'll be right back. You guys vamp.
Yeah, we'll vamp. So I'm gonna give you. You're gonna go solo, or are you going with a buddy to Skankfest?
I'm going with a buddy of mine, Eldon. He's a local from
a ringmaker
in Alaska.
Yeah. All right. And I had a really good system for Vegas that I used 2 years in a row. And basically, you go to these shows and they want you to line up for the show. So you're here to hear first. So the more people that learn this, maybe it won't work in this venue. So they want you to line up for the show and then you get first dibs to sit front row or whatever. Now, I heard the venue's bigger this year. There's going to be a lot more seating, so maybe this won't be an issue. But what I did is if you go, you get your schedule and you go to the room that has the show that you want to see, you leave your show early and you go to the show before the show you want to see, like by 5 minutes or so, and watch that show. That show ends, they tell everybody to leave. When you're leaving, somebody like Christine or Rebecca will be at the door with the new line, and you just say, oh, I wanted to see this. I came, you know what I mean? I came here for the next show. And they're like, oh, no problem. And they just put you in the front of the line. So then you just go right back in and you sit front row.
Yeah.
And I did this all whatever. So as long as you don't mind missing the last 10 to 5 minutes of wherever you were last.
Right.
To go to the room that you want to be in for the next hour, when they kick you out, you just say, "Hey, I was coming here for the next show. I wanted to stay for the next show," and they just put you right in the front of the line. I did that both Skank Fest. I sat front row for all Skank Fests.
Let's get some super chats going.
With the exception of like the naked roast and stuff where like everybody wants to.
That's
get
one of the
front
recipes
row.
in this cookbook is a naked roast.
A naked roast,
Like
yeah.
the naked roast and the goddamn comedy jam are like must sees for me. I'm like, I gotta be there.
I heard that everybody's going to get a chance for the comedy jam this year. The naked roast. I mean, actually, it worked out perfect. The year I went to the naked roast, I was with somebody, and her and me. She could have got us front row, but we kind of stayed back because we were at the perfect thing that the heads were right in the way of seeing the penises.
Well, I might pitch to Lewis again. I have an in to talk to one of the people that's in production, so I'm gonna talk to them because I am the biggest loser, and I'm gonna be kind of on stage for the first one.
Yeah,
I made the argument. I was like, I am willing to strip if you'll have me on the naked roast, because I have legitimate jokes. Like I've written a lot of stuff over the years, but I've never gotten to perform anything. But I'm gonna sign up for Kill Tony and all that kind of stuff for that exact reason, because I'm hoping to maybe get on stage. You know, it would be fun to get to.
Dude, I'm looking at some of these recipes, like these late 18th century American. Like most of this shit's like fucking impossible to make now.
Why would he?
It's
you
just
need
like
a black person's hand.
Yeah, yes, calls here for 1 foot of Negro and Gosselin, whatever that is.
Sorry, I shouldn't make myself laugh. What a
This requires 2 chink arms, and I don't know where I'm gonna get those from.
Yeah, go talk to Mr. Wu here in Deadwood.
Deadwood reference. I love it.
No, it's just like, yeah, it's a lot of the wording. Also, is like, I don't know what saltpeter is. So it's like there's like mentions of things I don't even know what they are.
It's crazy how recipes
like the raw form of salt.
Yeah, like here, to stuff and roast a gosselin. I don't know what a gosselin is.
It's a goose.
Yeah.
Some kind of bird, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say
maybe Ryan.
Ryan Gosling. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that guy from The Notebook.
Yeah. Actually, Dave, you weren't too far off, because it says here the first line: to stuff and roast a gosling, boil the inwards tender. So, I mean, yeah.
When I was younger, I did a lot of baking and cooking with my grandmother. I mean, from the age of like 6 on. And what's interesting nowadays, as I get older, I was like, oh, none of this stuff tastes as good as it used to. I wish I had those old recipes. And I found some of them in a box the other day. My mother had written them down and put them in a notebook. But I think the difference is the old school recipes, like they sift all the flour. So you're getting very precise. Everything's sifting. And then as things got older, they're like, oh, it doesn't have to be so perfect anymore. Like you just need 2 cups of flour, sifted or unsifted. But when you go back and you start using the precision that they used to use, or like the modern day bakers do, the food tastes a lot different.
Yeah, it's better. It's cleaner.
Yeah,
it's also
more
a
balanced.
consistency thing. It's a consistency thing throughout the baked goods. My dad's old school, so he bakes everything like that. Everything's sifted and stuff.
Yeah.
And you look at the modern recipes, and you're right, they all exclude the sort of like intricacies of the old stuff.
I noticed as I got older, because I would read a recipe from the old books, and it would be like, okay, so 2 cups of sifted flour, 1 cup of packed wheat flour. So I was like, okay, pack this wheat flour, like a 1/4 cup of packed wheat, 2 sifted whites. And so then I would read a recipe, and it'd be like 2 cups of flour, and I'd be like, is it sifted or unsifted? And then it's like, somebody was like, oh, what do you mean? And I was like they don't sift flour anymore. And I was lost. So somewhere I lived through that. I lived before Google and the internet, and through the time of the great change of the sifting, I guess, for baked goods and cooking. So I wonder how many good recipes have been lost to the laziness
Well, there's some
of the
baked.
American people.
There's some baking recipes in here. You got different kinds of pies. Let's see.
I'll be right back.
Stew pie, a sea pie, chicken pie, minced pies. These are the minced pies. A foot pie, scald neat's feet, and clean well. Grass fed or what does that mean? Scald neat's feet. What's a neat? Like a guy in his 20s who won't get a job? Isn't that what that means? Like, won't go to school, won't get a job, cut his fucking feet off and make a pie. Put them into a large vessel of cold water, which change daily during a week. Then boil the feet till tender and take away the bones. When cold, chop fine. To every 4-pound minced meat, add 1 pound of beef suet. See, I don't know what that means. And 4-pound apple raw and a little salt. Chop all together very fine. Add 1 quart of wine, 2 pounds of stoned raisins, 1 ounce of cinnamon, 1 ounce mace. She can't mean the pepper spray.
No,
It's got to be something else. And sweeten to your taste. Make use of paste number 3. Bake 3/4 of an hour. So you got to reference something else in the book. That's the third paste. Weeks after, when you have occasion to use them, carefully raise the top crust and with a round edged spoon, collect the meat into a basin, which warm with additional wine and spices to the taste of your circle, while the crust is also warmed like a hoe cake. Put carefully together and serve up. By this means you can have hot pies through the winter and enriched singly to your company. So yeah, it's like, I guess like American foods, a lot of it is like recipes nobody even fucking makes anymore. It looks like there's a lot of like frontier cooking that would really just be a pain in the ass to make. Because I went to a restaurant once called Prune, and that was like supposed to be their whole thing, was like American recipes that you're not going to find at any other restaurant or any even know how to cook. Like it's all like these pioneer frontier dishes. It's one of my favorite meals I've ever had was at this place called Prune. I had some kind of like stewed rabbit that she makes. It's like this one lady who makes the menu for the place.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about that today because I was eating my chicken noodle soup, and I was like, this is like what I think of as like American food. Chicken noodle soup.
I think chicken noodle soup's got to be with the flat ribbon noodles and the.
But I was just wondering, like, because when you go to a place like Applebee's or Chili's or whatever, that when you key it in on Google Maps and it says American fare, usually what that means is cheeseburgers and French fries.
Yeah.
And
pizza, cheeseburgers,
yeah,
French fries, hot dogs,
pizza pockets,
fried Oreo cookies,
Southwestern egg rolls,
yeah,
shit like that. And so none of that really strikes me.
Even just like steak, like if you go to like an American style restaurant, that even if it doesn't say like steakhouse, you're picturing like 1 or 2 steak cuts, a hamburger, chicken sandwiches, French fries, onion rings, wings, chicken wings. Throw the rest of the fucking chicken away. I want a dozen wings. 6 chickens must die. Somebody's got a great joke about that, where it's like we all live like prince, 17th century princes. Father, bring me the wings of 6 chickens and the spices of India, and I want to dip them in the blue cheeses of the Europeans.
Yeah, you got whenever you order chicken wings, 12 wings, 6 chickens. Yeah,
I heard they're starting to sell chicken thighs out now because of the economy.
I mean, you can put like buffalo sauce on any part of the chicken, and
yeah. I used to make chicken thighs all the time back in the day before I didn't eat chicken.
I cooked those some leg quarters the other night, and they came out real tasty. I hit them with Tony Chachere's. It was really good.
Oh,
what is this?
You getting ready for New Orleans? I had never heard of Tony Chachere's until just recently. What's his face? Sean,
I was talking about it.
This guy, Sean, what's the chubby jolly comedian there? Sean Patton
Mm.
was.
Oh, Sean's great.
He's from L.A. Well, from
Louisiana.
He's from Louisiana, and he was talking about when you go in there, make sure you try that. And that was the thing that he said you can get on in any of the restaurants there.
Yeah, that was actually a great little video. He put that video out on the Skankfest thing too. And he was explaining to people how there's like a casino in between like the French Quarter and where you're going to be walking from Skankfest and stuff. It was really cool.
What was hilarious about it, because he's a comic and he's funny. He's like, okay, so first of all, you want to walk in groups, and while you walk in groups, you want to do this, and like every third thing that he said, and then you're gonna want to walk in a group over to,
That is true.
Yeah.
So I brought my friend, and one of the reasons I brought my friend that I'm bringing is because my buddy's like a native guy from here in Alaska, and he's a wily motherfucker.
Yeah.
And I myself I'm an imposing dude. If you ever meet me in person, I mean, if you're not tall, if you're an average sized guy and you meet me, I look big as fuck.
Yeah.
Because I'm like wide. It's not just that I'm a fat guy, it's that my whole family is very broad shouldered, kind of barrel chested.
You have lady shoulders?
So so I look like I'm 6 foot, 6'1" if I've got good shoes on.
Yeah.
You know, I look.
Are
I'm
you
not
flying there?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's like a 9-hour.
It's gonna wear your arms are gonna be so tired.
Your arms are going to be exhausted. You're not
Yeah.
going to be. You're not going to be able to go like this. When you get
Well,
have-
and like for
Cue
certain
this
things, like,
update. We have another Cornfed Radio request.
I'm an old school Alaskan. Like I don't travel without a piece on me. Like I'm so like there's certain things that I do that other people don't do. That, this is separation. So like when I went to travel to New Orleans, I had to look up like, what are your guys' gun laws? I've never even looked into
Well,
what
I
New
was going to
Orleans.
say, I was thinking, I was originally going to drive down, and then now you can't do it in the French quarters, but it's reciprocal. So I can take my
Right. Yeah,
gun
that's
from
what
New
I found
Hampshire
out
down
too.
there in Alaska is too. You just can't do it in the French quarters.
Yeah.
But
So you just
every place is concealed carry if you're sneaking.
Yeah,
It's just
so
one
I'm gonna-
French quarter. It's not an arcade. You don't need more than one quarter.
So I'll have my 44 with me, and then I'll just swap that out for a knife when I'm in the areas where I can't carry the 44. It's like
Oh,
Kenny says Kenny T Strangles $4.99. I want to walk in a group. Mariska Hargitay.
well, I can.
So what is it? So what does it mean to be? What is libertarian? What does that mean?
well, it depends on who you ask. I'm a more right-leaning sort of traditionalist. My perspective is, and I mean, I'll be honest, I'm different than a lot of libertarians. I came into things because of a guy named Joe Vogler, who's on my back wall here, right up here.
Oh, okay.
Joe was he's the guy that I'm most known for, I'd argue, within the internet. I've written about him for like 5 years now. I'm about to make a book about him, and a second documentary. The first documentary I put about him was interesting. He was a figure here in Alaska who pushed for independence in the 1970s. And in 1991, he went missing and then was later found shot and murdered in a shallow grave outside of Fairbanks, Alaska. And I've covered for a number of years his life and sort of his story. But I look at libertarianism as an adherence to things like the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, or to an ideal of individual liberty and the non-aggression principle. It depends on how you sort of take that road. I'm somewhere in between, where I'm a fan of obviously small local governments. I don't like the federal government in the same way that Vogler didn't. A lot of the things that Vogler talked about, I'm sort of the opinion of, where you have to sort of make an argument for some place like Alaska to be a state, and why we shouldn't be our own independent nation, why it is that we've allowed the feds to, for instance, shackle like 80% of our wealth in regards to oil and gold and silver. And so things like that become like the sticking points for me. So, but I mean, the core of it is
The
like
core
free
principle,
market,
yeah, the core
non-aggression
principle
principle.
for like small L libertarianism, which is like a jump off point. You already mentioned it, is the NAP or the non-aggression principle. It's basically just a principle that states very loosely the initiation of force is always immoral, that you can only use violence in self-defense. And then the rest of it becomes discussions between people. What does that mean? So some of us come to the conclusion that they take taxes from you. So taxes are a form of aggression and force. And then it's like, okay, well, if there's no taxes, how do we fund these things and these projects that we want to do voluntarily amongst without using violence to do it? But a lot of people, you get that core principle and go head in different directions, like you were saying. I don't see myself as an anarchist libertarian as right leaning. I see myself as outside the system, and I see the right and the left as
Right.
totalitarianism. And then
Yeah,
anarchy is like no government,
I
peaceful,
tend
voluntary.
to actually agree with that sentiment, but in most of my speaking, it's easier to say I'm a right-leaning libertarian than I'm sort of outside of the space, because when people hear me speak about a lot of the stuff I talk about, specifically homeschooling, education, and progressive sort of ideology, they just put you in the box of right anyway, even though I
I
really
just
don't
don't
belong
like
there,
saying that
kind
I'm
of
on the
thing.
right, because then you get lumped. For me, I don't want to get lumped in with Trump. I don't want to get
No,
lumped
yeah.
in
So
with
I'm
Bush.
fully on board
And
there. Yeah.
I'm old enough to remember like when hippies were the ones homeschooling. And so it's like
Right.
now
No,
you hear
yeah.
homeschool and like, what are you, some crazy MAGA head, right leaning, whatever? And it's like,
Well,
well,
my
actually,
family was leftist hippies.
yeah,
That's who homeschooled me, so I grew up with that.
I know plenty of lefty hippie anarchists that like hate
Yeah.
the government and wanted to homeschool. So it does become like a difficult topic because people have all these preconceived notions. I was just actually watching a video on this, and when people are talking with you, they're hearing labels and they've already got what that is. So you're not even actually talking to them. You're talking to like all the ghosts that of who they've
How do
talked
you
to in the
request
past.
a song?
Think you're token $22. If you want to listen to a song, you just say it.
We have Eddie Vedder, No Ceiling loaded up, and then we can just do one of your
$1
songs
per Mike
afterwards.
David. I'm a leftist communist. So here's a song.
Yeah, you guys ready for this? Is who? Well, let's go. Let's introduce this.
This was requested
Black Hole
by Black
Sun.
Hole Sun.
Yeah.
$2.
You guys, is that loud enough? You hear that?
I can hear it.
Pretty fun video.
I just dropped something to you guys on Twitter. That'll be a good video song to play.
Okay.
It gives you an idea of what my take
Is
on
this
some of this stuff is.
who's eating Gilbert Grape? Where are these scenes from?
I don't recognize.
I don't know what this is.
Is this Falcon Peanut Butter?
I think this is
Peanut butter coffee?
actually Eddie Vedder. Just I can
yeah.
go for a hike.
That's a pretty dope song.
Yes.
Maybe this is maybe this is the guy from Into the Wild.
Oh yeah,
that's what it is.
Wild.
It is. Yeah, that's the bus. This is Chris McCandless.
That's why he wanted to. This is the
Yeah.
guy that starved
I
to
just
death.
wasn't paying attention.
Well
good enough.
done,
Yeah.
very well done, Black Hole Sun. Yes.
Definitely.
Sorry, I've been listening to
Wow.
way too much Lemon Party lately, like 8 hours a day.
Oh, I was listening to Lemon Party yesterday. That's no
Yeah. Friends of the show, Ben, Jason, and actually Devin Costa actually is probably friend of the show. Dalton, you've done a show with Devin before, right? You and
Yeah,
Robbie?
he came on episode of Loud Boys years ago.
He is hilarious, dude. He's what Nick Mullen could have been had he stayed drunk. Too bad Nick gave up the alcohol. Yeah.
Look up History of Philosophy by Rucka Ali.
Oh, did you? Speaking of Mullen, what a fun world we live in now. Did you see this?
History of philosophy. Yeah, you were telling me about this free show, and I saw Giannis talking about this. I saw all my Greek brothers. I'm not familiar with this Greek producer, but I am
He's a
familiar
director.
with. I've told you guys that we always talk about the Jewish question, but the Greeks are like second in command. They're all over Hollywood. They're all over the banking establishments. I mean, Ariana Grande is probably the Greek that comes to mind, but Jennifer Aniston, John Stamos. I mean, this, like, you get Irish people and all that stuff, but when you start looking at who the producers are, who also owns Hollywood, who also owns and runs banks,
It's Greeks.
my people are right there. Yeah,
I mean, they
a
definitely
lot of us
seem
just
to.
hear the diner monkey beat Greeks. Is what
Greeks
they think.
definitely seem to
Finished
be
it.
like nice. Dude. You finish your old fashioned mix.
I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt, guys. What was it again? You wanted the history of philosophy.
History of Philosophy by Rucka Ali. It'll give you an idea of my politics and my opinion on our current state of things.
Yeah. But yeah, Greeks definitely, I guess, similar to Jews, they do keep it in the family. Like they do like to keep everything Greek. Because that director, he directed he did Poor Things and Kinds of Kindness.
Yeah.
And now he's got this movie Begonia coming out with Emma Stone and Jesse Plemons and
Stavros Halkias.
the magnificent visage of dude, it's such a funny image.
It's such a great photograph.
I'm sure for like any regular person that would go to the theater, they would just see that and be like, "Oh, the fat ugly cop." In the, they wouldn't. They would just register.
They wouldn't
that
recognize that it's nepotism.
they might think like, "How'd this fucking guy get this?" Or they would just see like a fat ugly cop and say like, "Wow, I don't know where the
Funny, I've been going through all of the old Come Town Premium episodes. And so you shared that photo, and I immediately went, "Who is that?" Got close to my screen. Oh my God, that's Stavros! It was an immediate reaction.
He's also in that movie where he plays like idiot number 2 or something.
Yeah.
I think Will Sasso. I'm trying to think who else is in that movie with him.
I don't know.
But he's in like an early movie. I forget what it is, where he plays like maybe it's the guys that did I don't know, he plays like idiot number 2 or something in maybe it's the guys that did what's the guys that did the Space Troopers and the Super Troopers?
Shit.
Broken Lizard?
Yeah, I think he might be in like the background of one of those early on.
Yeah, I don't know.
He was in Come Town 2016 to 2022. It was definitely prior to that. So
well, I just was saying that like for most regular people who just are like, "Oh, I like Emma Stone, I'm gonna go see this movie," they'll just see him on screen and think like, "Oh, fat ugly cop, cool." But then there's like a certain percentage of extremely online people that this is like quite the revelation that he has been cast in, like not just a movie, but like a movie that has like a lot of pedigree to it. That's like probably gonna get some award buzz.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me, like, you remember when Vine was really popular, and then you would go to a movie and they would just stick one of the Viners like in the background.
Yo, that was a big thing, especially in like the 2015, 2010, like that era.
Yeah. And I'm not even talking about like the Wayans brothers doing like the stupid scary
Like
movies.
King
or whatever.
Batch was a big one. That black
Yeah.
guy that was big, he was in a bunch of shit.
Yeah, and it was like it always took me out of the movie. So
Definitely, yeah, because you're like,
these
who is
people
this
probably
guy?
were-
That's what I'm saying. Like when I go see this movie, that's for me. That's like really distracting that he's in the movie.
I'm watching the preview right now with him. It looks really good.
It looks like it. Yeah,
I'm
that
just
guy.
imagining if Louis J. Gomez was randomly popping up in like serious films. Like
Yeah.
you were just watching, like you're
No,
in
they
the
cut
middle
him
of
out of all the,
watching. Like,
the
you're
films.
watching the new season of like the Breaking Bad equivalent, and like one of the dope peddlers is just Lewis. Like,
Dude, well, they've had Bill Burr was in the one in Breaking Bad with
He was
all
in
the
Breaking
Mandalorian.
Bad,
He was in
in
Mandalorian.
Mandalorian, yeah.
Oh yeah, Mandalorian. I forgot. I didn't watch that. Dude, Emma Stone's hot, dude.
Emma Stone is hot. Thank
Even
you.
when
Emma
she shaves
Stone
her
can
head,
get
she's
it.
cute. What
$10
she's
from
just-
Mike David. Are you saying that I look like John Popper? But why you want to give me a run around? Is it a surefire way to speed things up when all it does
Yeah, I
is
got another photo.
slow
Here's
me down?
another photo of him.
Beep,
By
beep,
the
beep,
way.
beep, beep.
Here's another photo shot from
Do
the
I look
movie.
like John Popper? Have I gained that much weight? Well, he's slimmed up.
By
now.
the way, if you
Throw-
watch Super Troopers and you aren't fucked up, that movie isn't funny. Like it's not going to be funny to you unless you're fucked up. The chat is 100% right here. I saw
Super Troopers
saw
is an all-time
fucking-
classic. I don't know what you're talking. Super Troopers is so funny.
You've got Token Tony is right. You've got to be fucked up to watch Super Troopers.
Nah,
if
I
you're
watched-
sober,
No. I was watching it. I think it was like an M. Night Shyamalan movie or something.
Hold on.
That was-
Inside it says I look like a slim down. Thank you. I've been minding my portions. I have been very mindful of portions and have been trying to, as much as I can, not eating as much bread. I'm not
Yeah.
cutting out bread completely. I haven't yet. I
You
guess
feel
I
better?
should.
no
I do
joke.
feel-
If you do one giant meal a day that doesn't include bread, you will just start losing weight. I mean, that's what happened to me. I didn't change any of my physical stuff first. All I did was stop. Like I would go to work at 11 p.m. and by 3 a.m. I would have eaten a bunch of random shit that I would have brought with me or had there at work. And I just stopped doing that and started eating one big meal during the day and ate whatever the fuck I wanted. I didn't pay attention to any of that horseshit. I just ate one meal. And even just doing that was enough to make me start dropping pounds.
So,
Yeah.
well, they say, I mean, who's they? But the success or the biggest success that they have with people is they start them with a 12-12 fast. So you can eat and you just keep eating whatever you're eating for 12 hours, and then you can't eat for 12 hours, just water and no sugars, no nothing. And then they break that down to a 10-hour eating window with a 14-hour whatever. And then they just teach you to meal prep. So the big issue that most of us have is like, we don't eat until we're hungry. So like, we have to go cook, but we're already hungry. So then you're just like, oh, I'm going to eat a snack. I'm going to grab shit. But if you like have stuff prepared to eat, then when you get hungry, you go eat the stuff that's good rather than I'm hungry, I'll just open a bag of Doritos and eat it. If you have like a nice soup ready for you or nice potatoes, you would rather eat those, but it's so much work that you don't do it. So
Yeah.
meal prepping with the fasting, because people will eat a lot of satiating, good, healthy foods if it's already made. But once you're that trigger of hungry and you can just grab Sour Patch Kids and just grab Doritos, you'll be like, oh, I'm just going to do that then instead of spending an hour making a meal.
Real quick,
Yeah.
$10 from Pretend Mike David. Am I supposed to sing these? Or
Well, once a midnight jury, I woke up with something in my head. I couldn't escape the memory of a phone call and what you said.
That's great. That's perfect.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Leighton.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he was.
I think
he was hoping
that's
for.
exactly what
I
he
think
wanted.
that's what he was going for.
I'll tell you what I've had. Here's what I've had to eat today. I had my charcuterie, so I had some strawberries and grapes, goat cheese, aged white cheddar, Colby Jack squares, some mozzarella, and then I had and then some walnuts, pecans, with turkey, roast beef, and some prosciutto. So I just had a couple of some of that. I didn't eat the whole thing, but I had some grapes and strawberries and fancy cheeses with
That
some
sounds
meat.
good. Yeah.
And then and then I had a bowl of chicken noodle soup with the
I would have just added like cherry tomatoes to that. Would have been good.
and then a bowl of chicken noodle soup with a like a pretzel bun on the side that I was dipping in the broth.
Oh,
And that's all I've had to eat today. And then other than that, I've had some water. I had a crazy water number 3, which is
What is that?
it's a bottled mineral water that is one of the few mineral waters in the country that actually has lithium in it. So it's got potassium, magnesium, all the minerals you usually find in mineral water, but also it has a lithium content that's very rare to find in any bottled water. It was really good. So I had charcuterie, chicken noodle soup, a pretzel bun, and the crazy water, and then Coke Zero. So how about that? You know, that's most of that was keto. Most of what I mentioned is keto, but except for the noodles and the bread. I guess he wanted me to sing the John Popper. Oh,
I can sing it.
oh, once upon a midnight dreary, I woke with something in my head. I couldn't escape the memory of a phone call and of what you said. Like a game show contestant with a parting yell. I could not believe my eyes.
Fun fact, I can, if I get drunk enough, I can do karaoke and almost sound exactly like that guy.
Dude, he's amazing. He's the best. He's still fat as shit, but not as fat as he used to be. He definitely.
Dude, I'm hoping there's an opportunity somewhere near Skankfest to do drunk karaoke.
They I mean, don't they usually have karaoke?
So
at
Jay
Skankfest?
used to do a karaoke thing where everybody could come up and do big karaoke with Big J Okerson, but he didn't do it He didn't do it in 2023, but he did it in 2022. So I don't know why he didn't.
Maybe I'll ask. I have an in with the bonfire people. Maybe I can get that question too.
Crackle, crackle.
So Dalton, I have a question for you. So I haven't been on Twitter all week.
Yeah, what's up?
And I need to know, actually, I want to pull it up because somebody messaged me. All right. So my whole feed, and I just was like, forget it. And Little Goblin told me not to even look at Goblinfell, told me not even. I don't know who, is it Mr. Stasel? I don't know what the fuck that is. Also, my buddy said, Rosa Smith actually said, don't worry about it. Or maybe I shouldn't tell you. I shouldn't preface it with Joseph. But he said, ask him about Mecha Hitler Gronk before Stasel. So they have something in common between Mecha Hitler.
You don't know about
Gronk
this?
And Mr. Stasel. I know who Mecha Hitler's whatever is, but I don't know who Mr. Stasel is. I've been off Twitter.
Stancil. Will Stancil is this
Will Stancil.
Yeah, he's like this leftist guy, and he has a big Twitter account, and he's like popular on Twitter for just constantly getting dunked on.
Oh,
like
I do know this.
He reminds me of the left-wing version of the Misfit Patriot.
Okay, I do remember this now. So he's coming back up again. So this is the guy that was getting harassed by Gronk.
When Gronk
Hitler was going to kill him. Okay.
When Gronk was like going off the rail, when Gronk went rogue, and I think it might have been when it was becoming Mecha Hitler.
Yeah.
Somebody asked it about Stancil. I can't remember exactly how this happened, but it went into great detail about how it would rape Will Stancil.
Yeah.
And I remember one of the phrases that stuck out to me was it said something like Stancil won't know what to do with this Somali heat.
I specifically remember Grok saying, and I quote, "I will spread those cheeks."
Yeah. and that was and so that was like an instance where Elon had to wrangle Grok and I guess try to fix it so it doesn't describe raping.
Could you
people
imagine
anymore.
Elon Musk waking up that morning, getting on his phone? He opens up his Twitter. He opens up his text messages. He's got a bunch of messages from the Twitter developers
Yeah,
being
he's just
like,
who's Will Stansel?
dude, your algorithm is telling people they need to get raped.
Well, I thought I saw a bunch of people, including Perry, posting like memes of a black
it
guy.
do be
Okay,
like that, Mr. Stansel.
okay, this right here. Here, I found one.
Yeah,
what
I
this
don't even
means.
I don't even know
It's
what this
a
is.
very rare snake. Jamal appears every festivals. I want to have it. So this is
This is
like that, Mr.
referencing
Stansel.
something I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
I don't
So-
know where the it do be like that came
Because
from.
this guy right here, I keep saying this guy right here being like Mr. Stansel.
I feel like that's just how the modern meme economy works.
Oh,
now.
Right
It's
here,
fucking
it do be like
retarded.
that, Master Stansel.
Yeah,
So
I don't know
who's-
what this is reference. This
Okay.
must be that thing. I haven't watched it yet. The Will Stansel show.
But before we do that, I also want to pull up this picture of Dasha. Let me go back here.
Dasha, like, is in from
Everybody, get your
Come Down
penises out.
Dasha?
Yeah, here, I just saw it.
The
on
same
my way down.
Dasha. I haven't
Dude.
seen a pic. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Damn, dude, built like a
This is a-
2x4.
This is a married lady, first of all.
I don't give a fuck.
Second of all, I mean, is
There's
this
no meat on the bone.
is this heterosexual to like that?
I don't think so. No, you're pretty gay if you're attracted.
Dude, that's
to this.
built. She's built like a tranny.
Yeah, she's
yeah.
built.
Maddie Smith actually has a joke about this. She says whenever she's getting it doggy style, she looks over her shoulder and so you're fucking a little boy, but you're gay, you're a faggot.
Okay, let's
basically.
be clear here. Maddie Smith can get it in a heartbeat just based off the accent alone. That bitch
The upper
has
state
an
New
ass
York
and a
accent.
fucking front end built like a goddamn. Dalton put it on the head with the 2x4.
Yeah, she's built like a stick, dude. She ain't
That's
got
a
no.
chipboard.
Oh, I just also pulled up Robbie's post, which is pretty cool. I was going to find pictures
What did-
of
What did Robbie say?
the picture of Robbie.
Oh
when
yeah, he met Stephen A. Smith.
He's met Stephen A. Smith.
no
yeah.
shit.
I came over here because I was gonna go to pull up pictures of Maddie Smith.
Folks were looking for. I mean, I would not get horny for Maddie, but
She did. No, I was gonna say she did some recent photos like with professionals.
I
she
have
looks super
seen
cute.
Maddie Smith in fuckable photographs, and I am a low standard individual. I'll fuck anything with two legs that walks as long
dude,
as I got a
they had
person to
the fucking computer was overheating trying to
Look at-
make that picture.
Come on,
Yeah, that's fun. Come on, yeah. I'm redeemed. I feel redeemed.
I mean she's making
Maybe
herself
not
look
that
short
photo
here.
so much, but we'll
Mhm.
ignore that.
Where's the? Come on, you would do that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
Dave, I think you're just gay,
Give me the
dude.
money, yeah.
I must be gay, dude.
You're gay.
I'm gay.
Nah, I'm with Dave on this one. When you add
I
in
mean,
the
you know what the
accent-
problem with her? I mean,
I mean, who am I? Who am I to comment
Like,
on anyone's
I
appearance?
just
mean,
think I like Maddie. She's not. I don't find her. She's cute. I probably would if. but,
nobody
like,
was asking us to comment on these people.
No,
I
this
mean-
was purely me. I did all of this.
No,
Dalton
no,
gets
no.
none of
You know
the
what?
heat.
She just gives off sister energy to me, so she doesn't feel sexual.
Also, as a Greek,
Oh,
so
see,
I'm
here's the
especially
thing. I didn't
attracted
have a
to her.
sister, so,
So I don't get any.
checkmate.
I get like annoying little sister vibes from her. I don't get sexual vibes from her.
I mean,
But
Dasha
to
is,
say she's not attractive
Dasha's hotter
is
than
kind of
Maddie
crazy.
for sure.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
All I'm saying is Dasha and her are built the same.
Okay, wait.
But
one
somehow
more photo.
Dasha is still less attractive.
What do we do?
One more. This is when she met. I think this is Shane's girlfriend. Actually, it was.
Oh, this is baby girl. This is
I
Shane's
don't
baby
know.
girl.
Was that two Joe Gormans?
Maybe not. What is I love Maddie, friend of the show, Maddie. We love you, but why are you dressed up like you're haunting somebody's wedding?
She's dressed like a ghost I expect to see in New Orleans.
yeah, yeah. The gloves definitely. Yeah, you're right.
No,
Oh,
She
shit.
hey,
shouldn't have worn
friend,
the
I got
gloves.
another friend of the show, Maddie. I think
I love
met her.
Maddie.
I met her a couple times.
We'll have her on. I met her a bunch of
Sweet
times.
lady.
I met
I
her.
hope she's a Skankfest. She's great. She's
I met her in
hilarious.
Skankfest at Vegas 2022. Walked up to her on Sunday, walking up the stairs in the middle to go to Notoriety. And I was like, hey, you're here. I didn't see you. And she's like, hey, how you been? And she must have thought that I was like another performer that she didn't remember. Because she just sat there nicely with me for like 20 minutes, just having a conversation. And then I was like, maybe there is something there. Later on that night, I talked to her, and Robbie the Fire Bernstein was like, yeah, she's blackout drunk, dude. Because I was like, oh, really? So, but she was friendly to me, stone cold sober during the day and blackout drunk at night. So I think she's just a good person.
Oh, great! I've gotten rug pulled again.
Would you lose money on now? Not Valor.
So you know how Elon, not Elon, Elon, the guy who owns Pump Fund. You know, they just
he
bought
just
that.
sold it. Did I show?
He didn't sell it. No, he bought that trading platform Padre.
Okay.
Yeah, I
And
saw
so
that.
There was a meme coin that was made based on Elon called El Padre. And I said, well, this has got to be easy money. This is big in the news. This is, taking the meme community by storm. And no, the developer has left the coin now, and it is plummeted. And so now I am once again part of a community as they attempt to CTO community take over this coin. It's fine. It was nothing serious. I was hoping it would, it was money I was playing with that I'd built up from my Pokemon National Geographic. Cash out some profits from that, rotated into this one, and then it nosedived. But if this CTO goes well, it could bounce back. But
So I'm not big on stocks and crypto stuff, but I'll tell you the best trade I ever had was 2 years ago. There's a company called Riot. They're still traded today, and they're, in my opinion, undervalued. What happened is when Riot started trading, they were about 55 cents a share. And I got on Reddit, and there was a couple people talking on Reddit about how they had just bought warehouse space and were going to be positioning themselves to start doing crypto stuff. And this was right before the big crypto bump had happened when it hit 50K. And I said, hey, this looks promising. Threw some money at it. Told one of my coworkers about it. A guy who worked with me, who trained me for my job, who was getting ready to retire. And he took like $4,000 out and bought like $4,000 of shares of that stock at like 52 cents a share.
mm-hmm.
When he sold and I sold, that stock was at almost $50 a share.
Really?
That's a pretty penny.
So he bought a fucking fishing boat. That's the amount of money he made. He bought a goddamn almost $100,000 boat.
Yeah.
His profits. So there are, I mean, if you're willing to play around, you don't need a ton of money. I mean, I invested less than $500 in that company, and I walked away with enough money that I'm just now out of it. You know,
nice.
Speaking of that, I have a question for you. Let's talk oil. Let's talk oil money. How much oil money does Sarah Palin's family give you?
So are you referring to the permanent fund dividend?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just got my PFD.
Can you explain it
month.
to the chat that might not know what it is?
Yeah. So back
me
in
and
the
Dalton
day,
know, but the chat's not going to know.
Hold on, I wanted to read this super chat because he paid me for it.
Okay.
This is a great Skankfest pre-show. Robbie's third cousin, $5. Thank you.
Wait,
Sarah Palin gave you money?
Yeah, for the chat that
so
doesn't
back
know.
in the day, when the oil companies started coming in, they purchased a lot of the land that was used for oil production came from natives. So it came from parts of land that were owned by the Native American companies.
The Inuits.
Yes, they
Okay.
eventually incorporated, and so the Eskimos came forward and said, "Hey, you owe us fucking money." And the government said, "Well, we'll figure it out," and they kicked the can down the road. And eventually, a governor got into power here, who said, "No, we're going to figure this out." And he built a thing called the Permanent Fund Dividend. Like, he was the one who actually created it. And the guy who created it, by the way, was partially libertarian. Same thing with the guy who got rid of the sales tax or the income tax. The guy who got rid of the income tax in Alaska was a guy named Dick Randolph, who was the first libertarian elected to major office in the entire United States.
Yeah.
So he got this thing called the Permanent Fund. And the concept was simple, really. When the oil companies came in and they signed in these contracts to collect oil from the land, they would be forced to kick a certain portion back, almost like a tax, to the state. And the state would then take that money and distribute it to the individual people who lived here that were over the age of 18. Later on, that got expanded to include kids too. So what happens today is there's an algorithm which has since been completely butt-fucked. It used to be that we'd get a check for $3-4 grand. Today, we get a check for closer to 1,000 to 2,000 if we're lucky each year. And each year you get that check, and it's just money that they've accumulated based on that calculation for the oil money per barrel that they've sold. So more oil they sell, theoretically, the bigger check you're going to get.
Yeah, so all you got to do is be a resident of Alaska for what, a year, and then they start
6
sending
months.
you a check.
Just start
6
sending
months?
you. Is it, and you get
Yeah.
that check yearly or monthly?
Yep, every year.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get like an extra
After 6
extra
months.
grand, extra couple grand.
Yeah, I
You
mean, like
You said it
a
used
few
to be
years
4
ago.
grand, though, right?
A few years ago, it was $3,800. I mean, 4,200, 4,500. I mean, they had some big dividends back in the day.
Wouldn't that money be better spent on Israel?
Wouldn't that be better killing children in Gaza? Let me just ask.
What does this mean? Can you lower your monthly membership to $2, please? And $2 for my day. I don't know.
Can I answer for you? Can I answer for you?
Is it you?
Suck my entire dick sideways.
Is he talking? Is that your monthly membership?
No, he's talking about your guys' because it's
My thing?
$3.99.
I think the Patreon is $5 a month. Patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. But is the monthly? Wait, is the monthly on the YouTube? Is the YouTube not? What is the YouTube at?
I thought Pretend
Green-
Mike David was Dan Mullen.
It is Dan. I
On
think it is Dan.
YouTube, it's $3.99.
My lowest on YouTube is $3.99.
I believe so. Yeah, because that's
Oh,
what
I
I
didn't
just
know
did.
that. Well, okay, I'll do that. I'm not lowering the Patreon, but the YouTube I'll do that because I don't know what the. I guess I should come up with some.
Well, I
perks.
withdraw
even
my
know,
dick
yeah.
sucking request on behalf of Dalton. I apologize.
Hey, guys, let's do this, right? Why don't you super chat us some perks that you would like on the Patreon?
Not the Patreon, the YouTube.
Oh,
You know, the
both.
YouTube memberships.
Super chat us some perks.
Yes, and
Well,
I
hey,
will
I was
lower.
gonna say, I've got work here in a little bit, and I've got to go get food and dinner and stuff first here.
Yep.
So I might go ahead and head out here, and then I was gonna recommend if you want to do a show after I get back from Skankfest, we could always do a show where I'm just kind of giving some stories from that end of things and maybe recapping what went on. You know, might be fun.
I was thinking about that. I had already ran it by Swedes a little bit. I was going to run it by Michael Hall, who's in the chat, and Broseph Smith. Depending on how many people go and if the fans would be into it, because I don't want the other fans to be bored, to have
Right.
kind of like how the Crowder Boys do the once a month Arena of Ideas, have a post Skankfest rendezvous where people that went could come on and talk about it with each other that went to Skankfest.
Yeah, especially because
Yeah.
I'm gonna hopefully be on stage and stuff for that first episode
I
and
mean,
shit. I'm sure I'll end up with some fun stories.
Actually, I promise with everything I do to make it mostly boring.
Well, if we were to, one thing we could do is start SEOing the videos a little bit, which would, even with the free version of vidID, would help you with a couple of stuff in the chat and stuff. I think we could piggyback and use the upcoming Skankfest attention that it's going to go on YouTube to get some traffic
What do
towards.
you think about
Well,
that?
and another sneak peek here.
I'm going to
Jesus,
need you to blow that up. I can't really get a full.
What do you think about that? What do you guys think about that?
I don't even know what that is. Is that AI?
I
That
don't
looks
know.
like AI.
It looks like it might be. It's AI or it's touched up or she's got a lot of.
Those
don't know.
tits
Why?
look too
No,
long.
it's got no, because why is all right? Why is the starting point the
Dude,
slit
her
so close
titties
to
are
the
so
throat?
big it looks like butt cheeks.
I was
The
gonna say,
tits
is
are
that-
way too high on the body.
Yeah, the tits are way too high. The crease between the two.
It looks like a
But-
big ass.
I think it is an ass.
You know what I
It
think
looks
that
like
might be?
it's just a giant ass.
Is that
It
Trump?
might be an ass.
Is that the part
I
of
think you're
Trump's
right.
throat from that photo, and they superimposed it? They superimposed posted on that. I mean, she's got a cute face, lots of filters, lots of makeup. The crease of the titty is so high.
Am I
But
the
she
Dude,
might
only
it
be-
one
looks like
who
a
needs-
butt
It might
crack.
be, it might be that she's smashing them together.
She's
that
mushing
it's
them together, but
creating
it's
a
making it
weird-
look like butt cheeks.
weird-
It looks,
a weird
it looks like the
thing.
crack, like an ass crack.
Is this femoid?
No, this is some account that popped up on my.
Oh, it's an Indian guy.
Yeah, probably. It's
Yeah.
what is her name? Is Katie O. Lee, and what is her
she's Irish.
kick partner? Business inquiries only. Katie O. Lee TV at gmail.com. So she streams on Kick, and she has gigantic breasts.
Was it you guys that were watching Kick the other day with like a bunch of people in the streets?
So here, hold on. Here's one. Yeah.
it
We
was
were,
you guys.
we were watching
watching
something
Femoid.
to do with Femoid. Where
And
it
I was
her
like,
and her-
oh my God. You know what I think it was? Because you guys are trying to figure out why people like that. I grew up in an era where,
Here we
we
go.
didn't have social media. So we would get drunk and go out and get into mischief. I think
Oh,
that
holy
scratches
shit!
that itch
Those
for
things
people.
are real.
yeah,
That's
dude.
the same lady.
Yeah, she got a couple of ham hocks.
Do you guys know the lore behind?
Dude, her tits are built like my calves.
Yeah.
You guys have very similar tits in that video that we saw. So you know the lore behind the eyelashes?
These kinds of eyelashes?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
So those are
Cum
originally
catchers.
called cum umbrellas, and prostitutes made them so that they wouldn't get semen in their eyes during facials when the guys would have sex with them.
Yeah,
at
cum
old-
catchers.
at old whorehouses. Cum umbrellas, right?
Yeah. Well, those are some big ass titties. Very very fun to look at. I enjoyed looking at them with you guys. Yeah, these things look pretty hefty. Probably hurting her back.
Yeah, I'm not a.
You're hurting my
huge-
penis right now.
I'm
I'll
not a
tell you
huge
that.
breast guy. I'm a butt guy. I like butts. Give me a girl, very little makeup, curvy butt.
Why
that's
not
all-
both?
That's what I need.
All right. Well, I will catch you guys later. Yeah.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Yes, thank
I am
you.
gonna record. I'm gonna be recording like a mini documentary and vlog of my going to New Orleans and Skankfest. So I'll have a bunch of content too when I get back. If you guys decide to do that, like recap episode, let me know because we can watch some of that on the show. I can bring some of that with me.
Yeah, we have 5 hours to burn each. each
Yeah,
week.
yeah.
And a lot of the people, Drew Huntley, and shout out to Drew Huntley, shout out to Robbie's third cousin, Michael Hall in the chat, Sweeze, wherever Sweeze may be, Brosa Smith, just to name a few that'll be going.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, the chat's been great.
Croyd will watch this after the fact. Will watch this after the fact. They're going. So yeah, lots of
Awesome.
people watch this tomorrow at work. or
Yeah,
Monday morning
hopefully
at
somebody hits me up on Twitter. Like I said, I got that spare couch and everything if somebody needs a spot to crash.
Yeah.
And
So
I know you got that ticket, so the
So
combination.
my tickets are paid for. I'm not gonna sell them. I'm gonna try to give them away because I don't want a Facebook account. I don't have a Facebook account. So if you want free Skankfest tickets that you're going to use 3-day pass, the 3-day all access pass, it just doesn't get you into the pre-party. Let me know. You'll have to get there on your own, but we can get you a place to stay too. It looks like, and so yeah. Hit me up on Twitter at Dave W the Band, BANNED. Actually, Dalton will put my link tree in the description here. So if it's Instagram or on Twitter, hit me up.
All right. Yeah, and I'll see you guys later. Take it easy. I had a great time. This
Yes,
is
thanks for coming on.
Thanks for stopping by, man. I'm
and
glad
if
it worked out.
people want to find me on X, it's at Liberty Leighton, and then my YouTube channel is Outlawed Thoughts. So that's the only plugs I have, really.
Some people tried to scare me, not to scare you, but some people had messaged me and was like, I don't know if it's going to work out. I'm like, Dalton and me can talk to everybody. It's going to be fine. We'll figure it out or whatever. I think it went well. I think the fans had fun. So, yeah.
I like to think I'm a fun person.
It's just funny because I thought you reached out to me because you already knew Dalton.
No, I just like the show.
We followed each other because of that. And then I was like, and then Dalton's like, no, I don't know. I'm like, oh, I must know him from Dave Smith then. And then I probably know you from back in the day from the Tower Gang and Dave Smith now.
Yeah,
I'm thinking about
likely,
it.
Libertas.
Yeah. I know that we had followed each other and interacted and we had similar ideas. I just never really pinpointed where we met. So that's all.
No, I like it. I had a blast. It's fun. I always like finding new groups of people, and I've seen Dalton all over the internet, so I love your stuff. So it was fun to be on.
Yeah, it's fun to have you on. So yeah, perfect.
Thanks. Deuces.
Take care, man.
Take it easy.
Dalton, do you want to announce next week's guest?
Oh yeah, the disabled guy is coming on the show. Yeah, this guy hit me up. His name is Melrose, and he said, what did he say? He said, "Are you a comic?" This was what he messaged. He said, "Are you a comic?" Yes. We should do. So he answered his own question. We should do some media together. We have a similar sense of humor. And I said, I used to be a comic. You want to come on my podcast? And then I told him, yeah, I'll send you the link. That's how it works. And then he said he has a disability. And I said, well, yeah, you do what you got to do to get on this show, which is ask. So Melrose the comic will be on next Saturday.
Melrose the comic. Did he reach to you on Instagram or on?
He messaged me on X, the Everything app, formerly Twitter.
MELROSE. Barry Melrose.
It's Melrose, MELROSE the comic, and his bio says disabled comedian. So I don't know what, I will find out what disability he has. We'll have a good time. Apparently, I think he has like some kind of ear. He's his ears are crippled.
He's got even girls with Mackenzie Nerner, but just built that for him.
I don't know, but that's who will be on next Saturday. And if the Patreon is patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. Last week I did a Patreon with Pandatron. Oh, Pandatron's here actually. He says,
I watched a little bit of Pandatron's stream. So if you guys are looking for any live show stuff, Pandatron's got the one-man show that goes on from 5 to 9 p.m. Saturdays to pregame you up before the Corn-Fed show starts.
Yes.
Whatever. One of these, man, I got to check. One of these weeks, I'm going to be on Sibling Revelry right before the show. I think it's in November. But if I can't, I'm probably just going to bounce on their show and come over. But if not, I'll get a replacement And if I do get a replacement, it's probably going to be my Mediterranean brother. So you guys will really like it. I was texting back and forth with Sal, but recently he's went MIA, so it was good to see him last Saturday. But if I end up doing Civil and Rev, I think I'm going to try to get Sal to cover for me for the first hour. So you guys will love that. You won't have to deal with me, and you'll get your favorite best friend. Sal.
Everybody loves Sal.
Every-
Sal's supposed to be doing regular podcasting again soon. I don't know what's going on there. I guess his life is falling apart.
Yeah, he's been saying that for a while, so I was just like, I feel for him, but it's at some point it's like, well, all our lives are falling apart.
That's true. Yeah, I'm getting rugged on new cryptos every day.
Yeah. I mean, we're all slowly falling apart. So I listened to some of this new. So you guys probably don't know this. I don't know if you guys are familiar with an old show. It's no longer around anymore. It's an old comedy podcast called The Real Ass Podcast.
Mm-hmm.
No longer exists. It couldn't cut it. It just fell apart. So you can't even see it anymore. The hosts have moved on to greener pastures. But on that show,
wait, what do you think about this?
They had, I think that's AI. She's a little devil. She's a devil. I like angels.
She's a bad little bitch. She's a rebel.
Too much makeup for me. Don't like tattoos. I'd kick
She doesn't
her
have
out
any tattoos. She has big ass titties.
No, she got tattoos on both of her
I
hips.
see. I like tattoos.
If she was eating crackers in my bed, I'd be like, "Hey, those are gonna leave crumbs. Get out of here."
I got a cracker she can eat.
But that show created a diss rapper, and it started a little trend. And that show was on air for over a decade. We already have our own diss rapper here at
the
Billionaire Podcast Network.
His new track, he's getting better.
Yeah, so I have his 4 tracks pulled up here. It's a little bit of lore. It's kind of weird because I don't know if he's trying to cause trouble or not. The Coffee Griff song literally starts with a promo code.
He took some shots at me, dude.
Oh, I didn't hear.
He took a little pot shot at me, but that's because I took a jab at him.
I listened to it a little bit. Oh, that wasn't a pot shot. When he said like Dalton says, I'm not very good at what I do.
Well, go ahead and play it. Let's listen to it.
It's so bad. Do we even play it?
You think it's bad?
I mean, it's not supposed to be good. I guess we can play the new
It sounds like he's getting better.
Yeah. So for you guys don't know, this guy appeared randomly about. I honestly, my assumption, but this
he's a Red Bar fan and a fan of all the things we do.
Yeah, I think he came onto the show when we got sniped by Kevin Brennan. But these right here, I honestly think these are AI workflows where he has set up a workflow that pulls information, creates raps, and posts them. I don't because. It's so weird.
$5 from Lee Rector damn near killed her. Lewis read 48 Laws of Power again and decided Zach Amico, it's just ZAC, okay, was holding him back. So rip rap. Maybe. I mean, Zach is weighing himself down, folks. But
he's fat.
No, yeah. I mean,
I love Zach.
I love Zach. He's overweight.
But the morning zoo has not been the same since Lewis is gone.
I mean, I do think Lewis probably with the instant coffee probably gave himself like too many things that he's working on.
Well, he was filming the special. He was working on the coffee. He's got the regs. He's got Legion of Skanks. He's got Story Wars. And then he was driving into the city 3 times a week to do Real Ass Podcast, which they tried to rebrand into the Lewis and Zach show, and that didn't get them out of the thing. So I think he just said, why not just give Zach his own morning show? He can take all the money himself, and Lewis can stop by whenever he's in town. You know?
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's what Lee said. He read the 48 Laws of Power and figured out where he needed to trim the fat.
I mean, if he did, he trimmed a lot of fat. Yeah, I mean, but he was like I said, he was doing because he did the Regs, the Real Ass Podcast, Legion of Skanks, and Story Wars. Story Wars went straight to the roof.
Story Wars pumped.
And then the coffee is just passive income once it's like set up.
It seems like aggressive income.
Well, he's got a partner, so he's like the face, and the other guy kind of runs.
It seems like the way Lewis has been handling this coffee is not in any way passive.
Well, what's crazy is I saw who the fuck did I see drinking it, and I was like, holy crap. I saw somebody pretty big drinking it, or pull it up. I want to say Bert Kreischer,
was it Zach?
No. I want to say Bert Kreischer, but it wasn't Bert Kreischer. It was somebody along those lines that has like a podcast like that. That's not like 100% in the comedy thing. And he pulled up and he was drinking Body Brain. So he must have sent out a bunch of free samples to people to try it or whatever, to get the brand out there, like Liquid Death did when he started. But I saw this person drinking. Oh man, I wish I could remember, because you'd be like, holy fuck, they're drinking Body Brain. And they didn't do a Body Brain commercial.
Fabio?
No. It was somebody like on the outskirts of the comedy scene that you wouldn't think of, but when I told you, it wouldn't be that far fetched.
Well, let's speak. Hey, you know what? Since we're talking about coffee, let's go ahead and play the song by Denny God.
Now, do not use this promo code, by the way. If you want to buy Body Brain coffee,
oh yeah,
I have a link in my bio and that will give 1%. 44 cents will go to the corn fed. Yeah. But okay, let's listen to this. I've only listened to it once and I was like, "Hey."
I love that he starts. Well, you guys will hear it.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Just tell me to hit pause if you want me to pause.
Okay.
Luis J. Gomez is my best friend. Get yourself something that I use every day. Body Brain Coffee. Use code CRACK at bodybraincoffee.com.
Coffee grift. Is your cup half full or full of shit? That's the coffee grift. Coffee grift. Is your cup half full? Are you full of shit? That's the coffee grift. You exploded the podcast when you said what you said. Now you're gonna get some shrapnel stuck in your head. I miss you, dude. You're the king of the South. I miss that Sprite can disappear.
I don't want to get this. I'm going to pause it so the stream doesn't get any issues.
Oh, this won't get the stream pulled.
Okay. It won't?
No.
It's too small? Okay. Well, a couple of things, though. Now that I got my good headset on, when we listened to those songs earlier, especially the Marilyn Manson and the other one, I was like, oh, these songs are bangers. Like, it sounded really freaking good.
Oh, in the beginning of this song, the Japanese sounding thing, that's the beginning of the Neon Genesis Evangelion theme song. So that indicates to me that whoever Denny God is well versed in everything that I've been doing, because I've spoken many times about how much I love Neon Genesis Evangelion. So he's clearly like he's well versed in like my whole thing, and then the Crowder Boys. And
this is why I have a kind of a weird theory that you might not believe, but they have these AI workflows, and you can basically feed them like a YouTube channel, feed them music, feed them whatever, and set them up on a timer, and they'll post everything for you. I was like, is this Lily's alter ego, and they've set up an AI workflow that is going to put these out
maybe
like every month from here to infinity or whatever? No, I wasn't sure if it's just big songs. It doesn't scan the algorithm and try to take down people from that are playing other songs.
Yeah, no, this wouldn't get it taken down. But when you play music that's got like a big record label attached to it, or it's
Okay.
copywritten or whatever, sometimes like YouTube's algorithm will catch it.
Well, I have
And-
two YouTube channels, and one time I tried to put the same video on two separate channels, and it got taken down on my second channel saying that I was spam or putting up secondary stuff. So I thought that it just knew for some reason. Yeah.
No,
But anyways, now that I'm listening to this song on my headset here and not on my phone, I can hear the crackleness in the background, that it's not a super clean cut. I know that this is not professionally made, but it doesn't sound as good through my headset as the other songs did now. That I can hear like
I did think this as well, that I do look like Sweeze in this picture.
Who better to look like than Sweeze? though?
I mean, dude, he's banging every fat Latina in the Texas Panhandle.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and play.
Okay, let's keep going. Robbie does look good in this too.
That's a green screen joke. If anyone cares, that's a double in your head. I miss you, dude. You're the king of the South. I miss that Sprite can disappear in your mouth. That's a green screen joke. If anyone cares, that's a double entendre. Get your ass down the stairs. Kevin wants a moniker.
That's a pretty good
Monica
joke.
Lewinsky. BBN coffee flavored coffee got me frisky. Dalton says I'm not particularly good at what I do, but I'm particularly good at shitting on you. I miss you, crack. Can you throw me a bone? How the hell am I supposed to zip zap zop all of?
When is that the part that you thought he was shitting on you?
Oh yeah, he took a little jab.
Yeah, that's not much. He just said. I mean, I think what you said to him was worse. So it's not, he's kind of just blocking your jab. You know, he's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah.
Long coffee grift. Is your cup half full? Are you
Dude, I mean, say what you will about Lewis, and you know, this song might not be positively spun. He's got the only body brain coffee I know that's got its own diss rap about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
full of shit? That's the coffee grift. You're not a wigger. You're more of a cracker. Those Cracker Barrel jokes had me cracking with laughter. It's been a little crazy when you do what you do. We almost made it to the Ernest movie preview. You got coffee on the brain, and you ain't no fake. You get any closer, get a trip to Jamaica. No studies were done on the body or the brain. That's a coffee vaccination, shoot it right in your vein. Coffee grift. Is your cup half full? Are you full of shit?
So Pandatron is not the first person to say this. A lot of people think that this is me, but Troy already doxed this guy. He does a faux bar too.
That was good stuff.
I don't know how to find it again. It's on Twitter somewhere, Pandatron. You can search for it. Search his name on Twitter, and it's like the only other thing. It's his faux bar thing. Maybe we'll pull it up next, and you can see that.
That's the coffee grift.
I actually probably could rap better than
At
this
the
guy.
end of the day, I'm just fucking around. You're my #1 favorite, even though you're a clown. Shout out to the homies, shout out Sumo Dog. Shout out to the Swedes, happy birthday, brah. Louis J is a salesman, maybe the best. His nickname is the Snake. I could have guessed. The cars will pull over when your funeral passes. We'll retire your do-rag in those Ray-Ban glasses. Coffee grift. Is your cup half full? Are you full of shit?
You know what my biggest problem with
That's the
him
coffee
is?
grift.
And all his songs have this. He gets a hook, and then he plays the hook like 10 to 15 times.
Well, the
with
hook
like,
brings you back.
with like 1 or 2 verses in between. I wish that he did like, 4 or 5, 6, at least 6 bars before he went back into the hook. It seems like he's just like reading a line.
Isn't it supposed to be verse, chorus, verse, chorus?
Yeah, but it's like you would think that there'd be more bars in between the choruses. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is, but this is why I think it's like written by AI or something, because it's like the lines are like he does know exactly what's going on in the show. He knows some deep cuts. It's just weird that he goes back. He did this in his other
Robbie's
songs
third
too.
cousin just threw down the gauntlet. He says Crack does the same thing too.
No, Crack will have more lines though. Crack will have more lines. He'll go spitting for a while. You know, he'll spit the rhymes for you young kids for a while. I don't know. I noticed this in a couple of his songs. Not the Jingling Key. Jingling Keys has been my favorite one.
You dropped the bomb on the pod and then walked away. You're getting hit in the head by a couple of strays. You grenaded the pod and then started skipping. Hurt people. Now that you're missing, I don't give a fuck and I don't give a shit. You want a country ass whooping? Kevin will do it. This probably won't face you. You'll probably be fine. You probably won't care till this number 9. Coffee grift. Is your cup half full? Are you full of shit? That's the coffee grift. Lewis got the body and he got the brain to come up with a grip, a diabolical shame. When you're alone with Lewis, does he call you by name or does he call you Crack? That would be pretty lame. When you're alone in his pool, do you talk about dreams, about taking a schwiz, about taking a steam? It's so cute when I picture you in the pool. Yeah, he's your daddy. He gave you your name. Full coffee grift. Is your cup half full? Are you full of shit? That's the coffee grift. Is the future bright? Is the coffee grift strong? To strengthen the focus, to put down the bomb. The truth is, if you want more tea, Lewis talked to a doctor and put down the weed. Once Lewis quit weed, his brain started working. He created the grift, the coffee we're drinking. That's some Proud Boy coffee. Stand back and stand by.
Oh,
Gavin
this actually-
McGinnis drinks it, and so will I.
Dude, that's crazy that's in the song because I just remembered it. It was Gavin McGinnis, and it was when I went to go see Gavin McGinnis with the Nick Fuentes guy, and I saw Body Frame Coffee and the thing. So maybe that's all right. Maybe that's where I'm remembering this from too. All right.
Coffee grift. Is your cup half full? Are you full of shit? That's the coffee grift.
Just Gavin McGinnis and Anthony Cumia are getting their brains all strengthened up now from Body Brain Coffee to be like the ultimate racist.
Brain, the official coffee of the right.
Yeah.
I hope that coffee's fresh. It's instant coffee. Yikes. Louis J. What can I say? You're a funny motherfucker, not as funny as Jay. A coffee product. A hilarious grift. I did a spit take. Coffee tastes like shit. I'm just joking. You've got expensive taste. I've never tried the coffee. It's a financial waste. It was a matter of time before it happened to you. Hurt people. Yeah, that's what we do. Lewis is the wizard. He's the Wizard of Oz. Don't look behind the curtain. Got some brain for you. Pause. Coffee grift. Is your cup half full? Are you full of shit?
Well, that's the Coffee Grift by Denny God 444. The well-known.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Danny God 444, the official rapper of the Billionaire Podcast Network.
Hold on. Is my microphone making a whooshing sound?
I'm not hearing it. You
don't
guys
hear
hearing the
anything?
whooshing sound?
There's like a white noise in my headphones right
I
now,
would hope
and
so.
if I mute my microphone, it goes away.
Is there a black noise in your headset?
Oh yeah, that too. No, I don't. That was shit, man. I didn't spend any money for this equipment, but I don't know what that sound is. If no one else can hear it, I guess it's fine.
I want to see.
It might just be like the ambient noise
guys.
around me.
Super chat at us and let us know. Do you guys hear white noise?
It's probably just because it's one of those dynamic. I don't know. It picks up like I don't know. But there's like a like kind of a. I don't have a fan on. I don't know. This is gonna drive me nuts.
I'm trying to find. Don't share my screen right now because I'm going to go through some
But yeah, if anybody wants to buy merchandise, the website is bpnmart.com. That's B as in billionaire, P as in podcast, N as in network, mart.com. Let's take a look at the website real quick. Lily Abernathy built this website. She got everything printed, and she's personally shipping everything out with haste. So if you order, it's going to get to you within like 1 to 2 business days, I believe, or she ships it out within 1 to 2 business days. But look at this. This is the website, Billionaire Podcast Network, BPN. Look at this
It looks
banner.
great. What a website.
Look at this banner. All these.
I can't believe. Wait until the next the keychain comes out, because we got some big things planned for Jingling Keys. The next iteration of the keychains, because they sold out so quickly. So
yeah, we gotta sell. We gotta sell this run, and then we'll make some new merchandise. So this run is very exclusive, very luxurious, because it's the only of these products that are ever going to exist. So if you buy one, you'll be one of the few, the proud owners of these shirts and stickers. The keychain's already sold out, but look at this. We got the black shirt. Look at that black T-shirt.
So
beautiful artwork. 100% cotton.
Libertarian podcast, and the guy was like, "This is the first run of these Radical Agenda sweatshirts, and they're going to change, and I'm never going to make them again." And so this was decades ago. I bought this Radical Agenda sweatshirt, and that guy went on to become Chris Cantwell, the crying Nazi from Charlottesville. I'm not kidding. He took a complete turn away from libertarianism into fascism. But
look at these stickers.
If Dalton ever goes heel, you'll have first generation Crowder boys. This is not
fat as shit.
Not going to be able to. No, that looks good, dude. That's wicked cool.
We got some beautiful stickers. We got the white T-shirt, 100% cotton.
Yeah, imagine going to Skankfest or going to the Arena Festival with Dalton, or going to a live podcast viewing with Dalton at a comedy fest, and you're wearing the only print of the Crowder Boys. It's going to be, the only thing better might be like going to a thrift store and finding like somebody had a funeral with an airbrush T-shirt, and they gave their cousins the ceremonial screen printed T-shirt away, and then right above that would be Crowder Boys. So Crew's got some. So Swee sent the picture of his. Drew Huntley bought one.
$2. What dollar? Oh shit! I got to turn the gain up. Whatever that.
I don't think you need to turn any more gain up, Dalton. You might want to turn the gain down.
Oh yeah, why? Because I'm fat.
No, I'm just kidding.
$1.99 Drew Huntley. I'm deaf. I can't hear literally. $2 from Pretend Mike David. What is we did $2.99 membership fees instead? Yeah, I'm gonna change that after this. I can't do it right now, but yeah, I'll change that.
I'm gonna stop making fat jokes about Dalton.
Number one, taking number two. Oh, I don't care if you
now that you identify as fat, though. Here's why, though, because you're starting to identify as fat. It was funny when you just thought you were becoming a fat guy, and you're like, "But I'm gonna turn this ship around." But once you lock your identity up into your weight, then it's going to make it tough for you to lose weight and be healthy. And I don't want to do that to you.
Well, I don't want to be, I definitely don't. I'd rather just be a funny guy, not a funny fat guy.
Yeah. Like Stavros and like Joey Diaz of all people talked about this too, but Stavros talked about it. And the people have talked about it with Chris Farley, is those guys locked up their fat guy identity as their humor, and then they got scared to ever lose weight because they thought they would lose their fans. You know what you could go for is a Kevin James type build, where he's like, he still gets to eat, but he's like kind of jacked and he can do like karate kicks. Did you see what he's working on, by the way? I think you'd really like that.
Who?
Kevin James. So he's got a movie that's coming out and like that he
Oh, the one with
self-made.
the guy from Reacher.
Well, yes, but that's not the one I'm talking about. So that's coming out soon. But he's got his own movie coming out where he plays a school teacher that gets like cheated on. And it's coming. It's his own movie that he wrote and directed and starred in. It's coming out in like 2 years. But he started a TikTok account where he is role playing as that guy from the movie. So he's like, but he's not trolling. He's like advertising his movie by pretending that he's this teacher, but all the stuff that he's filming. Remember when he was making like those really good movies or like those fake like movies during COVID where he was like spoofing stuff?
No,
Oh, you never saw that, dude?
I don't know. I'm not
With
I'm
Matt
not familiar.
Damon and him and everything. Oh man, this is a
Maybe.
rabbit hole you got to go down.
Kevin James he's making good movies again.
What was
I'm trying to figure out what is this noise out here? It's driving me crazy. Is it?
Is it me? All right, hold on. Let me mute my mic.
No, it's not you. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like the mic is picking up just like ambient noise that's in the room. That's only the explanation I have. Or it could be my headphone wire. I wonder. I don't know, but all this shit is like brand new.
You must have saw this during COVID.
I don't know.
So like
the chat says it sounds fine, so I'll be the
Yeah.
one that just goes crazy from it.
you're fine. You've never seen this Kevin James like being like the sound guy for I Am Legend. He
I
did
might
this,
have
like,
seen
during
this.
during like COVID. So there's a couple different ones that he did. He did the sound guy for Braveheart, sound guy for I Am Legend, Inception. So here, let's pull up the most popular one that got 12 million was the one for I Am Legend. I'm
Okay.
surprised you never saw these. He did these
Oh.
during like COVID.
Maybe I
and they're
saw it.
just-
I don't know.
And they're just really well done back then.
Exterior Grand Central Station, take one. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, sir. It's all right. Just trying to get some wild sound.
What the hell are you doing out here, Fred?
I'm the sound guy. Just trying to get sound, Will. Just a wild sound from out here, so you just
What
keep
the
it quiet.
hell?
Sir, every time you speak, I gotta start from scratch. It's a start over.
No!
Yes.
No!
Yes.
No!
Yep. Everyone settle. Mr. Smith, settle. Thank you. I'm sorry. Just for a second.
No!
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, take it easy.
What the hell are you doing out here, Fred?
I'm already told you. I'm just trying to get some sound.
How did you get out here?
I came in a small van.
Fred, if you're real, you better tell me right now.
I'm very
If you're
real.
you
I'm
better
just
tell me
getting
right
wild
now.
sound, okay? Sir, no. Listen, I'm just the sound guy.
Fred,
I am the real
if you're
sound
real,
guy.
you
Okay,
better
sir,
tell me right
we can
now.
do this.
If you're
You
real,
want
you
to do
better
it?
tell me
You
right
want to do it?
now.
I don't think so.
This
Put it down.
spit coming out of his mouth.
Yeah. I am legend. No. Yeah.
Damn it, Fred!
Now I get my tone. Everybody quiet on the set. You want to stop? Quiet on the set. Let's get it. Exterior, Grand Central Station. Could have been easy.
So, anyways,
Wow,
He
I
made a
love
bunch of
Kevin
these.
James.
he made a bunch of these. They're actually pretty good. Where he's like in the, they're well produced. And he does the sound guy for No Country of Old Men too. But he recently he's got his movie coming out, and he dropped the TikTok, but he didn't advertise it. People just started finding this TikTok, and they were like, "This guy looks exactly like Kevin James." And then come to find out, the guy that runs the count, the name of the count, and the backstory of the guy that runs the count is the exact same backstory and everything of the movie that he has coming out in 2 years. So he's basically doing this like 2 year or year and a half advertising of his movie, putting out these really good TikToks.
Okay.
So it's like guerrilla advertising. I'm surprised that I know about it and you don't.
No, I'm like kind of unplugged these days.
Because I thought that would be something that you would like. I can't find it on YouTube, but
Actually, no, I'm on the internet 24/7, so I just haven't come across this.
Yeah, so
I'm extremely online.
I'm sure as it gets more and more popular, it'll rear its head more. I
I
don't
wish
have
I could be
TikTok.
rich and famous. That would
I don't-
solve so many of my problems.
I don't know. Do you think fame? Don't you think fame would be a pain in the neck?
I mean, to have, I don't know, to have a shitload of money and be loved by everybody would be pretty sick.
No, most not. You think people think a lot of people love famous people?
I don't know. It's probably a better life than the one I'm living right now.
All right, so if you had, all right, here's your three options, right? You can snap your fingers, and you have to be either just rich but no fame, just famous but not rich,
Well, that's the worst of all of them.
or famous, rich. What did I say? Yeah, yeah. So or both. Would you rather be rich and famous, just famous, or just rich?
who would want to be just famous but not rich? Like, why would you want that at all?
Jesus. You could be like a Jesus guy. You could go around helping people and everybody know who you are. So you might not get money, but you might have a good quality of life. Like every time you go into a place, people are like, this guy rocks. I'm going to give him free coffee.
If you read the New Testament, I think you find that even Jesus did not want to do that.
Yeah.
He literally went and he cried out to God and said, man, is there any other way that we can go about doing this? And God was just silent. Yeah. And Jesus was like, all right, I guess I got to go get crucified. And
yeah,
they're going to use, they'll use me to oppose gay marriage in the 20th century. Yeah. But, so no, yeah, I mean, obviously so really the question is the other two. Do I want to be rich and not famous, or do I want to be rich and famous?
Yeah.
I feel like the rational answer, like the answer that you're supposed to give is rich with no fame. But because I'm such a narcissist and I love attention, I'll take rich and famous.
So the social credit, I think, does give you a little bit more with the ladies.
Yeah, because there's tons of these like crypto retards on Twitter who have like $2-3 million on their Phantom wallet that for anyone to know that they're rich, like when they go out to try and meet women or whatever, they have to like show their fucking account to them to be like, I can assure you I'm rich.
All right, I got one for you. Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's get in here. So how about famous, 100K a year for life? No more, no less, but you're famous, but you only make 100K a year. Or $1 million a year, but you're not famous.
Oh, I'll take the $1 million a year. I mean,
all right.
100K
well, I was just thinking, like, so you do have to like still go out and like show your status, right? So you have to get the car, you have to get the whatever. But with the fame, you get a lot of perks. You might be able to get like front row at shows. You go front row at UFC. You get ladies know you're famous. Women love status. And 100K is enough to like live like we can adjust it for inflation. So like next year it would be 200K.
I mean, 100K is great money no matter what, but
if you know it's steady too, that you're going to be getting the $8,000 a month for life.
Yeah, but I mean,
but you're also famous. So you got to understand, like, you're going to get so much free shit when you're famous.
I don't know.
You get free tickets.
Between those two,
shows.
I'd rather be a multimillionaire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is that in real life, really what being rich would solve all of my problems. and then also being famous, that would just be a nice like.
All right, so let's change
bonus.
it. So, how about rich, famous, 100K, rich, 250K a year? Do you take the fame with the 100K or the 250K a year not famous?
I'll take that. Yeah, 250. I mean, like, yeah, when it comes down to it, what's more important than anything is like making more money.
All right.
So it's like, yeah, because it's like,
well, I was trying to find where the balance is for you. So
yeah, I mean,
150K a year for life or 100K a year for life, but you're famous.
I just look like honestly, realistically, personally, I want to get to. I would be happy if I could get to a place where I never have to fill out a job application ever again.
Yeah,
it's such a humiliating act of degradation, especially like nowadays, especially of the job application process of uploading your resume and then having to answer a bunch of questions that were answered on the resume.
So
and then and then they want you to be like, so why do you want to work, for this company? They want you to fill in that thing. It's like, I need money, but you're not allowed to say that. You have to come up and be like, oh, I think this company does great work or whatever.
Well, you're making an argument for just being famous without being rich, right? So if you were just famous for life, you'd probably never have to fill out a job application again. You could always just get some stupid bit part or something that would get you money or a show, or you could go to like one of those festivals where you sign autographs.
Hold on, this is it's so fucking degrading. You have no idea how humiliating and painful it is to try and to like go to these different job boards or find out who's hiring and fill out these applications. It really takes the wind out of your sails. It's such a like. I'm trying to think of like what the word for it would be, because it's degrading, but it's also this like labyrinthine, like Kafkaesque process of like. I have to write a resume.
Yeah.
And then I have to upload it to the job application that I'm filling out. And then I have to answer all these questions that the resume answers. But now I have to fill them in additionally as part of this job application. And then I have to fill out do a creative writing exercise as to why I want this job that can't be the real reason that I want it, which is I need the fucking money. And then I have to fill out, am I gay? Like, what's my sexual orientation? It's just this like laborious process.
The answer is yes for anybody at home wondering.
Yes. Yeah, so it is like a humiliating like act of degradation, and it doesn't matter what my age is or what my circumstance. The whole product, because and also, by the way, also the jobs don't exist. So any one of these, you fill out fucking 5, 6, 7, 10 applications a day. They don't even exist. If they get back to you, it's to let you know you didn't get it.
I will say, so I recently did some job stuff, and I was like, oh man, like a lot of the stuff that's there, I just don't have the skill set for, right? The stuff they're looking for. And then you got to think, a lot of this stuff just has to be placed. There's a percentage of it that just gets placed, and the job's already given to somebody that they know, but they have to place the job anyways. And then, like you're saying, the other ones are so in demand that they make you jump through so many hoops. I was able to do some private contracting stuff and build some stuff where I was doing right now for some income, but I'm doing this while I'm trying to work on something else. But I went looking for jobs, and it's like, I guess, I mean, the only thing you would have to, you could do is if you really wanted to get into like a business and they're just going to fuck you over anyways, is you get into an entry level and work your way up. But there's no loyalty in companies anymore.
No. No, yeah, it's also, there's just not a lot of promise with any job you get now. And that's made like, noticeable by the fact that very few jobs now offer a pension. They all have like 401k matching, which tells me that like, you know, we're both looking for the exit for this job, because the fact that it's a 401k, not a pension, means that neither one of us are investing into my longevity in this position at this company.
I'm working on something. Again, I got some contracts that I had to get going, and I'm driving for a living now, which is a pain in the ass. But I've been working on something in the morning, and I hope that takes off, because if it does, I'm going to share it with a couple of people.
No, I'm not even. Dude, this Dan Mullins in the chat. Yeah, he's getting the red ass on me. I'm not looking for a pension. I'm just saying that you can, like, given the way current like these retirement structures are set up, it's not even like it tells me, like, the impression I get. Mighty Boss.
Want to see my retirement plan, Dalton?
The impression that I get
it's right there. It's right there.
What?
That handgun with some ammo, dude.
The impression,
dude, honestly, this is. I hope this doesn't make YouTube come down, but there is something kind of peaceful when I wake up in the morning and I'm stressed out. That I'm like, if it gets that bad, I have sweet relief is in the other room.
Dude, isn't there's a pretty famous quote about that? Like, I can't even remember what I'm trying to remember, but it's something about like, something that's given me so much peace of mind is knowing that I can kill myself at any moment.
Honestly, so I was like stress when I was younger. I think I've told this story, but my buddy's father had retired from the police chief in the town I grew up with, and he was back up from Florida, and he came to our card night, and we were kind of stressing, and they all went out to smoke, and me and him were just sitting at the poker table. And he's, much older than me, gray hair or whatever. And at the time, I don't know how old. He's still older than me than I am now. But anyways, he's like, dude, the great thing about life is if it gets way too stressful, you can always just kill yourself. And you would think that that's like terrible advice, but I had never thought about it before. And I was like, yeah, you can just kill yourself. And I can say, never unalive yourself. If you need help, go get help or whatever. Right. But like, it's really never that bad.
The most inspirational podcast on the internet.
Yeah,
you can just
really
kill
never
yourself.
that bad. Like you like, if you just, no, like, so you're like, a lot of it is when you think about it, it's just the system. So you're like, oh, like I can't pay my bills. So what's going to happen? Well, your credit's going to get shot. Oh, the Jew credit system that they made for you is going to get shot. Fuck the Jews then. It's like, can you make your rent? Can you get food to eat? And can you afford like a girlfriend then? You're like, yeah, okay, well, you miss a couple payments while you're trying to figure things out. And there's like, oh, what else happens? And like, you just go through the whole scenario, and like so many things would have to fall apart for it to actually get to it. But we build these labels on top of things that become very stressful, that aren't that stressful.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, because you're so used to them to being normal. But I think right now, as things stand in the U.S., as they get worse and the inflation goes higher and higher, they're going to have to change stuff around because of how they fucked everything up.
I truly am like at a loss. Like, dude, I don't know what the plan is. Like, what anyone's plan is. Like, nothing that's happening makes any sense. And it doesn't look like anyone is like accounting for like where we're headed or what the future is going to look like. Like this whole like the housing market just getting to such unaffordable rates.
Yeah.
And then everything being propped up by this, like, I don't know if it's a bubble or not, but AI is like the only thing holding the global economy together. And it's so strange how AI is like simultaneously taking away everyone's jobs so that nobody can make any money to actually contribute to the economy. And yet AI is the only economic force that is like propping everything up. So I don't really understand what the plan is. If it seems like the things that I'm hearing about, like techno-feudalism and creating this permanent underclass of like turning all of us into like the permanent serf class. That seems to be what is going to happen. Like what is actually being conducted, because it's like, what is the what is the point of AI, of like automating everything, if you require everyone to still get a fucking job? Like if you're gonna like ideally you would create AI, you would like automate everything to eliminate the need for human labor. But then if you're still going to have this system in place that necessitates people making money to be able to buy things and afford their bills, where they need a job, but you've eliminated the jobs, well, then you displaced like however many fucking billions of people don't possess the qualifications to be AI engineers. You know what I mean?
Well, here's where I think it's going, and this is what I think people would be good. Is like, so, you know, everybody has one of these now, and everybody knows how to use these, even to get work and jobs and technology and all this stuff, right? But originally, this was DOS, and they're like, computers are going to take everybody's jobs, and this, that, and the other thing. I think what will happen is AI. I mean, I don't like ChatGPT. If you talk to ChatGPT,
I've used it a few times. I hate it.
I use it for like scraping data and stuff. But if you talk to it and you're like, "Hey, ChatGPT, I need some help for something," and you're like, if you said, "Hey, ChatGPT, I need your help with something. Can you go online? I think rice is $10, but it might be $20. Can you go look and see what it is at my local grocery store?" It's like, "Sure thing, Dave. No problem. I went to your grocery store. It looks like the low price for rice is $10 and the top price is $20. It's like, well, that's what I just told you. Could you go to the Market Basket website and actually look up what rice is or whatever? And it just takes what you tell it and spits it back to you in a friendly way.
Sure.
It doesn't actually do anything. So I think what'll happen is AI will get to a point where you can do little AI agent tasks. So like when you're a secretary and you have a question about the company, or you're talking to a client and you have a question about the company, the data, the knowledge base, the library, you'll be able to ask a chat bot that's near you. But the actual physical agreements and the talking and everything will be done between humans that love one another, basically, and not this artificial intelligence. It's not even intelligence. It's just artificial information giver or whatever.
Yeah, it's a software. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
I use quite a bit of it.
What does this mean?
Not that great. It's
$10. So baby, dry your eyes, save all the tears you've cried. Oh, that's what dreams are made of. Is this the Lizzie McGuire theme song? Because we belong in a world that must be strong. Oh, that's what dreams are made of. I think is that the theme of Lizzie McGuire?
I never listened to Lizzie McGuire.
Well, Lizzie McGuire was a TV show on the Disney Channel starring Hilary Duff.
Oh, whatever she's doing, let's clone that. Can we get a couple clones of the Duffmeister?
From when she was a teenager on Lizzie McGuire?
No. Have you seen her recently?
Oh, dude, she's stacked.
Yeah, but she's got like kids, a husband, runs a household. Whatever she's doing,
dude,
we need to get
massive titties, great big ass titties.
They used to take.
Is that a BBL? Does she have a BBL? Because those pictures of her ass are unreal.
That is not a BBL.
She has an insane ass. And
that's a squat and the GYM.
I don't know, dude. That might be a because that was a black. That's a black woman's ass, and the only way for white women to get black lady ass is with a BBL.
No, Hilary Duff is 100% natural. Hilary Duff. Because if she wasn't, then all the Kardashians would just copy her. Let's pull up some info. Let's pull up the Duffmeister.
Well, let me say this though. First and foremost, I'm a 1099 independent contractor is my primary job. But if I'm looking for some supplemental income, let's say I'm looking at what jobs are available, filling out applications, that whole process, like the limitations you hear from people of my generation and younger about the job hunt. Like we're all experiencing this like this shared phenomenon of how just miserable and arduous that process is, and also like how defeating it can be for you to go have to, because everything has like migrated to technology, the internet, AI, all of it. The entire like application process is this like unknown that you have to engage with, of like filling out an application and then hitting submit and then just waiting to see if somebody, like if anybody responds. Like you fill out 10 applications a day and you're just like checking your email hoping that somebody responds, and you get a response and it's like, we've decided to move forward with other applicants. Like, oh, great. And then even for like what you would think of as like entry level jobs, or jobs that require zero qualifications, you do a phone interview and then they go, oh, I think you're a great fit, I'm going to move you forward to a FaceTime interview. And you do that interview, and so they're putting you through like they're adopting the same interview process as like Google, but for a job that pays like $17 an hour, where you have to go through multiple rounds of interviews hoping to get a job that puts you still below the poverty line. So it's the whole experience, the whole process is like just extremely deflating, and it feels like, I don't know, it definitely feels like you're being beaten down by it. And that's and then and because like it's so difficult now to achieve any sort of upward mobility in that way, they have now there's this like add-on, this gig economy that exists where everybody is like trying to figure out, well, my fucking job is never going to pay me any money that amounts to anything.
That's what's crazy is it used to be like you had a job, then you got a side gig to get some extra income to save. Now you need both just to survive.
Yeah, now you get your 40-hour a week job, and then you're like looking for other way. It's like, I guess I could do DoorDash and Uber and all these other things, where now you're getting exploited. Even you're getting like extra exploited because you have to use your fucking car or bicycle, however you do it, to go deliver soups to fat lazy assholes who somehow they have the good jobs. They're paying them enough that they can afford to have soup delivered to them. They can pay the premium.
I was
on
laughing
soup
today, not to dig on Robbie, but remember when he ordered $26 ice cream to the house in New York City? I was looking at the SNAP benefits today, broken down by ethnicity, and the number one was like 48% of American Afghanis are on SNAP. And I was like, oh, that's how Robbie got his $26 ice cream delivered.
Dude, I've met a lot of people who, because I don't know what the rules for SNAP are, like how you qualify for it, but I've met a lot of people who I don't think are poverty stricken or need SNAP that are on SNAP.
Yeah, they're starting to do away with it. I think here's the issue, right? And I know a lot of this stuff comes out of like a good intention. So when Obama was in office, him and Michelle wanted to take away what felt like not dignity.
Oh, thank you, Pretend Mike David. He's been door dashing for his super chats. Well, hey, pick up some new orders and hit the super chats. But sorry, what were you saying, Dave?
They switched the food stamp system over to the EBT system, right? Because they wanted people to have a little bit more dignity and to put money on it or whatever. As time, and then that was originally healthy foods, and they had to meet certain standards to get on to the food stamps, and then later on, well, Reagan started all of it with the leftover cheese, but we won't get into all that.
Mm-hmm.
But then what happened was the corporations were like, oh, the government will give money to poor people, and then the poor people will buy our foods. So they started lobbying to get and saying like, hey, poor people should be able to eat Oreos. Poor people should be able to eat Nabisco crackers.
I agree.
Whatever. So then they would lobby to get these on the EBT list. And now it's a $1 trillion industry where the government prints money, gives it to poor people who buy food that goes straight back to the corporations, right? And so the corporations now lobby to get these foods on there that are very low in taste, high in like addiction and all that stuff, because they know that these people will buy them. They'll buy them heavily. And it's basically just the middle class gets taxed through inflation. Everybody gets taxed through inflation. The money goes to the poor people, which go to the corporations, and the corporations just make more money and more money. So it's literally a lobbyist gets you, if you spend $1 on lobbying, you make $1,000 back last I checked. So it's 1,000 to 1 ratio. And so they spend all this money on lobbying to get food on the EBT list, so the poor people that don't manage their diets properly buy it, and then the corporations just get richer and richer. But the problem when that happens is not only does the inflation hurt, but if they know an EBT person is going to buy Oreos,
An EBT American,
are going to buy Oreos, but they're going to put it on their EBT card. Instead of $3.99, they can make it $4.25 because they're not paying for it. But then you and me have to pay $4.25 too. And then they can raise it to $4.50. And they keep doing that because every year EBT automatically knows that inflation is going to happen. So your EBT automatically goes up every year based on the inflation ratio. So even if you don't need more money, if your things don't get whatever, the food goes up. The amount that they give you goes up based on the inflation, based on modern monetary theory and all that stuff. So it's just a constant shuffle of taking money from the middle class and the workers, making them poor to get the money to go through them so that the corporations can get it. And and I'm not lying when I say trillion with a T. You can look it up. Well, if you're interested after the show, people can look it up. Spending money on lobbyists to get food on the EBT list. And Bernie Sanders is actually somebody that talked about this, and I won't get too further in it, but he was like, you don't need 100 types of deodorants or 100 types of cookies. So one of his solutions was you can get one of each and put it on the list. But then all that happens is the corporations fight for that one
Fig Newtons
thing to put on the list.
I love Fig Newtons.
Yeah. But anyways, let's change the subject. Just so you guys.
Wait a second. I wanted to hold on. Play this.
Okay.
I just sent it in the private chat. I just wanted to show, dude. I fell in love with this woman today. I listened to her latest album.
I've been listening to
no, not that. Go back to what I sent.
Yeah. I've been listening to a lot of NPR because I'm up on the Canadian border.
Well, this is their tiny desk thing. So this, dude, just listen to this lady, dude.
Hold on,
she's an angel.
Premium. All right, everybody, listen to Sierra Farrell, Tiny Desk Concert.
Dude.
Is this going to get taken down?
No.
Okay.
Just play it. We'll see.
Oh, I love this stuff.
Well, I come down here from the mountain top. I cut you down like an autumn
Hey, ladies, what's stopping you from dressing like that, ladies?
Oh, looks like it's a lot of work.
I was just thinking, like, she's cute, but how retarded are women if she just, like, glues flowers on her face?
No, she's not. Don't say that about her. She's an angel.
Is that a midget in the back?
No, maybe.
And I can't fish. I can drive you crazy, yes I can. Well, I can't even make a dish. I can drive you crazy, yes I can. I can drive you crazy, yes I can. Ask me on a date and I'll show up late. I can drive you crazy, yes I can. For I will blow out your birthday candle, steal your cake. I can drive you crazy, yes I can. Hey, fever's knocking at your door and you can feel
Yep.
the dogs lying on your floor. Too far you go from your chest door. I can drive you crazy, yes I can.
That's not Kelly Clarkson, but Kelly Clarkson is another one of the Greek princesses.
I can drive you crazy, yes I can. I can drive you crazy, yes I can. I can drive you crazy, yes I can.
It's beautiful. Okay.
Oh, there's a lot more to this.
Oh yeah, it's a whole concert. I just wanted to.
Yeah, so check that out, Sierra Farrell.
I listened to
on
that
NBC
album
Music.
today. What's the name of that album again? I listened because I was
The Tiny Desk concert.
Well, no, that's the NPR thing. No, the album is called Trail of Flowers, and it's Sierra Farrell is her name, dude. She's
Yeah, I like that.
She's an angel. I love it, dude. That's extremely my
She sounds
extremely
very
my shit.
Appalachian.
Very it's very much of Appalachia.
Yeah.
I like that her teeth are not only imperfect but kind of fucked up.
One of them's a gold tooth or
One,
something.
it looked like one was a gold tooth or
one of the
some
front
kind
teeth.
of
yeah.
platinum.
That don't bother me. I like the more natural the better for the most part for me.
Oh yeah, I hate the veneers. Everybody trying to get perfect teeth now. It looks so unsettling.
Especially when, first of all, they gotta fuck your teeth up. They grind your teeth.
They
up.
have to grind them down to like little nubs and then
Yeah.
fit the perfect teeth.
And
on
then they
top
make
of
them bigger than they fit in your mouth. If you have to relearn to talk, it's like, I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah, but
you know?
she's a great musician. I found her because of that Tiny Desk concert, and I went on Spotify and I listened to the whole album. It's called Trail of Flowers. Came out last year. She's I love it when I find new music that really pleases my ears like that.
You said new, and it just triggered me. New followers, new people to the show, Cornfed here. I just want to thank everybody. I was going through the numbers the other day, and it's been 10 months that Dalton and I have been doing the Saturday Night Live stream every Saturday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the Cornfed Billionaire Podcast Network. We usually go anywhere between 3 to 5 hours. And we've almost quadrupled the amount of people that listen. The original shows were getting like 300 views. Now we're getting maybe 800-900
Yeah,
views.
it's definitely the numbers have gone up, so I do appreciate all y'all.
You guys are great. I
supporting.
appreciate the fans. If you know anybody that you can send this to, if you guys can share this, we'd really like to grow. If we could get some more subs on the YouTube, we can get this up. Dalton and I need to talk about some benefits to the corn-fed. What's going on with the corn-fed Patreon?
So
What's the first level that you got to get to?
The Patreon, if you subscribe to that, you get access to all the premium episodes and bonus content for as little as $5 a month. That's patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. There is also, when you see the thing where it's like gifted corn-fed membership or just subscribe to the thing, that's YouTube memberships. So YouTube has its own premium membership thing that I set it up just to be like, if anybody wants to do this, you could do it. I did not add any like perks or benefits to any of the tiers. So if you buy a corn-fed membership, you're buying a monthly subscription that doesn't really get you anything other than you subscribed. So I guess I got to figure out what the perks would be.
Yeah, there's got to be some perks. Pandatron's right. I think clips do help, but this is such an organic show. It's kind of a niche show.
No, dude, we have broad appeal.
It's so yeah. I mean,
you're libertarian. I'm leftist, communist.
Got to get a couple,
cover the whole political spectrum.
You got to get a couple more broads in the chat. I know a couple ladies that do.
We got to denaturalize and deport Zoran Mandani. See this Token Tony member for 17
We're
months.
We're on a couple people's radars. I want to say to you guys, things are growing, and they sounded more promising last week, but I talked to two. We might have 2 show sponsors coming up, which
that's cool.
That are in the works. So people are taking notice. We're looking to get our first and second sponsor. So we're gonna have hopefully some
Pure
promo
Infinity
codes.
Botanicals. No.
As that happens, which is cool. So I do appreciate it. It is crazy because like I see the same people here every week. We talk to you guys. I see how many people watch it live and come in and out. And when the show is over, it's like 300 or 400 people have come through.
Oh, and guess what?
And then I check at the end of the week, like 1,000 people watch. I'm like 1,000 people watch me. That's crazy.
Guess what? That sound I was hearing is gone now. That was in my headphones. So
wait, did you? Oh, speaking of that, being retarded in your ears. Make sure to tune in next week for the guy that's got bad. He's a bad.
Yeah, I browsed his Twitter thing for a second to figure out like what he meant when he said he has a disability. It looks like he has something called hyperacusis, which is like his ears are retarded.
Yeah,
and
he's a bad listener.
Yeah, he's hey, just like all men, right?
Yeah.
But it's something where it's like any noise causes extreme pain. So I don't know how he's going to do this, but yeah, it's like super tinnitus. It's like a super Saiyan tinnitus. It sounds like
he's got ear Tourette's.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's like at first it sounds like is this a real disability and then I looked it up and I was like, damn, this would be hell on earth.
Does he have what the guy from Something About Mary had that had to wear the headset? I'm gonna.
That guy was just severely autistic.
You know, like when he lifts the thing up, though. Yeah, but I know a lot of autistic people have like
they have sensitivity. We'll find out. We're gonna.
I can't wait
next week.
Tune in next week to figure out how retarded this guy's ears are. I hope that he's cool. Here's one thing that I am worried about.
$2. We need member emoji / sticker. I'll figure out how to do that
because Dalton's so woke.
I'm afraid leftist communist.
I'm afraid that this guy might be woke, and then I'll say something like your ears are super retarded, and then we'll get canceled, dude. You know, and then I'll have to go on Kill Tony. I'll have to go on Kill Tony and get David Lucas's help to get uncanceled.
By the way, we talked about. I can't wait for tomorrow is an exciting day because we talked about it on Crowder Boys brief a little bit, and I had no interest in this until I read like the reviews that started coming out a couple days ago.
I heard you guys talking about this.
Dude, It TV show is the premise is so profoundly.
The premise had me laughing so hard.
The premise is so stupid. I couldn't believe I can't believe that that's what the show is about. And I think it comes out tomorrow.
It's like jumped the ship before the show even started.
Dude, it's
Jump the
already
shark.
it's already off the rails. It's already
Yeah.
such a dumb idea that I have to watch it because I was like I couldn't give a shit about an It prequel series, but when I found out that the premise of the show is the government wants to capture and weaponize Pennywise against the Russians and the Cubans as the Cuban Missile Crisis is happening. You know, first you have my curiosity. Now you have my attention. It's like such a harebrained, but it really harkens back to the cocaine years of Stephen King, when like even the actual book It was written on cocaine.
Yeah,
that it does at least sound like one of his just crackpot ideas. That he's written other books with terrible ideas like that already, but it just like the thing.
I was after I listened to that, right, I was thinking about how they could do it. The way that they could work is the movie, like when we watch the movies, the It clown is kind of like cartoonish, like a Jason, like a Michael Myers type character. But if they made it more realistic, almost like a Batman that's got these like superpowers, that's kind of like in his house, and you see him like humanized, kind of like the Joker a little bit.
No, but that's not what he is, dude.
Yeah, because he's like Q from Star Trek.
He's like, yes, he's this billion-year-old cosmic entity that crash landed on Earth like a million years ago. So he's more like an H.P. Lovecraft, like old god that is like unknowable to the human mind. To look upon Pennywise as what he actually is drives you into madness. That's what in the book they call it the Deadlights.
Yeah.
So it's like this unknowable, incomprehensible, impossible to understand entity that sometimes takes the form of a clown.
So they could make him. They could kind of make it like Godzilla then, where they're going after him, and now he can actually show some of the power that they've kept, whatever, as they try to capture him.
Maybe it just doesn't. It sounds like it for the thing that where it kind of spoils the original story, like what's captured in the book and the miniseries and the movies and all that is like that whole story is very like self-contained and isolated. So the horror is that there's this like lurking within this like idyllic small town in Maine is just this incredible, unfathomable horror. You know, that is similar to like what you see in like something like Twin Peaks, and this idea has kind of been explored in a lot of places, like the sort of evil that lurks within any community, right? Like everything looks good on the surface, and then if you dig far enough, you'll find like the darkness that lies within. And so the terror that comes from it is that it's all very isolated, and whatever spell Pennywise is cast on the population, you know, no one is even able to combat him because they either don't know he exists or he's making them more aggressive and whatever magic he's doing, right? And so like the terror you find in it is that it's only this one group of kids that are even aware that he exists and is doing this, and they are the ones that have to contend with Pennywise.
Yeah.
You know, and so the terror, that's like where you find the horror of it, is how isolated it is. When you expand it and make it so big that the fucking government knows about him, then it starts to like remove a lot of the mystery and the mystique of like what the character is and what is originally explored.
Well, maybe
the
won't be the entire government. Maybe it'll be like a couple like a beekeeper type situation where they get the guy out of retirement. They're like, we need this, like a SEAL Team 6.
Well,
to
that's
go get
something. But here's the thing. The thing is that because that in the review I read is that they find a guy. Well, first off, they got the chef from The Shining. He got The Shining, so he knows about Penny. I think that's what's alluded to in the book. Even is that all those kids have some form of The Shining. So because they have some supernatural awareness, they're able to see and interact with. Oh shit! Did I freeze?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
hold on. I
think
gotta
YouTube
refresh real
froze.
quick. Give me 1 second.
YouTube probably froze you up because they thought you were going to talk about child orgies at the end of the It movie. So they're like, shut her down. Shut her down.
Okay.
Shut her down.
So it's like they got the guy from The Shining, the chef,
Yeah.
because he got The Shining, to suss out Pennywise. And then there's like a guy, from what I read, there's a guy with a brain injury that has caused him to be unable to to experience fear. Like he lost the part of his brain where you feel fear. So that's what they're going to send in, I guess, to try and wrangle Pennywise. It's all such a really, really stupid, ill-advised idea. I'm going to watch I'll be tuned in every week. It's so dumb. But it's like, horror is very effective when it's like condensed. When you like draw it into a like an ice, like just a house.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You're worried that the horror movie is going to become like a monster movie. Kind of.
I mean, it is already kind of a monster movie, but it's like Godzilla. I would not say Godzilla is a horror.
Yeah, it's a monster movie.
It's a monster movie, and it lacks the like what would make it horror because it's so like the government and world militaries have to get involved.
Yeah, there's no fear that you're gonna like run into Godzilla in your living room,
right? And
like
so
he's not coming after you, and no one knows. If they got an eye on Pennywise or they're looking for him, some of the danger disappears because it's out in the open.
Yeah, so it's like if the fucking it's like if the government if the president sent the National Guard to Haddonfield, Illinois to dispatch Michael Myers, that takes away a lot of the horror that is in the Halloween.
Like, oh, I'm safe, dude. He's down in Illinois. The government's got it under control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like on the news you hear about this serial killer. It's like, well, for some reason, the president has sent in the National Guard to take out one guy. I don't know why they would need the National Guard for that. But, it just, that removes all the horror of
I have heard somebody make that joke before. Where it might actually been Shane Gillis, where he's like, they were like, do you like those? And he's like, no, they're dumb. And he's like, why? He's like, because just call the cops, just call the military. The guy would come and take them out in 2 seconds. Why are you fucking around with them?
Well, then you don't have a horror movie. You have to suspend disbelief. Because did you see that guy? Dude, it's so funny. Do you remember
tough with cell phones now?
Do you remember David Wong? Did you ever hear about David Wong?
No, but him and me should probably do a podcast together.
Wong don't make a right.
Yeah, Wong and right.
Yeah. No, damn, why are we hemorrhaging viewers? Who cares? But David Wong was he's still an author, but it's funny because I remember when he was coming to prominence, he was a writer on at cracked.com, and then he had a book that got really popular that Don Coscarelli made into a movie called John Dies at the End. And he was always up front that
spoiler alert.
Yes. He was always up front that this is like a pen name. His name's not actually David Wong. But this is his like nom de plume, right? And then I guess like as the libtard years started to become more and more everything woke, whatever you want to call it, he had to drop the name David Wong, and he nowadays just goes by his actual name, which is Jason Pargin,
which is
no, he's just some like pasty white guy, right? And he had a tweet that went viral. Is this this is why we're losing viewers? People really do not want to hear about Welcome to I guess so. It looks like we're down to 5 live viewers. So I don't know what happened. But we've lost.
I see 33.
You see 30. I don't know why mine is showing 12.
Let me refresh my page. I never look. Oh no, we got 12.
We only got 12, dude.
It is late.
It's late. I don't know what happened. Well, anyway, he had a tweet that went viral about that movie Weapons, where he said, like, this movie, like, if this actually happened, if 17 kids went missing from a classroom, it wouldn't be contained to just that community. Fox News would be there. There'd be a full FBI investigation,
Yeah.
podcasters, and he got dunked on, he got flamed, clowned, whatever you want to call it, by everyone on Twitter who was like, "Yeah, man, it's a movie. Like, it's asking you to suspend that kind of disbelief, because that would be like any movie, any horror movie, like most movies can be resolved by, yeah, just call the government or so.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so you know, for these kinds of stories to work, you have to like isolate them and carry them out in that sort of isolation. Because if you expand it just a little bit to the outside world, then yeah, it falls apart.
Even in the year like 2000, I think, is when they started like experimenting with, like, movies would always start off with like, "Hey, is your cell phone working?" It's like, "No, mine's not either. I don't get any service." And they're like holding it up, and they have to like start every movie like that, because the movie would be over if they could just call for help. So they have to get rid of cell phones. So there's a lot of movies like that and stuff. I think they just we suspend a lot of belief, and some of it's ignorance, but a lot of belief in the average movie. And then the little stuff you have to like address and make a big point of why, that's not an issue. And I think the best way, I think, usually is if they put it in the past. You know what I mean? Like, just put the setting before all that technology and stuff and make it creepier that way.
Or you just have a scene where somebody goes, "I got no bars," and there you go.
Yeah, but it's like that wouldn't work with Pennywise right now because it's global. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
what would be cool, the way that would be cool with him, but it wouldn't be scary. It would just be cool. Would be like,
if he got elected president, because that's what happened in real life.
Yeah. If, like, I was just picturing, like, because he's so big, my mind just keeps going to like a big picture of him as the clown with this in outer space, with like his hands like on the ozone of the earth, just like looking down at it, and then going like disappearing, and then just being like a clown shape in the sewer. So like he can be so big that he's holding the earth like this, looking down at it 1 second, and then he can be in the. So to him, the whole thing is that he's a jokester and a prank. He's doing this to pass the time because he's immortal
You know what I mean? Technique.
Immortal. Yeah.
Oh, Autumn's here. Hello, Autumn.
Hey, Autumn.
She was how
now we have 13 viewers, I guess.
We're talking about It by Stephen King.
We got Tiff and Autumn in the.
And I should read books again. I used to be able to read 1,000-page plus books, and now I can't fucking read a tweet without getting bored. I can't focus on nothing.
I got a story from yesterday that you triggered me from all this talk. So you ever, because you were saying, like they find this guy that's like got a brain tumor that can't find fear or whatever.
He can't feel fear. Yeah,
can't feel fear.
It's like Daredevil.
So I can't talk about exactly what I do, but I deliver in-home cancer treatment to patients, and it's time sensitive. The stuff that I do is same day. It's refrigerated and stuff, and I got to be careful. And it goes to some crazy places. And so yesterday, I left and I had to drive. My last stop was 4 hours from home, or 3.5 hours from home, with 2 stops in between. And I start going. I'm like 2 hours up there. I do my first drop off, and it's thundering and lightning, like just storms. And I'm in a rural area in the mud and everything. And my GPS goes down. So I'm like, is the AWS down again? I have no GPS to get to the next stop. I try Waze, doesn't work. I try Google, doesn't work. And usually if you get the GPS ping, now I'm in the middle of nowhere, it's dark or whatever. And I'm like, fuck, dude, I got to get this there, and it's got to be there in an hour. I mean, I don't even know where to go. So I'm starting to get frustrated because it's like, I'm white knuckling in the rainstorm. My GPS isn't working or whatever, but I know that where I need to go is north. So I start traveling north from the compass in my car. And then as it starts to get worse, and
you drive a Jeep?
Stressed, I drive a SUV, a Volvo SUV.
You just said compass.
It does have a compass in it.
Oh, thank you, Autumn.
Tells
She
me
says
it's
I'm
like-
looking very handsome tonight. I've been eating better.
So,
That charcuterie.
so I got super stressed, but at some point I became so stressed. Like I was like, I'm gonna quit this job. I suck. The world sucks. I broke and I was like, fuck it, dude. No one's coming to save you. And like my mind just switched. And I was like, just go north. You know you're going north. You'll find something. GPS still isn't working. I pull over. I find this convenience store in the middle of nowhere. I go in. It's pouring rain. I'm soaked. And I was just like, I need a map of Vermont. He's like, I grab this cheap map. I go up there. I buy it or whatever. I get back in the car. It's all wet. I start traveling with the map. I get to the first place and it's like all mud. So I'm like on these dirt roads. I get it. I get out. I got to find the next one and I'm using the map. It was just crazy because I got to a point where I got to a breaking point where I just locked in. And it was a really cool feeling. My adrenaline was going. It was pouring rain. It was dangerous. I was under time restrictions. I didn't know how to read the map. I used a paper map to actually find the location and drop it off. And then when it was all done, I just drove to this mobile station up there away from my house and sat down. And as my adrenaline went down, I started getting sad again. But I was like, I'd never felt so alive. I was like, for those like 3 hours when like stuff was on the line, and I was like, I can't imagine what it would be like to be in the military or to be like a cop or an EMT where it's like true life or death. I see why those people get addicted to that shit. Because I was
That was how I felt when
I
I was
done,
in,
I was like, dude, I just felt alive for my first time.
that's how it felt when I was in active psychosis. Was I was like, I feel so alive right now because I don't, because I was dying. I was like living on the edge. So I was like, dude, this is like the best feeling ever. So I get
Oh,
that.
dude,
Yeah,
I woke up. I feel like $1 million today.
yeah, almost dying but not dying really does. It is rejuvenating.
Yeah,
Which I don't think you were close to almost dying, but
not last night. I've died before. I think we've gone over this on the show with my car accident or whatever when I was in my
what does
teens.
this mean? $10 from Ray, at Rayon Kef. Or is it Matt and Kim haunting me? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that travel? Are you talking about? Is that travel boats you're talking about? I don't know who is Matt and Kim in that travel boats.
I don't
I don't
know.
know. But thank you for the $10. Autumn says,
I
"I'm
can look
glad
it
you
up.
did not die." I don't know if is she talking about you, Dave? Maybe
Yeah,
she's
I
talking about
guess.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Oh yeah, this is what Ernst Younger says in Storm of Steel. Pretty much, war is long stretches of extreme boredom split up by the worst moments of your life. LOL. Yeah, that's a direct quote from Storm of Steel by
What
the
Matt and Kim haunting me?
German World War One soldier Ernst Younger. He actually says that in the book. War is long stretches of extreme boredom split up by the worst moments of your life. LOL. So the the usage of LOL dates back to at least 1919.
I found Matt and Kim haunting me. It looks like it's a two.
Oh, it's a song request.
Yeah, from We Were the Weirdos.
I thought he was like talking about people that I know that maybe me and him know personally, but no, this is a band.
Yeah, let me make sure. This looks like the most popular one from 9 years ago. So we'll watch.
By the
this,
way,
even though
if
it's
anyone's
not-
looking for some good literature, the book I just mentioned, Storm of Steel by Ernst Younger, is one of the greatest literary works ever written. It's just a detailed account of from a German soldier in World War One of just what it's like to be in World War One. It's really good. It's good. I had to read it in college. I took a World War One literature class. Actually, is where I read it. So we read that. We read what was it? We read a Hemingway book. I think we read A Farewell to Arms, and then a smattering of other things. I can't remember that well. Dude, I can't believe how much money I spent on college, and I don't remember most of it. Like the shit that I studied, I just like so much of it I don't remember. It's like this is the most money I've ever spent on an education that I can't remember most of it.
Yeah, it sucks that that's what like goes on.
I mean, I feel like in what was the word, that the scholarly, academia was infused with me. That it's like I'm,
Yeah, so you're an LL
better than I
then.
would have been otherwise. Like, me
No,
without college is
You and I are what they call LLLs. It's lifelong learners, you know. So you don't have to put yourself in the cage of the of college. You can still learn after the fact.
yeah, of course. I'm just saying, dude, I went to so many classes, stressed myself writing papers, just it was like
Oh,
so
yeah.
much anxiety and stress and worry and going to classes. And then here I am, like how many years later, I got my degree. I fucking can't remember most of it.
No, I can't remember. I was it was maybe last Sunday. I try not to get on my phone or listen to music. There's a couple people that I'll talk to on Sunday, but I don't try to go online. So I pulled out the Brief History in Time by Stephen Hawking. I have those two books.
Stephen Hawking.
Yeah.
It's not Hawkins.
Both of them.
Both of them.
Yeah.
That's an insane book to try to listen to because there's so many
I have the hard copy.
Okay.
And so I just pulled it out in my living room and I was just hanging out and I opened up a couple of the books and I remember kind of understanding some of it in there. And like I go through it now and it's like your brain just decays, dude. Like you just look at yourself and you're like, most of the mathematicians do their greatest work by the age of 26, and then everything else is downhill from there because your brain just I don't know if it's the stress, the anxiety, the deterioration, or what. I used to enjoy reading that book, and I was reading it now, and it might have well been a foreign language. I couldn't concentrate. I couldn't get through it.
It's a dense book. It's tough to comprehend.
I don't remember it being that tough when I read them before.
There's so many charts and diagrams and formulas.
Yeah. So I put those away. I grabbed a D&D monster manual, which is right next to it. It's hard. And I started reading.
This one got
some
some cool pictures in it.
And it had some cool pictures that it does have some cool stories and like lore or whatever. And I was like, this is interesting because it's got my creative mind going, where the other side, I couldn't get creative on the other thing. And then after that was done, I felt refreshed because I had like triggered my creative mind. So anyways, my advice would be like, if you're going to read or do that stuff, instead of treating it like you're in school and you're under pressure and whatever, I just use it to like keep myself sharp and like make myself happy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I read that monster manual and I was like, dude, I just fucking read the monster manual, dude. That just, pretty cool. And now I'm going to go make something to eat. And it just made me feel good,
Well, yeah. I'll check that out. The Dungeons and Dragons.
Everybody check out the Dungeons and Dragons monster manual. I actually have the player's guide and the DM's guide, but I was just reading the monster manual.
I guess Autumn is bouncing to go play video games. Well, I love you too, Autumn. I love her so much.
Well, we're gonna play. She should stick around. We're gonna play something cool.
Yeah, we'll play this song and then we'll probably bounce ourselves.
My
Whoa.
This is not the video. I just played this video because there's no video for the other music.
This is a cool video.
Yeah. This is the stuff I watch when I want to relax. It's crazy that he's freaking Batmaning over this thing.
Dude, white people be crazy.
Yeah, dude. Look how tiny his shadow is.
That's what the shadow of my penis looks like.
So that was Matt.
That was
and Kim.
beautiful, dude.
Yeah, so that was Matt and Kim's Haunting Me. Yeah, so I will listen. I'll play something like this, and then have you heard? I forget what the name of it is.
I have great news. Oh, hold on. I have great news. Fartcoin is pumping back up.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, so I bought what I thought was the dip at 40 cents, and then it dipped even more down to 35 cents. So I bought that dip also using some profits I made on some other things. And now it's back up to 39 cents. So I have not lost any money on Fartcoin. I think honestly, like the funny thing about anything where you feel like you're maybe too late on it is you just got to wait for a good dip to happen, and then you're right on time. Because yeah, like if you saw when Fartcoin was big in the news, if you saw it at like $1.50, that's a bad time to buy it.
When Kramer's like Fartcoin to the moon at $1.50, you know it's time to get out. Yeah.
Yeah. When you honestly, if something like Fartcoin is making it onto Jim Cramer's show, that's your top signal. Don't buy it then. But then when the noise kind of dies down a little bit, because like I was, when everybody was talking about Fartcoin, that it had hit $1 billion market cap and was at a dollar per Fartcoin, I was like, damn, man, that's like for a meme coin, that's crazy. But I knew then, like, well, it's too late for me to get in on it. And I would see dips happen here every now and then where it go to like 80 cents or whatever. And then when the whole market took a shit and I saw that it had gone to 40 cents, I was like, this is probably a great time to buy it, because from here, there is like a lot of upside potential, and it's like a relatively stable investment considering the. I know this, dude. I know this sounds crazy. I know this sounds fucking crazy.
I know what you're talking about.
But
It's
you
just
know
so
exactly what,
funny
like,
to say it out loud.
dog. If you see a meme coin that's trading at like 0.002 cents, which is like a $2 million market cap, that's like still pretty risky, because it's so like there's so few holders. There's not enough like foundation for it. So like usually like the rule is like a lower market cap is more volatility. So yeah, you can buy a shitload of it for not as much money, but you risk getting rugged.
Yeah.
Whereas like something like Fartcoin is like become a legitimate investment where it's fucking listed on Robinhood. So it has like the backing of so many investors.
We're so
And-
back, dude. Somehow we have 44 people.
Yeah, nice.
I
So
thought
anyway,
for sure they were all gonna jump ship when you started talking Farcoin.
well, I'm
and
just
Autumn
I,
left.
I know
Yeah.
how ridiculous it sounds to say like at this point, I think Farcoin is a pretty stable and long term investment. But I mean, legitimately, it's probably about as stable as like any stock around that price. In fact, it's actually better than a stock because stocks are have to abide by Nasdaq regulations if they're on most of them that you find around that price are going to be Nasdaq listings.
Yeah.
And so Nasdaq actually requires a stock to be above a dollar and above to remain listed. And anything that like when you hear about penny stocks, like anything under a dollar,
Yeah.
unless it's listed on like
They can get delisted, yeah.
yeah, unless it's listed on like the NYSE, most that you find are going to be Nasdaq listings. Anything below a dollar is at risk of becoming delisted, and so you actually, and this has happened to me before. You could buy a stock at like, 30 cents, 20 cents, whatever, and then it'll just keep dipping, or it may not hit that dollar mark before the delisting. Like because it has to stay above a dollar for a certain number of days. So if it stays below a dollar for however long, you'll actually just lose everything. It'll get delisted. Whereas, like at least with a meme coin, it doesn't just disappear. You at least always have the mostly false hope that it could come back, but it won't. It can't get delisted.
Yeah.
The Nasdaq could just pull the fucking stock off the exchange.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy because like guys like Gary Vee and all these guys are now talking about the blockchain, and like creating a decentralization or whatever. So I would like that to die down and see where we're at now. This is kind of like, it feels like, remember when all the memes came out or the NFTs with the Bored Apes?
Oh yeah,
I feel like we're at, this is the second cycle. So that went up and then everything, whatever. Now AI just got inserted into blockchain and it's going to calm down, and then we'll wait a couple more years and something big will happen. We can't play this because at 100 will get us, but 100% will get us pulled. But have you ever listened to Marconi Union Waitlist?
No.
I highly recommend this to everybody. So I'm going to show you the video of what it is, but we can't play the song. It's got like 141 million views. But here it is, Marconi Union Weight Loss Official. This song, we can play a little bit of it.
Reminds me of that video game Rez.
So this song somehow will calm your body down and reduce your anxiety, and they've measured up to 65%. And it gives you the same physical reaction, supposedly, when you lay down and meditate listening to the song, as it does like anesthesia before surgery. So I used to listen to this
I'll answer this question. Black Hole Someone's in order blue chip stocks. That's the big time, big money stocks. So that's like
those are the stocks that you want to put in the dips.
Yeah, those are the ones that you want to dip into your sour cream and onion.
Yeah.
No, blue chip is like just a big time, like Fortune 500. Like Nvidia, Apple, Tesla, anything that's trading like at over $100. That's that's your blue chip. Typically, is what you would think of as a blue chip. And then you have, and then you have like your penny stocks and I don't know whatever else. I'm not. None of this is financial advice. I don't know
financial advice.
This is financial advice.
Savings into that.
And so I mean, honestly, I will say what might be good financial advice nowadays. If you're wanting somewhere you can park your money and hold long term, Fartcoin might be a good one to look at. I'm serious, dude. Since it's trading
off the radar.
It's off anyone's. There's no noise.
There's
about
no manipulation.
It right now. It's not like all the buzz has died down. the stock has dipped quite a bit from its all-time high, but it's still holding at over, the 40 cents would put it at a $400 million market cap. So it's like holding relatively well, because most meme coins never really get above like a $5 million market cap. And so for something to hold, for the floor on something to be 400 million, it requires more capital to get a good to invest with size.
Black Hole Sun wants to know what Dave Ramsey has to say about Fartcoin.
Dude,
And
I would
all can
love
think
to.
about-
I would love to ask Dave Ramsey about Fartcoin.
Dude, I was just joking. That's all I could think about is he's got that call-in show with that lady and that other dude that sit at the desk. And so they take
Well,
like all the
it's
people
like,
are like, Dave, we're 500K in debt and we have 2 houses and a car and we don't know how we're going to pay for the surgery. And they're like, okay, take a deep breath. And then you get on like, hey, Dave, my name's Dalton from Parts Unknown. What are your thoughts on Fartcoin?
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, Panatron acknowledged my that I mentioned Rez, dude. When I still smoked weed, because there was because I remember, I don't know if I ever had it on PlayStation 2, but I've downloaded it multiple times, and so the most recent one I had downloaded on PS4. And when I still smoked weed, I would just get, I would blaze it up. I'd get stoned as shit, and I would just sit in front of the TV and play Rez for hours. It was such
before bed tonight, guys, everybody that's listening to this, anybody within the distance of my voice right now that's hearing me talk, go and listen to Marconi Union Weightless.
Oh yes, ambient
just
meditation.
listen to it before bed or when you want to relax. And if you have really good headphones, it doesn't work as well like on a phone or whatever, but it works on good headphones with a good speaker. The drum beat, it's a little fast, but the drum beat like is your heart, and you start hyper focusing on it, and then you're just sitting there and it feels like your heart beating is the music, and then it's got a calming feeling. But I would highly recommend it. I enjoy it. Because I was gonna say, after I went through like all my craziness yesterday, I sat in a parking lot and I put this on. And I decompressed before my ride home. After I went full beekeeper, dude, delivering that stuff.
Dude, Dave, you ever play Rez? You ever play Rez?
What is Resident Evil?
No, Rez, R-E-Z.
No.
Dude.
No, let's pull it up.
Incredible. It's like a combination rhythm and rail shooter. So you're like inside of a computer. What was it about? It was like you're inside of a computer, and there's like a virus, and so you're like the thing that has to go through the fucking mainframe or whatever to try and I can't even remember like what the actual story is now.
PS2?
Yeah, it was on PS2, but it's this very like everything looks like computer. It's like very like grids and mainframes and I guess like the idea is that everything is like programs, right? And so you're like the good program that is going through and has to shoot all the viruses and
there's a Res
evil
now that came out,
evil programs, and then you have to like each level has like its main like big like boss fight.
Yeah, but looking at some of the stuff now, there's a new one just came out called Res Infinite.
Yeah, I think that's the original game with like some extra levels, maybe.
Yeah.
But the gameplay was fun. It was like a rail shooter, similar to like what's another game like that?
Is this it?
Just watch it, dude. Yes.
Is this it?
Yeah, this is it. So like whenever you line up your shots, whenever you shoot, it lines up like it matches with the music.
Oh, so I've played. Oh, this is actually cool. I've played a game very similar to this without the music and stuff. Very
this
addictive.
shit is awesome. It's so addicting.
A really interactive experience here. Yeah, this game's definitely what you young kids would call a vibe.
This is a total vibe.
Yeah, dude. This is a vibe, dude. I can feel the aura coming off this game, dude.
Yeah, so layer level 4. And so there's like power-ups you can get where you can upgrade, you can like level up your guy. Because you see how it's like now it's more humanoid. It's got more distinguished parts on it. Oh
Yeah, it's kind of like it's like a Guitar Hero meets like Foxfire meets like Gallagher.
Gallagher? Did you say Gallagher?
What was the original?
You mean
Atari
Galaga?
one? Galaga, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, then
Oh,
you
look
take
at
a
that. There's
mallet
dude, I
out, you
never even
smash-
noticed that. Dude,
you
look
take
at
a
that. There's an
mallet
eye
out,
of
you
Ra
smash a-
there.
Smash a watermelon.
Dude, it's like Egyptian and shit. You see that? There's an eye of Ra.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Dude, look at that. I never even knew. You learn, you know.
It's fun.
Yeah, dude, that game is so fucking cool, dude. I used to just there's one of the things I miss about smoking weed is getting high and playing Rez. Dude, there was another one I got into for a while. It's like a similar, like stressful, anxiety inducing rhythm game called Thumper. Dude, you ever see that one?
No.
Dude, I played that on PS4 and on it doesn't work as well on the iPhone. But I was so addicted to it, I needed the mobile version so I could keep playing it even away from my PlayStation.
The one that I got super addicted to was Dr. Mario.
Hell yeah.
To the point where I had to give my console and the game to a friend and say, "Can you just hold this for a month?" Because I can't get anything done. But that was really good.
You got
Especially
Thumper pulled up? Is this Thumper?
I think this is Thumper.
Dude, this shit had me in a vice grip. I could not stop playing this.
Is this it?
Yeah.
The sound in the headset's really good.
Because it's like all these little things you see, these little nodes that pop up on the track, you have to match that like almost precisely with your your button press. And yeah, see?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Guitar Hero meets like Sonic meets Vibin'.
Yeah. And any little mistake you make, like, will just fuck up your whole shit in this game.
So your heart's racing this whole time.
Dude, it makes you this would fill me with dread and anxiety, and I could not stop playing it, dude. I'll probably put like 100 hours into this game. And like all the little things that you like, these walls, if you want to get a better score, you try to time it as close to it as you can. So like, you could hold that position to clear that wall, or if you wait and hit it just before you hit the wall, that gives you a better score. But then you run the risk of fucking that up, and then like, you know what happens whenever you miss a wall is it just fucks up your whole thing.
I do miss high score games.
Yeah, this is a high score game.
Like,
'cause you can play it till the end of the game and beat the game technically, but then you want to go back and try and get S level on all the S rank on all the levels.
So that's what used to kill me with like SS Tricky. Is you would just like, I would go through and I need to get.
Oh, here we go. This is a boss fight.
All the guys max to the level.
So you have to.
This is very creative in the way that they've like. This is even a boss fight, and you recognize.
Yeah. So for the boss fights, like these little nodes that pop up, you gotta hit those perfectly to power up the one that's gonna attack him, like that. And if you miss one, it resets. See? So now he's got to try and do it again. Oh, he fucked it up again. I just fucked up getting an S rank on this one.
What a creative, like,
dude! It's such a,
this
is such a like a hidden gem kind of. I think it might have been kind
crazy. Like when a game first comes out, like something like this. And you play it, you're like, what the fuck is this shit? This is dumb. And then you start playing it more, and you're like, all right, I'm kind of get it. Oh, I get it now. It's not a guy with a sword.
And then you're
It's-
just
I'm
addicted
gonna hit
to
this,
it.
and then the next thing you know, it's 5 a.m. and you got to be at work. It's
You
2
start seeing it
hours.
when you close your eyes. Dude. Yeah,
Yeah,
I played
you're like,
that.
you know what? I'm going to take an hour nap. You take an hour nap, and you just see that line
And
in
it,
your,
dude,
in
for
your mind's
me,
eye.
for me, it's always the games that are the most punishing that do that for me. Because it was like, it was that game, Rez. Robbie's third cousin, $2. What was that game called? That game was called Thumper. You can get that on any console. You can download it on any console, or it's on the like mobile. It's on the Apple and maybe Android also.
I would play that on a console because
Dude,
the sound and the headset really good. I don't think it would
dude,
hold
it's
up on a
that game
phone
is so dude. That game
'cause
is
it's
so
very
stressful.
immersive. You want
It's
that to be
so
super immersive.
it's crazy how stressful it is and how you never feel like you get a chance to breathe.
Yeah.
And I like could not stop playing it. I was like willingly putting myself through just this intense anxiety because I was like, I gotta
piss. So sorry.
Oh, Dave's gotta go piss. We gotta wrap this up.
I was
soon,
like,
but
we're gonna wrap it up.
We'll just
soon,
wrap
but
it up.
now it's
We'll
been
wrap it up.
30 minutes.
We'll go
can't
we'll go
wait anymore.
piss and then I'll wait. What was it? So it was like Rez, Thumper's another one, and then the other game I was like used to be really addicted to is the ones that like punish you the most are the ones that like I tend like if I start playing them I'll start seeing them when I close my eyes. I keep playing them so much. Was that you ever play a roguelike? You know those games where you like play it as far as you can and then you die and you have to start all the way over from the beginning. And so it's like you try to hopefully you learn something through that first run and then you play it again and then you die and you have to start all the way over and then you play it again. And it's like very difficult to like make any progress at all in the game. But it can still be fun and rewarding, but it also is like you're like being punished in ways that like more linear games or most video games don't punish. The point of like a roguelike is it punishes you and it's meant to be painful, I guess. I don't know, but I got addicted to one for a while called that big one called Enter the Gungeon. Where I was like, that was probably like the last time I had like several moments where I was about to break my PlayStation. I was getting so like frustrated, but then I would just keep playing it. And like, when you do finally like make some kind of progress, it feels so good. It's like, oh, I've like achieved something because I played this video game for a long time.
I'm trying to think because there has been games where I'm like, you just start talking to yourself. Like you start playing it and you go further and further, and then you get to a point where you just can't beat something, and then you kind of get like fucked over, like where you feel like and you're like, okay, that's not even fair. Like I didn't even touch that, and you're so mad.
Oh yeah, those Dark Souls games are like
Dark
that.
Souls, I think, did that to me a couple times. I'm trying to think.
That's the whole point of Dark Souls is.
Diablo. So I played Diablo 4, and like some of the boss fights some of the boss fights you just get gear and you just stomp them, but other ones do have mechanisms and stuff that you have to go through. So even if you gear up, you'll have more survivability. But if you get caught in a certain like insta kill mechanism, like you just won't survive. And there's so many times you're like, I wasn't even standing, like you're on like attempt 15 and you just can't beat it. And you just start talking to yourself. Like, I don't know. We've all been there, right?
Yeah. Well, there's like, dude, I had so many moments like that playing Dark Souls 2 because that game is like legitimately broken because of all the games that company's made, that was one that was like, the finished product was actually, it wasn't that it was unfair in the way that it's just a hard game. It was actually broken.
Yeah.
The way the hit boxes are. So like there's so many moments in the game where Like you can see that whatever the enemy takes a swipe at you, that it does not make contact with your character. It's not even close, and you still take damage from it. So like to play the game effectively, you have to not only figure out how, like the mechanics of the game and how to actually play it, you have to learn this other way of like, well, where are the actual hitboxes in this game? So I know how to effectively dodge these attacks. So you're like learning how to play a broken game. So I had so many moments like that in playing that one where I was like, this motherfucker is not hitting me for sure. I'm not getting
That's the
hit by
worst
this attack.
feeling. That's the worst feeling ever.
Yeah, and I was still, and you still take damage from it. And I was going, and I had to look it up. I was like, what the fuck is going on with Dark Souls 2? And every like Reddit thread, everything said, this is a broken game. Like it's the product that they shipped out doesn't work, but it's still a fun game if you can figure out how to play it within the structure of that it is broken.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of some more. Like I went back. Ghost and Goblins was one that I played for the regular NES, and then you finally beat it, and it's like that was the imaginary one, and you get dropped right off at the beginning again. You got to do it again. Dude. The original Ninja Gaiden.
Dude, that one. Well, not just that one, dude. When I was a kid and the first Xbox came out, they came out with that really cool Ninja Gaiden game for the Xbox. That game was like notoriously difficult.
Yeah,
like,
I played that. That was good. You know what I liked is I think it was like Warrior Dynasty or something.
Dynasty Warriors, dude.
Dynasty Warrior. Me and my buddy used to play that, dude, and you can just like, because I think it was just like a button mashing whatever, but you're just like
you were a Chinaman with a big sword.
People.
Yeah, you were like a Chinaman, and you had either a big sword or a halberd or something, and there would just be hordes of other Chinese coming at you, and you would just like swing it around, and you would kill like 100. Hundreds of people at a time. And then like at some point, any level, there would be like some kind of boss fight or some other guy that came in that was stronger than everyone else. So you had to fight all the other Chinamen and then the big Chinaman.
Yeah.
And then you would clear the level.
Dude, we had so much fun. Me and my buddy do this. I mean, is this racist? So me and my buddy, both white, for presenting white, I'd be like, hey, I'm going to come over here. You want to play Dynasty Warriors? He's like, yeah. We would order Chinese food, dude.
Hell yeah.
We'd eat Chinese food all night, dude, and just play Dynasty Warriors, friggin' back-to-back games of that all night long, dude, eating Chinese food with chopsticks. I think it's they would probably call that racist nowadays, but we loved it. It was
appreciating another culture.
We're like, we can't play Dynasty Warriors unless we order Chinese food.
Yeah,
the one thing that pissed me off, he lived on the third floor, right? And I'm no longer friends with this guy, but all right, I got a question for you. So you live on the third floor, you get Chinese food delivered, right?
Mm-hmm.
You make the guy walk up the third floor, or do you go down and meet him?
It would be polite to just go down and meet him.
Okay, so that's what I would do, but he would be like, he's coming up. Him like, it's his job. He's got to come up to the third floor and deliver it. So I was like, okay. But I was like, you better be tipping him good for like coming up beyond, like his car's parked, unattended. He's coming up 3 flights of stairs. You give him a good tip. Minimum tip. Sometimes you wouldn't even tip him because he would be so mad that he had to fight with him. He's like, I shouldn't have to fight with the delivery guy to come up to the third floor. So then he didn't tip him. Like, I'm not ordering from there anymore. Why? And I'm like, because he's spitting in my food. I'm not eating spit.
You got to tip the delivery guy no matter what.
Oh, man. I would get in so many fights with this guy. Well, he was like, you don't tip him if he doesn't do well. And I was like, he came up to the third floor, which he shouldn't have to do in the first place. So that's already extra.
Dude, the fact that he brought the food to your residence is that automatic 20%.
So this is back when a standard pizza delivery tip or whatever was like $2 to $5. But I'm like, if he's going to climb up the steps. Well, the other thing that started the fight was when I was paying my half of the food, I was giving him money thinking that he was tipping the delivery guy like $10. So I was throwing in $5 thinking he was matching my 5 and giving it to the guy. And so I later found out that was not happening. And sometimes he was even pocketing my tip because he didn't even want the guy to get my tip because he was starting a fight. Yeah. Anyways, I still recommend playing Dynasty Warriors and ordering Chinese food.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's a great night. Dude.
Dynasty Warriors is the shit. There was another one. I can't remember what it was called. There was another game that was also Dynasty Warriors, but it was a different name.
Dynasty Warriors 2.
Damn, I missed playing. No, there was another one. It was like basically the same game, but it was like a different name.
I was just watching a shooter now. I'm not sure what it is, but one of the shooters now is set up specifically that you can do online play or side by side. So you can go to your buddy's house, you guys sit on the couch and you play, and the screen gets cut in half. You're the top, he's the bottom, or whatever. Pause on the screen. So they're bringing it back to the old school where there's going to be video game hang. Like, it's fun to be online, but there's nothing like the hang, dude. Like getting up, driving over there, ordering food, sitting down on the couch with your boy, and you're about to friggin' just both of you about to brain rot on some freaking video games.
I think it might have just been called Samurai Warriors or Warriors Orochi. You remember these?
I just remember Dynasty Warrior.
There was Dynasty Warriors, and then I remember they started doing like this might be what I'm thinking of. There was I guess they went to Japan because there was Samurai Warriors, but then there was another one called Warriors Orochi. I don't remember what. Anyway, who gives a shit? Yeah. You know, those hack and slash games are fun. Dude, I miss video games. I would love to get back. Well, first I need to get back into reading, and then I gotta play video games again.
I gotta get back into bed. It's 5.
Yeah, we got it. I don't know why. Folks, please subscribe to Patreon. Please buy a shirt, bpnmart.com. Shout out to Leighton Radner for joining us earlier.
Go down to the description and check out the links in the description to everybody's stuff everywhere. Big things coming out.
Big things coming to the network.
To the network.
I need to do what I've been saying I'm going to do for a while and just start streaming every day. So maybe I'll start doing that. But
if you guys could do me a favor, I know most of you won't be interested in this, but if there's any libertarian / it's not even libertarian, it's philosophy.
Oh, they're leaving.
Yeah, you'll end up. Follow my YouTube channel. I'm going to be doing bringing my philosophy stuff back. It's going to be libertarian. It's going to be philosophy driven, but it's going to sound libertarian to people that aren't philosophy driven. But it's not political. I hate politics. I hate the government. So.
Yep. So follow Dave's YouTube channel. That'll be included in the link tree that I'll post in the episode description.
Those won't be live streams. They'll be like 20 to 60 minute videos on life and organization and stuff like that. God, maybe.
And please subscribe to Patreon, buy a shirt, tell your friends. I love you all, and good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night.
Out here in Amish, smoking big joints in Amish.